Atticus didn't have to be told. He knew exactly the kind of person he was. He was cold, brutal, and at the same time loving. He could kill without hesitation and at the same time save lives. There was no way one action or behavior could define a person. People were capable of changing depending on the situation. But ever since Atticus had gotten reincarnated into this world, he hadn't had any major change in his main temperament or behavior. He had learned from a lot of situations, lessons that he had no plans of forgetting. But learning was different from behavioral change. It just means that he wouldn't make the same stupid mistakes he made in the past. However, Atticus's main temperaments remained unchanged. Who he was deep inside. Atticus was a very vengeful person. He was the sort of person who would go to the ends of the world just to have his revenge. This behavior remained true. Atticus was the sort of person who was true to his family. He was loving as he was caring. But apart from these two, there was one more. This might not seem definite, but it was who he was deep inside. Atticus hated losing. This particular behavior hadn't shown itself mainly because Atticus hadn't met anyone in his generation who could be even the least bit of a competitor. They were always so pathetically weak that it hadn't mattered. This boy in front of him was definitely one of his generation. They had spent almost the same time alive in Eldorf. Sure, he was of another race and had multiple advantages, but so what? Didn't he also have a ton of advantages? He had busted his ass training until it was hard for him to walk. Many sleepless nights and broken bones. It didn't matter if the boy in front of him had gone through the same thing, Atticus didn't care. There was only one thing he cared about, just why should he lose? To Atticus, he never wanted to feel that terrible feeling, inadequacy, especially when it was for someone in his generation. Many might call him a hypocrite. He had made many people from his generation feel inadequate and inferior, and yet, he didn't want to go through it. It truly was hypocritical, but regardless, Atticus had always been human. Having a behavioral flaw was something none of us could escape. Atticus didn't want to feel inadequate, which is why despite all his reservations, despite the risk and the promise to never use it, Atticus still chose to use it. There were a million things that could go wrong, Atticus knew this fact well. However, at this point, none of that were currently entering his head. There was only one thing in his head currently. He didn't want to lose. The sound of Atticus's palm hitting the exposed mass on his chest echoed across the area like a hammer striking an anvil in a silent forge. In the next second, a swarm of tiny pentagon-shaped black objects erupted from the middle of his chest, shifting and arranging themselves akin to the scales of a dragon. In less than a second, his whole body was encompassed, a black suit clinging to his form like a second skin. Atticus's transformation had been eerily silent, but its implications were profound. Not a single instruction was needed. The suit siphoned mana from the air, replenishing his mana reserve and healing his body at a mind-numbing speed without needing to be told. Every single one of his wounds sealed up, his fatigue vanishing within the blink of an eye. Atticus stood tall, his trembling limbs no longer visible. The air around him crackled with raw energy, a palpable tension building. Every muscle in his body seemed to swell with newfound power, veins pulsing with vibrant life as pure mana coursed through him. Atticus felt a surge of strength that was completely electric, his senses sharpening to a razor's edge. Atticus's piercing blue eyes, which had turned completely crimson, faced upwards. His gaze, through the red shroud that engulfed his face, traversed more than 200 meters of an area filled with smoke, debris, and large craters and landed on the figure of Aearch. To both of them, it was as though the devastation spread across the area didn't exist, they only saw each other. The surprise among the humans watching the battle was palpable, especially for the crew members and the figures of Avalon and Sirius. What the hell was Atticus wearing? This was the first time they had seen this sort of exosuit. However, their surprise was instantly extinguished by their excitement. The fight wasn't over. Ezard turned towards Magnus, his eyebrow raised in slight surprise. Of course, the other races knew about the human exosuits. It had been a pathetic attempt at bridging the gap between them and the other races. But he would have to be an utter fool not to see that there was something special about what Atticus was currently using. Regardless, he focused on the fight. Atticus wasn't the only one with a powerful artifact. The battlefield was silent, the tension in the air at its peak. Not a single word was spoken, it wasn't needed. Atticus abruptly raised his katana, its blade erupting in a vivid crimson light akin to searing flames. His aura surged, a mix of all his elements swirling around him in a harmonious dance. With a single step, Atticus crossed the distance between them, his katana slashing down with the force of 1,000 storms. Aark's gaze narrowed into pinpricks, his surprise palpable. Such speed. Summoning the last of his strength, he swiftly brought his spear up to meet the attack. The clash was monumental, a titanic collision of power and wills. Snake-like cracks appeared on the ground beneath them before it imploded. The sky above them cracked, the very air vibrating with the intensity of their clash, and the shockwave radiated outward, shaking the earth to its core. The sound of knees hitting the earth echoed as the force of the clash sent Aark deep into the ground, his whole body straining and bulging, trying his utmost to hold up Atticus's blade. However, he wasn't even given a second to comprehend the situation. Atticus abruptly leaned in, sparks flying where his katana and spear made contact. Once again, their eyes met, intense and unyielding. Suddenly, Atticus's head shot forward, his forehead striking Aark's head like a wrecking ball slamming into a wall. The sound of bone meeting bone resounded like a thunderclap, shaking the very air. Aark's head snapped backward from the immense force, his body rocketing backward like a missile. He tore through the debris in the area, obliterating everything in his path. Then, he crashed through the hill that encompassed the platform they had been on, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. He burst out of the other side in a cataclysm of shattered rock and dust, his momentum undisturbed as he kept on shooting through the air. Aark felt his mind go completely blank, his brain shaking like a ping-pong ball. The headbutt Atticus had just delivered had been so intense that he was finding it hard to form a coherent thought. However, he hadn't gotten to this level by playing around. Aark's fists holding his spear tightened, the crimson aura around his head exploding for a second. He felt his head become clearer, his unfocused gaze becoming focused just in time to see a kick whizzing towards his face. Aark's gaze widened, and he instinctively crossed his hands in front of his face in response. The kick landed like a battering ram smashing into a fortress gate, the force reverberating through Aark's entire body in waves. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, creating concentric circles that expanded outward from the point of contact. Aark's defenses shattered under the immense pressure, his arms buckling as the sheer power of the blow drove him backward, the force propelling him like a cannon. The concentric circles continued to ripple through the space around him, distorting the air and leaving a visible trail of destruction in their wake. The gazes of the crew members and Atticus's subordinates widened as they saw the direction Aark was currently heading. They had both completely left the area they were battling, moving their intense battle and heading towards one of the cities. The cities had millions of people in them and were as big as entire regions. Given the intensity of the battle, the number of lives that would be lost could not be counted. The crew members were about to act, but they each suddenly remembered Magnus's words, so they weren't allowed to do anything. And his words were law. However, they didn't have to do anything. Azard turned towards Magnus. "If you would, please." Magnus didn't respond in words. His figure turned blinding, both eyes radiating an intense white. Not a second passed before thick clouds formed above the city towards which Atticus and Aark were headed, more than 700 meters from his position. A multitude of people had already gathered outside the city, each one armed and battle-ready as they faced the direction from which two figures were heading towards them at supersonic speeds. The cities in the buffer zone were ruled by master-rank individuals, and although they had each decided to create their own city away from the human domain, the city was well developed. Paved roads and concrete skyscrapers filled the streets, along with a tall wall surrounding the entire city. The leaders of the city wore cold expressions on their faces, standing on the wall while overlooking a small army of expert ranks gathered outside, armed and ready to battle. However, the area suddenly began to darken, akin to an eclipse. Each of their gazes shot upwards to witness a frightening sight. Thick clouds swirled ominously over their heads as they expanded, darkening the entire sky. The air grew heavy, a palpable sense of impending doom settling over the city. The clouds roiled and churned as flashes of lightning crackled with unrestrained fury within their depths, illuminating the dark mass with sudden, brilliant bursts of light. The first rumble of thunder echoed like the roar of an ancient beast, shaking the very foundations of the city. The sound rolled through the streets, growing louder and more intense with each passing second. At this point, the hearts of the leaders and the people alike quickened, their eyes trembling as their legs shook. This wasn't something they could even dream of handling. The power of a paragona. Many got on their knees about to say their last prayers, but not even a second was given. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, the sky split open. Millions of lightning bolts erupted from the clouds. Each bolt was a spear of pure energy, descending with unerring precision. The city was illuminated in a stark, eerie glow as the bolts struck every single one of the people below. But this was no ordinary lightning. As each bolt struck, it didn't dissipate upon impact. Instead, it enveloped the person in a brilliant halo of light, and then, in a stunning reversal, the lightning streaked upward again, carrying the person with it. Bodies were lifted off the ground, caught in the grip of the ascending bolts, their forms outlined in electric blue as they were yanked skyward. The ground trembled under the relentless assault, the air filled with the sizzling hiss of superheated energy and the acrid smell of ozone. Buildings shook, windows shattered, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the power of the storm. People were plucked from the streets, their screams lost in the roar of the storm as they were pulled higher and higher, disappearing into the thick cloud above. As the last of the lightning bolts struck and then ascended, the city was left in a stunned silence. The thick clouds above began to dissipate, leaving behind a scene of eerie calm and utter devastation. Not a second later, the cataclysmic sound of a figure bursting through the walls of the city echoed like a war drum. Aark's body shot back with unending speed, crashing through buildings as if they were paper. Each impact was a thunderous explosion, shattering concrete and steel. Debris flew in all directions, dust clouds billowing into the sky. The city, once teeming with millions of inhabitants, was now completely emptied. It all happened within seconds, leaving everyone who had witnessed it completely and utterly baffled. Thick clouds formed high above the air at a location far from the city, and millions of lightning bolts abruptly struck the earth at the same instant. As the clouds cleared, the onlookers saw the millions of people who had just appeared where the lightning had struck, each one staring around with confused and frightened expressions. No one had been spared, from those taking a shower or using the bathroom to those who had been in intimate moments in their rooms. They had all been transported. Avalon smiled wryly and turned his gaze towards his father, whose blinding light had long since dimmed. The power of a paragon was still something that many found too profound to fathom. Millions of people, from novice rank to master rank, had been taken against their wills, none being able to react. It was evident to everyone present that if Magnus wished, only a thought was needed to turn every one of them into ash. Avalon clenched his fist, his mind firming. Soon, he thought. Meanwhile, Sirius sucked in a cold breath, a shiver running down his spine. If not for Avalon's decision to see what Magnus was up to, he wouldn't have dared follow a paragon. Truly, only Atticus could speak to Magnus in such a way. Even Sirius, the head of the Raven Vanguard, wouldn't dare be even the least bit rude. Such was the weight of the name Magnus Ravenstein within the family. The reactions of the crew members and Atticus's subordinates were as expected, complete and absolute awe. The power of a paragon was always a spectacle to behold. Everyone took their focus off the intense battle to digest the overwhelming power that had just been displayed, but it was just for a second. The brutal sound of Aark crashing through the walls and buildings of the city snapped them out of their reverie, each of them turning to focus on the battle. It wasn't over yet. Aark's gaze snapped open, his brain struggling to comprehend his current situation. The part of his body from the waist upwards felt completely numb, and both hands sent him waves of pain. Aark kept crashing through the concrete buildings of the city as if they were made of paper, the cataclysmic sounds of enormous skyscrapers collapsing echoing across the entire city. A mountain of dust spread out and engulfed the surroundings, with Aark's figure showing no signs of stopping as more buildings continued to fall. As soon as Aark was able to formulate a thought, only one question came to his head: where the hell was all this power coming from? He was confident that this wasn't one of the powers of the life weapons. He also had one and had never seen anything like it. Aark was very sure of this, considering the small fact that he was more advanced in the matters of the life weapon than Atticus. So where the hell did such a powerful suit come from? As soon as the question came, Aark cleared his head in the next instance. Why was he stupidly thinking about useless things while he was getting beaten up? As though trying to prove how stupid his earlier actions had been, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above him like a phantom. Due to the intense amount of dust in the area, Aark's vision was obscured. but a cold shiver ran down his back as his gaze caught sight of a red flamey shroud through the dust. No one needed to tell him who it was, he knew perfectly. Aark's gaze narrowed as he felt the air suddenly change, the dust engulfing the area between him and Atticus abruptly disappearing. His gaze instantly landed on Atticus, who had already sheathed his sword, his crimson gaze focused on him. I have to use it. Aark's gaze suddenly turned cold, his hand straining and trembling as he channeled his mana into his space storage. A round ball with intricate markings appeared in his hand. Aark instantly focused and channeled his mana, the ball lighting up before erupting in a blinding white light. White shimmering light erupted from Aark's figure, shooting through the dust-filled area and reaching the skies. The color of his spectrum shifted, the crimson red losing its color and being replaced by an intense shimmering white in an instant. Aark felt strength, the likes of which he had never felt before, coursing through his veins like current through an electric circuit. Every single one of his fatigue vanished in the blink of an eye, and his broken arms healed. Aark's gaze sharpened. His right hand grasped his spear tightly, sweeping it in a blur to his side before cocking back with his spear held closely. Atticus didn't seem to care about this development, his gaze cold as ice as he looked down at the figure of Aark, his hand holding his sheathed katana firmly. They both erupted in unison, colliding in a series of cataclysmic booms. A smile appeared on Azard's face as he watched the unfolding battle. In truth, he truly hadn't expected the battle to reach this level. He had never doubted, even until now, Aark's victory. But the last thing he expected was a human boy pushing his grandson this far. At the very most, Azard had expected Armageddon to be able to easily handle Atticus. The Aeonians' power system was completely simple as it was a unique power system. It had been what they had chosen as the best suitable for themselves after years of research and trial and errors. They didn't have bloodlines like the humans but had discovered something even more interesting and mind-numbing. It was completely rooted in their unparalleled control over mana. This control allowed them to enhance their physical and magical abilities, making them formidable in battle. Aside from their mana cores and wills, the Aeonians could utilize the mana in the atmosphere at any given moment. Their power manifested through a spectrum of colors, each representing a different stage of control and strength. As they advanced through these stages, they harnessed greater power by refining their mana control and boosting their capabilities. In the first stage, their skin glowed with a serene blue. This initial stage marked their baseline power, where Aeonians had solid control over the mana in the air. At this stage, their focus was on enhancing their outer body muscles, bones, and skin, granting them heightened physical abilities and resilience. Their mana flowed through these external structures, fortifying them against physical harm and enhancing their strength and agility. In the second stage, their skin shifted to a vibrant green. Here, their control over mana was enhanced, allowing them to strengthen not only their outer body but also their internal organs. The Aeonians at this stage could channel mana to vitalize their heart, lungs, and other organs, increasing their overall vitality and endurance. Their focus was on refining their mana pathways to support both external and internal fortifications, ensuring greater physical prowess and longevity. As they moved further, their skin turned a radiant yellow. This stage brought a significant increase in power as they began to infuse their very veins and circulatory system with mana. Aeonians could manipulate their mana to achieve exceptional speed and stamina, optimizing the flow of energy throughout their bodies. Their focus was on enhancing their bloodstream, ensuring that mana was efficiently distributed to all parts of their body, resulting in peak performance and rapid recovery. At the next stage, their skin blazed with a fiery red. This stage was where most Aeonians could reach in their whole lives before stopping, neither having enough talent to go further. In this stage, Aeonians could unleash devastating force and abilities. Their control over mana reached its zenith, allowing them to perform extraordinary feats. Their focus was on channeling vast amounts of mana with precision, achieving unparalleled destructive capabilities. Lastly, there was white. This was a stage so profound that only a select few could reach it. When an Aeonian's skin turned a blinding white, they had entered the luminous apex. This stage signified a great level of power, embodying both purity and brilliance. The Aeonians' control over mana was so refined that they could achieve near-divine feats, manipulating energy with great precision and unleashing unparalleled force. However, the power one could unleash was completely dependent on how powerful said person was in the first place. Achieving this stage required not only an immense amount of mana but also exceptional intelligence and insight. The sheer concentration and mental acuity needed to maintain this form made it an elusive peak of Aeonian power. To attain the white stage, an Aeonian needed a vast reservoir of mana and extraordinary comprehension skills, an amount that Aearch was still far from achieving. The round ball had been used for just this purpose. Aearch, in a moment of desperation, had simply used a mana ball to amplify his power. This artifact provided a temporary yet significant boost to his mana and intelligence, enabling him to tap into the luminous apex. I have just 1 minute, Aearch's thoughts firmed. The clashes were titanic, completely unlike before. Atticus's figure remained unseen, moving in streaks of black below and red above, while Aearch moved in a streak of white. Their hands moved at mind-numbing speed, clashing, and clashing once again. Each clash unleashed a shockwave so powerful that skyscrapers were blown away, craters forming and increasing in size and depth with them in the middle. Katana blade met spear tip in a cataclysmic force, again and again, red filling one side and white on the other, neither giving an inch. Atticus's movements grew increasingly powerful, his suit absorbing the shockwaves from the clashes and fueling his momentum. Yet, Aearch matched his every increase in strength, his gaze firm and unwavering. The city trembled under their might. Every blow sent ripples through the air, tearing apart the terrain. Their forms blurred, a storm of red and white, a dance of destruction and power. However, they both knew deep down that they were currently only on borrowed power and the clock was ticking fast. They had to end it. Atticus and Aearch's katana and spear erupted in crimson and white at the same time, their auras shooting up into the sky. The atmosphere sundered, and the earth quaked as they both stomped forward in unison, katana raised high and spear pointed forward. Their eyes blazed with determination as they both erupted, katana blade descending and spear thrusting out. Each released sonic booms as they cut through the air, appearing inches apart. Just as it seemed they would collide and unleash a force of cataclysmic proportions, two figures suddenly appeared, each one floating suspended behind Atticus and Aearch. As though it had been an illusion, both their attacks fizzled out, tendrils of lightning and a palpable aura wrapping both figures of Atticus and Aearch respectively. Almost instantly, Atticus lost all control over his body, the suits while finally acting on him. At the same time, Aearch's aura abruptly got snuffed out, his body enveloped by intense weakness. This battle is over. Magnus's words traveled far and wide, entering the ears of every single person watching the battle. At this point and due to the intense clashes, the millions of inhabitants of the city had been watching. But unfortunately, only the master ranks could actually make sense of what was going on, and as they saw how young the people fighting were, each couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They had caused this much damage. It was completely insane. A second passed and they each saw the state of their city, however, neither of them uttered anything. The scene of the clouds and lightning was still fresh in their heads. The battlefield became completely silent, each spectator trying to comprehend the results. Only one thing played in everyone's mind. Who the hell won? There was not a single one of the onlookers who didn't want to know who the winner of this battle was. It had been far too epic, too intense not to have a clear winner. Just why did they have to step in when the winner was about to be decided? Many of them felt cheated, completely cheated, but none dared to voice their thoughts. They might have if it had been anyone else, but it was Magnus and Azard who had interfered in the battle. However, a certain small figure sitting on Azard's shoulders had a different thought. Did brother lose? Azard turned his gaze upwards to see Enna looking at the worn-out figure of Aearch, tears welling up in her eyes. Signs of panic appeared on Azard's face, a scene that would shock many considering just who Azard was and the power he possessed. Azard swiftly brought down Enna and started patting her head in a soothing manner. Your brother didn't lose, they're both just taking a break. The fight will continue at a later time. His words seemed to calm the little girl in his arms. Cleaning her tears on his robe, she stretched towards Aearch, who smiled and took her despite his weakened state. Magnus and Azard locked eyes, Azard's gaze constantly shifting to Atticus, who was wrapped around with streaks of lightning, his surprise evident despite the small smile on his face. Are you sure he's one of you, Magnus? Everything that happened was too shocking that I can't help but doubt his origins. Azard remarked jokingly, but considering the intensity of his gaze fixed on Atticus, it was obvious that joking was the last thing he was doing. Yeah, that's right, his weepoa. Thank you for this fight, Magnus abruptly interrupted Azard's words, not allowing him to finish. He couldn't help but smile. It was obvious Magnus didn't want the conversation to go in that direction. Azard nodded. It's fine, I hope my debt has been repaid. Magnus's gaze turned towards Atticus, who had somehow already fallen unconscious, breathing in and out softly, a subtle smile appearing on his face, one that Azard caught. It has. Azard looked at Magnus, feeling a little reluctant. The battle had ended and it was time to go their separate ways. There were a ton of questions he truly needed answers to, questions he couldn't press for or threaten Magnus with in any way to get because of the mana contract he signed. It was torture. The one at the top of his list would be how Atticus had gotten the life weapon in the first place. Only the top races were known to have them. It was incredibly unusual to think that the humans would also have one. You really got me good, Magnus. Regardless, Azard had never been a difficult person. As a matter of fact, he was incredibly simple. This was one of the reasons he and Magnus got along so well in the first place. Magnus didn't say anything in response. And just as he was about to streak away with Atticus. Please wait. The weak voice of Aark abruptly sounded, making him pause. Magnus turned his gaze towards Aark, his gaze alone making the latter shiver. Despite the fact that the humans were considered an inferior race, Aark seemed to forget that fact and immediately bowed his head. Azard chuckled, but he didn't interfere. Aark lifted up his sister and handed her back to Azard, much to her reluctance. I feel like this should be better done in person, but it looks like that wouldn't be possible. Aark brought out a circular device from his space storage and used some of the little mana he had left, its form lighting up in a low glow before dimming. Aark stretched it towards Magnus while bowing. I would appreciate it deeply if you could give this to him when he wakes up. Seconds passed, and Aark didn't feel anyone collecting the device from him. Turning his gaze upwards, he saw that Magnus just stood there, looking at him and not saying anything. Aark's gaze widened, suddenly realizing his mistake. This is an information artifact. It stores any data directly from my head. I promise you every single information here is only for his benefit. Magnus kept his stare, not saying anything for a few seconds, leaving Aark in an extremely uncomfortable situation. Then he suddenly collected it, prompting Aark to give a sigh of relief. Without any other actions needed, Azard took Aark and Enna away after giving one last long look at Atticus. Avalon and Sirius abruptly became tense as Magnus suddenly turned, his gaze landing on the duo. Sirius immediately sank to one knee high in the air, his head down as he bowed in respect. Avalon too followed, but instead simply bowing. I will leave the family matters completely for you to handle for a year, don't disappoint me. Magnus spoke normally, as though Avalon and Sirius weren't hundreds of meters away and were in front of him. And yet, they had each heard him clearly. His words would sound weird to a lot of people. Avalon had been the family head for years now and had been handling the affairs of the family. So what was Magnus talking about? Avalon and Sirius alike understood what he meant. If things went to shit, he might not be around, so they should watch their backs and tread carefully. Avalon took a second before he answered, yes, father. With that, Magnus streaked away with blinding speed, entering the airship. It took a moment before Sirius stood up from his kneeling position, a bit of sweat on his forehead. PFF'd. One would think you've just faced your worst nightmare. Avalon immediately burst into laughter as he saw the drained look on Sirius's face, his earlier serious expression nowhere to be found. Sirius's mouth twitched. He shot Avalon a death stare. The bastard knew how frightening Magnus was to him and wouldn't miss any opportunity to tease him about it. You're not going to see that little monster. Avalon stopped laughing, his expression becoming a little somber. A small smile marred his face as he turned and gazed at the Aegis airship. I'll see him after 1 year. Avalon fixed his gaze on the ship for a few seconds without saying anything, with Sirius leaving him alone to his thoughts. We should head back. Lyanna must be furious. Avalon removed his gaze from the ship and turned towards Sirius, who shuddered at Avalon's words, remembering Lyanna. What do you think? Aark turned his gaze upwards upon hearing Azard's question. Their ship had already taken off, and they were both sitting on a comfy semicircular chair inside the ship's control room. While it had some similarities with the Aegis airship, one glance would tell most people that it was far more advanced and superior. In fact, there were no crew members present. Azard's hand was placed on top of a circular orb, a larger size than what Aark had given to Magnus. Streams of mana flowed into it and the other parts of the airship smoothly. You mean Atticus? Aark responded. I see you remember the human's name. Azard smiled. Wouldn't you? Especially after everything that had just happened. Aark rested his back against the couch, his mind racing through everything that had occurred today. To think there was another one of us amongst the humans, just what is that being planning? So, what do you think? Aark came out of his thoughts, his face morphing into a confused expression. He had been so absorbed by his thoughts that he hadn't heard what Azard had said. Azard immediately understood what had happened. I said, if you would kindly listen this time around, the Nexus, how much of a threat do you think he'll be? Wouldn't you be able to guess that better than me? Aark raised an eyebrow. The perception of a paragon was truly hard to fathom. And considering the fact that Azard had watched his whole battle with Atticus, Aark was relying more on his grandfather's insights here. Especially that suit he used at the end, he thought, his gaze narrowing. Azard, who heard what he said, smiled. Get ready, you're going into seclusion to begin training immediately. Aark's expression changed, morphing into a slight frown. Is this really necessary? He inquired. Azard nodded gravely. I watched everything closely from the start to the end. While it would seem as though he lost consciousness before you lost your power, you have to remember, it doesn't matter. The battle the both of you had today is of no significance. Do you know what matters? Azard saw the serious look on his grandson's face and continued, the Nexus event. 1 year from now, you will both face each other once more, and I can say with all certainty that that boy wouldn't be the same person you battled today. Aark's gaze narrowed. It was surprising that his grandfather was speaking so highly about another person like this. He knew that Atticus was incredibly talented and strong, especially considering the fact that he was a human. However, despite this limitation, Atticus had still been able to become this strong. It was unsure just what he had that made him achieve this feat. Don't think about how he got strong, instead, think about how you would overcome him. We can't afford to lose the Nexus event in 1 year, so you need to be thoroughly prepared, whether physically or mentally. Aark nodded resolutely, his mind firming. The wagers each race had placed on this upcoming Nexus were unlike anything before. Because the other races had pressured the human domain into giving them Sector 10, they each had to stake something of at least equivalent worth. For some reason that Azard found hard to fathom, each race was unilaterally confident in their Apex's ability to win the Nexus. None of them disagreed with this decision, which was completely odd considering the fact that they each had supposedly functioning brains. Usually, each race would strive to wager something worthless that wouldn't be missed. At the end of the day, there was only one race that could win. Just what was giving each of them this confidence? Aark didn't say anything more. If he had to be honest, he had an idea why they were each so confident. And it was this same reason he had added to the information artifact he had given to Magnus for Atticus. The sound of the door parting open caught their attention, and both Azard and Aark turned to see a petite girl with chubby cheeks clad in black pajamas filled with cartoon characters walking in. Enna rubbed her eyes with her tiny right hand, her left clutching a small teddy bear. The expressions on Aark and Azard's faces softened, replaced by warm smiles. The Aegis ship was enveloped in a tense silence. Each of the crew members went about their normal activities, but the excitement in the air was palpable. They had each wondered who the winner was before, but now, it didn't matter. None of them needed to be told what the implications were. As soon as they saw Atticus's strength, they had reached a similar consensus, they finally had an apex. And it was from their family. Smiles appeared on each crew member's face, each of them already anticipating the future and their roles in it. However, the one who was the cause of all this ruckus was sound asleep, already in dreamland. Atticus found himself in pitch darkness, a sense of copyright vu washing over him. He knew exactly what was about to happen. He had experienced it back during the Leaders' Summit when he had used up his will. This time around, Atticus could feel that something was different. It felt more dangerous. Atticus simply stood there and waited, but no scenes were shown to him like before. However, as time passed, countless seconds, the figure of an individual with the same identical features as him appeared, but this time enveloped in a black exosuit, a gleaming katana in its hand. Atticus's gaze narrowed, his guard raised to full throttle. The figure standing in front of him had a black suit covering his whole body with a red shroud over his face, exactly like his exosuit. But there was no way Atticus would mistake his own physique. It was his identical copy. Is it the suit's will again? Atticus was instantly reminded of his first battle with his exosuit in his mindscape. But this time around, there was only nothingness all around him. Where's my will? Atticus pondered hard. The last time he faced it, he had the full might of his will, but now there was nothing. Even worse, Atticus didn't feel as though he was in top condition at all. He felt weak both mentally and physically. He was drained. Atticus's eyes were fixed straight at the figure, his back slightly bent, ready to battle despite his fatigue. A second passed and Atticus blinked, an action that took less than half a second. However, a gleaming katana blade appeared inches away from his forehead as his eyes opened. Shit. Atticus couldn't move nor react in time. Just as he was about to be sliced into two, a blinding white light ignited as tendrils of white lightning descended from above, appearing between the blade and Atticus, stopping its descent. The lightning wrapped around the figure, an intense screech rocking the space as it started getting electrocuted. Its form trembled and shook, its black suit and body crumbling until it turned into a formless round small mass on the floor. Atticus focused his gaze on the orb of lightning floating in front of him. Grandfather. He muttered. However, he received no answer to his question. It has to be him. Only he could probably achieve something like this, Atticus pondered. There was no other explanation he thought was possible. He knew for a fact that he hadn't been responsible for what just happened, so it could only be Magnus. The orb of lightning multiplied in numbers, each one swirling around with Atticus in the middle. Are they trying to protect me? Seeing as he wouldn't get his answer, Atticus decided to use this opportunity to regain his strength. Sitting down cross-legged, Atticus entered a deep state of meditation, breathing in and out calmly and constantly. Atticus affirmed himself, remembering why he was here, why he was doing everything he was doing, why he was working so hard. Atticus affirmed himself. Some time passed, but Atticus was unaware of how long. Slowly, little by little, the space started regaining some color, a vivid crimson sky reflecting down on him. Atticus continued this until his will was completely recovered, the space completely engulfed by an intense crimson. His gaze snapped open, noticing that the orbs of lightning were nowhere to be found. Atticus paid them no heed, turning towards the consciousness of the exosuit lying on the ground. Atticus instantly entered a deep state of thought, his hands slightly clenched. It's far more dangerous than I thought. Back during the Leda's summit, Atticus had used up all his will when he was escaping. Then, the consciousness of the exosuit had acted on him. Atticus hadn't thought much of it back then, but now it seemed that anytime he was using the suit, his will finishing was nothing short of a death warrant. What if Magnus hadn't been here? Wouldn't his consciousness be in split pieces by now? It was way too close. You're smarter than this, man. Why did you use it? Atticus scolded himself inwardly. It really didn't feel like him to give in to his emotions in such a way. He had forgotten everything, every consequence, and only wanted to win. He had escaped this time around, but he might not be so lucky the next time. Atticus willed himself out of his mindscape after reflecting for a while. In the next second, Atticus's gaze flickered open and found himself looking at a familiar ceiling. My room on the airship. As Atticus attempted to stand up, he felt unimaginable pain that made him flinch. But he fought it and sat up straight. Raising his arms, Atticus saw that his whole body was enveloped in tendrils of lightning, but he couldn't feel them causing any harm. Turning his gaze left, he saw nothing. Then right, his eyes met the intense gray eyes of a very familiar old man. Atticus's gaze widened, and he immediately tried to stand but saw that he couldn't move an inch. Save the formalities, you're still injured, Magnus suddenly spoke, and Atticus could feel whatever was restricting his movement loosening up. Atticus was a little reluctant at first but eventually listened, resting his back on the wall. Although he was a bit free with the man, it didn't mean he shouldn't show the least bit of respect. How are you feeling? Atticus took a moment to respond, as though trying to catch his breath. Terrible. Did I lose? He turned and met Magnus's gaze, who responded after a few seconds. Yes. Atticus immediately went silent. So I lost. He thought, his hands underneath his blanket unknowingly clenched hard, his eyes becoming dim. Atticus knew deep down that that battle had been close. It was something he should be proud of as a warrior, but he just couldn't bring himself to feel that way. Only one feeling engulfed his whole body: inadequacy. It felt bad, really bad, that Atticus struggled to maintain his composure, a sad expression appearing on his face. It was his first loss, one that he was finding it hard to grapple with. But your opponent didn't win either. Atticus's lowered head shot up, his eyes widened and fixed on Magnus, silently demanding answers. Magnus wasted no time. If the both of you had been allowed to clash, you would have lost consciousness, and your opponent his boost in power. Both of you would have ultimately died due to the force of the clash. Atticus sucked in a cold breath. To think he had been so close to dying. Wait, doesn't that mean a... Magnus confirmed his thoughts. For now, there are no winners. Despite Magnus's revelation, Atticus didn't smile. He didn't feel even a hint of happiness. At this point, the result didn't matter. If Magnus hadn't intervened, he would have still lost. He'd be dead. The winner would have been decided by who died first and last. However, Magnus didn't try to comfort him. He didn't even talk about the matter at all. His gaze was fixed firmly on Atticus as he asked, "How was the battle?" Atticus hesitated but eventually responded, "It was a fine." "Be more specific," Magnus said firmly. Atticus turned his gaze down and looked at his clenched hands, trying to remember the sensation he felt during the battle. I don't know how to describe it. It felt thrilling. It felt good. I felt like I knew what I had to do before I did it, and this wasn't just about my perception and predictions. This felt a natural. Good, good. A wide smile appeared on Magnus's face. You've experienced the thrill of battle. We will expand more on that later. Now we can move on to the next step of your training. Atticus's gaze couldn't help but twitch as he heard Magnus speak. He was lying injured and in pain on the bed. Not only that, he felt incredibly bad that he hadn't won the fight, and yet the man hadn't even broached the topic, as though it didn't matter. Atticus sighed inwardly. It's not like I'm used to being babied in the first place, he thought. He turned to look at Magnus, listening to what he was saying. Your next training will be done in seclusion. Since you've already experienced the thrill of battle, now you must focus on a very important aspect of your power, your elements. I've seen the way you use them, especially their movements, and I must commend you for getting this far without any outside help. You've escaped the foolish notion that only one movement defines the elements, but that is far from reaching their true potential. Now it's time for the next step. During this step, you will train each element one by one until you can utilize them appropriately. Magnus started walking towards the door of the room. I will leave you to rest for now. Recover your strength. When we reach our next destination, I shall send for you. Yes, grandfather. Magnus suddenly paused as he reached the door, his figure still facing the direction of the door. Atticus, he suddenly called out, recovering and coming back stronger from losses is what makes a great warrior. During my days, in order for me to reach my current level, I lost count of the number of battles I lost. But I stand here before you a paragon because of one thing: I never gave up. You might not have won today, but you will live to fight another day. Let this event fuel you. Don't waste even a second brooding. Never give up and keep on going, always. Atticus didn't say anything, he couldn't. A smile had long since appeared on his face as he stared at Magnus's back, a certain warmth enveloping him. One last thing, Magnus suddenly turned and met Atticus's gaze as he continued, you did good today. In the next second, and before Atticus could comprehend his words, Magnus abruptly disappeared, leaving Atticus stupefied. Why did he walk to the door if he wasn't going to use it? Atticus muttered under his breath. A huge sigh resounded inside an expansive room, followed by the sound of someone slumping on the bed. Atticus gazed up at the ceiling, completely lost in thought. He had found out about the title, Apex, a few days ago and learned about his enormous responsibilities. However, that wasn't even what had him thinking now. It's only going to get harder from here on out, Atticus pondered, already anticipating what was coming. He truly had never expected it. Just how are the apexes of the other races so strong? Atticus knew his situation well, he was basically a walking cheat. The gap between him and his other human peers was crazy large. Although he expected the other races to be strong, this was far, far too much. It can't be. If there was such a gap between the humans and other races, then humanity should have gone extinct by now. Atticus suddenly remembered Magnus's words, this generation's apexes are a different breed altogether. He was starting to understand what that meant now. The apexes were always more powerful than the humans, but not to Aearch's extent. Which means that this generation is different from all the others. Atticus was truly starting to lean in on the assumption he had made while battling Aearch. Aearch was also like him, reincarnated. However, before Atticus could keep on thinking, the door to his room slid open and a circular object held up by tendrils of lightning streamed into the room. The door closed and Atticus found himself looking at a floating object. Atticus's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out and grabbed the note attached to it. The apex you fought with asked me to give you this when you wake up. I have scrutinized it thoroughly and have seen that there are no dangers. Regardless, I must advise you to be cautious. It's an information storage artifact. It was programmed to only react to your mana. Channel your mana into it to activate it. Atticus went silent. He could notice Magnus's choice of words. The man had scrutinized it for any dangers, but he hadn't listened to what was inside. Atticus could sit here all day wondering why Aearch had given him this or what was inside, but he would simply be wasting his time. Instead, Atticus wasted no time and immediately channeled his mana into the artifact. Its form lit up slightly, and in the next second, a wave of information found its way into Atticus's head. Atticus closed his eyes, trying to organize the insane amount of information streaming into his head. After a few moments, his gaze snapped open, eyes widening in shock. So I was right, Atticus thought, a wave of shock engulfing him. What he had just found out from this artifact was that mind-boggling. Despite the information being a lot, the parts Atticus focused on were only a little. But regardless, that little held great significance. Atticus had been right about his earlier assumption. He wasn't the only reincarnated person on Eldoralf. The information added that he was supposed to find out all of these things from his life weapon when he learned the third art, but Aearch had wanted Atticus to know about everything because time was running out. This generation of apexes was completely different from all the other generations. The reason why the power gap between the current and the last generation was so large was exactly because of the being. In all other generations, the being had always chosen a native individual from each race, given him or her perks, and then bonded with the life weapon. But this had always brought about subpar results. Apparently, none of those apexes had been able to satisfy the being. Which was why it had decided to switch things up and bring in people from other worlds. The implications of this piece of information were obvious. Every single apex of each race was reincarnated, each of them given perks that corresponded to their respective race. To put the icing on the cake, they each had a life weapon. Atticus took a long moment to take all of this in. It was truly a lot. Here he was thinking he had been the only person that was reincarnated and had been comfortably planning for his revenge on the bastard that sent him here. He had no idea that there were larger things at play. However, despite this crazy revelation, what came next truly made him want to pull all his hair out from his scalp. They had each found out about the end goal, what each of the apexes was supposed to do. In simple terms, it was a battle royale, a brutal one that could only end when all but one apex remained alive. Also, apparently, each of the apexes was communicating with each other, at least those of the races that were high up in the power scale in Eldoralf. They would have never expected there to be a human apex, and even if there was one, he or she was expected to be weak and not really worth the time. The apexes that had been in communication with each other believed themselves to be the strongest considering their superior race. During their communication, they had reached a consensus among themselves, one that made Atticus's blood run cold as he heard it. Since they were supposed to kill each other with only one apex remaining, they had decided to end it all in the Varietiga Nexus. What does this mean? Simple. The Varietiga Nexus happening in 1 year, which was supposed to be a friendly competition between the races to bolster their friendship, had just been turned into a death game where each apex would battle to the death to decide who would be at the top. It was brutal. Atticus's hand lowered slowly, dropping the artifact on his bed gently. It truly was brutal. Atticus rested his back on his bed, gaze focused on the ceiling as his thoughts churned. Aearch had been polite enough to include the small yet profound fact that he was in the middle grade when it came to the strength of all the apexes, especially those of the superior races. In fact, none of them had even asked for his opinion when they decided the Nexus would be a death game. They had basically considered themselves as their only competition and assumed the other apexes of the lower races were insignificant. This simply meant that Aearch, whom Atticus had used all his cards and power to fight, the same boy who he had struggled against and still couldn't win, was in the middle grade of power compared to the other apexes. There were stronger apexes than Aearch. It was insane. Atticus was finding it hard to determine his next move. He had long since regained his composure, there was no helping it. This was the matter at hand, and he had to deal with it whether he liked it or not. If I should attend the Nexus as I am currently, I'd be killed. What difference can training for 1 year make? Atticus's thoughts were churning. He truly didn't know what to do. Should he decide to participate in the Nexus, he would be battling for his life. It was a huge risk. The most logical option would be to not participate altogether and keep training safely in the human domain until he was confident enough. However, this would be another naive thought. Nowhere was truly safe. The human domain was just as dangerous. The paragons of the other families had already set their eyes on him, and he wouldn't be so foolish as to believe that they wouldn't find a way to act. Atticus released a deep breath. If he were to determine which option was more dangerous, he would choose the Nexus without wasting a second. In the human domain, Magnus could still somehow protect him against the other paragons, but Atticus knew for certain that this wouldn't be possible during the Variatiga Nexus. Atticus was at a major crossroads. He really wanted to end this whole thing and not participate in the Nexus anymore. It was his right, as he had told Magnus beforehand. But Atticus just couldn't bring himself to do that. The figure of a certain white-haired old man attempting to bow wouldn't stop appearing in his head. Should the human domain lose Sector 10, it would be a huge blow to Tama, one they might never recover from. Atticus truly didn't care about the human domain, but he cared about his family. Magnus wouldn't say it, and Atticus knew the man would be far too honorable to do so, but should Atticus refuse to participate anymore, Magnus would definitely be disappointed. The Nexus would be dangerous, so dangerous that he could lose his life should he participate. However, despite all of this, Atticus found himself feeling even worse about how Magnus would react should he refuse than the dangers of the Nexus. Atticus's hand clenched, his gaze turning cold. The stupid things we do for family, he muttered. Despite all the dangers, there was no helping Ida, he was still going to participate. In the midst of a very elaborate and luxurious room filled with various alchemical apparatus, a man stood with his head bowed, waiting for another who seemed lost in his own world. Both men had vivid red hair, and although the bowing man appeared to be someone of great strength, his every attempt at dominating the air around him was futile. The man he was bowing to moved slowly, mixing different ingredients together effortlessly. His every move was precise and deliberate, each action seemingly ordained from the heavens. The bowing man didn't dare make a single sound, as he had long since become entranced by the other's actions. Despite the fact that he was simply mixing different ingredients, there was an artistic element to Ida, a beauty and deadliness regardless of how absurd it sounded. The man continued his actions for hours, the only sound being the clanging of apparatus. Eventually, he finished, and the form of a glowing green liquid inside a glass tube floated in front of him. Two sapphire-like eyes stared at the mixture closely, a sense of anticipation filling the air. A second passed, and a frown appeared on the man's face as the initial deep green liquid suddenly started turning pitch black. With a click of his tongue, the man waved his hand, and the concoction turned to dust. Releasing a deep sigh, he turned his gaze and finally noted the presence of the bowing man. This man was none other than Thorn, the paragon of the Alvarian family, and the bowing man was Eleanor, the father of Lila and Del, and the family head of the Alvarian family. Thorn raised an eyebrow. Eleanor. Eleanor bowed deeper. Yes, father. Do you know what I've been doing, what I've been working on? Eleanor paused at his father's interruption and question, not understanding where it was leading. A potion. The room went silent, two sapphire eyes staring down at Eleanor as if it had never seen someone so foolish in its existence. Tell me, do you know why the human domain as a whole is weak compared to the other races? Eleanor took a moment to think, not wanting to disappoint again. Because only a few elites have above average potential and power. Good, and why is that? Their talents are terrible. Thorn paused, nodding in agreement. Very correct. Moving on, if we want to improve and increase our overall power, what do you think we need the most? This time, Eleanor took a few moments to think. Regardless, it was still less than a second. The speed at which a grandmaster could think was mind-numbingly fast. Eleanor thought about everything from the beginning, from his father's first question to the current one, and immediately drew relations. What we need the most is something to increase the talent of the masses. Eleanor's gaze couldn't help but widen. Was that what his father had been doing? Thorn nodded. Another correct answer. Very good, Eleanor. Eleanor came out of his reverie and bowed before responding, yes, father. I've made it my life's work to create a potion that has the power to increase the talent of people. I've been searching for a way long before you were born and feel like I'm very close to achieving this. Thorn started walking towards Eleanor, his tone shifting. Do you know the significance if I succeed? Do you know the amount of power the Alvarian family would gain? The status, the respect. Do you have any idea? Seeing Eleanor nod, Thorn continued. So let me ask you a question. Is the world ending? Are we under imminent danger? Otherwise, I'm finding it hard to understand, Eleanor. Why the hell are you interrupting me while I'm doing such important work? Eleanor became visibly tense. His father wasn't the type to easily get angry about anything, but there was one thing he never played with, alchemy. Eleanor clenched his hands. You still haven't given your input, father. In what? Eleanor lifted his head and faced his father. In what those bastards did to one of our own. He exclaimed, his anger palpable. This nonsense again. What do you mean, this nonsense, father? It was you yourself who told us what that stupid cub did to Dell. How the hell is he supposed to lead in that condition? The frown on Alvarian's face became more definite as he tilted his head slightly to the side. You have an army of children. Simply choose Anathea. Father. Eleanor immediately exclaimed, but before he could say anything else, an overwhelming aura descended on him, his whole figure unable to bear the weight, hitting the ground with a brutal thud. Do not interrupt me, Thorn declared, looking down at the struggling Eleanor coldly. Know your place. A few seconds passed before the aura lifted, and Eleanor struggled to stand, wiping away the blood that appeared on the side of his mouth. I'm sorry, father. Thorn sighed, looking at his son kneeling in front of him. Eleanor, I'm very sure that I did not raise a fool. You blacklisted the Ravensteins from buying our potions, attacked each of their bases in our sector, slaughtered them brutally, and closed off the border between our sectors. What more do you want? Eleanor gritted his teeth. I want that bastard to pay for what he did. I know well enough that the Ravensteins wouldn't allow us to take one of their own, which is why we must force their hand. Many of the family heads already agree with me. Just like us, he had also tortured their heirs. How would you force their hand? Eleanor answered with a firm gaze. War. We would threaten them with war. Regardless of how mad they are or appear to be, even they aren't stupid enough to think they could face all of us at once. This is how we would force their hand. And should they still persist, then I think we end those white-haired bastards once and for all. A loud and intense laugh rocked the entire room as Thorn burst into laughter, his mirth resounding across the space. Eleanor couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He had just spoken about war, and the next thing his father did was laugh. The laughter went on for a few seconds before finally stopping. Looks like I was wrong. I did raise a fool, Alvarian said, his sharp gaze fixing on Eleanor. You're talking about war, and you didn't even follow the first rule, know your enemy. Threaten them with war. Do you even realize who those white-haired bastards are? Do you think their nickname, Madmen of the Human Domain, is for show? Those bastards live for battle. Even if they have to fight the entire human domain, they wouldn't hesitate when threatened. How foolish are you? Did you even think about the implications of what you just said? Band together and pressure them, ha. Disappointing. So disappointing. Eleanor was confused, not understanding what his father was talking about. Do you really think the other families give two shits about our Alvarian family? We're the closest to them. If war breaks out, who do you think will bear the full brunt? Is your brain empty? Eleanor's gaze narrowed, finally understanding what his father was implying. Sector 4 encompassed Sector 3, which meant that should any war happen, it would most definitely take place in either Sector 4 or 3. Considering that one was a warrior family through and the other an alchemist family, it was quite obvious where it would take place. Regardless, he had still somewhat thought this through. Bua. Just as he was about to speak, a deep sigh interrupted him. I shouldn't blame you much. It's because you don't know who you're dealing with. The Ravensteins are feared for many things, but what makes even us other Tier 1s cautious is their nature. When angered and pushed to the limit, they don't care about anything anymore. They are relentless and cruel, they only care about one thing: eradicating their enemies. When they are pushed to the limit, they become madmen. This same trait is why, despite being a warrior family, their sector is in the inner parts of the human domain. Just like in any battle, you save the best for last. Eleanor went totally silent, trying to comprehend his father's words. Was he supposed to just let it slide? Eleanor, Alvrian called out to him. Eleanor turned to face his father. The reason I allowed you to do all those stupid things is so that you could vent your anger. They wouldn't be enough to push the Ravensteins to the edge, but threatening them with war would. I know why you're here. You want me to show my support for this stupidity so that you can bring the Alvrian family together. The answer is no. Eleanor's gaze widened. Father, you started this, the least you could do is finish it. Now leave me. Eleanor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his expression filled with fury. He abruptly stood up, shooting his father a stare, then clicked his tongue and started walking out of the room. However, as he got to the door, he paused as Thorn started speaking. I know you'll ignore my warnings and still do something stupid. So I will give you another warning. His voice suddenly turned cold. If it's to save our Alvrian family, I won't hesitate to cut you into pieces and send them to the Ravenstein family. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as drops of crimson blood began streaming from Eleanor's clenched fist. The intense anger he was feeling was staggering, preventing him from saying anything to his father. He simply continued his walk, the door closing behind him. Thorn sighed and raised a finger. A mote of golden light appeared and sprouted, releasing a golden seed. Thorn's sapphire eyes glowed faintly as he whispered, "Watch him and report back everything he does." The seed glowed brightly, acknowledging his command before bursting into tiny notes of light and dispersing into the air. Thorn let out another sigh, feeling as if he were dealing with a child. Now alone, he turned his gaze back to his work and immediately continued concocting. Eleanor walked briskly through the hallway of the Alvrian mansion. It was a mansion with qualities befitting a Tier 1 family, with elaborate sculptures and art adorning the sides and walls. He eventually reached the end of the hallway and, as he walked through the door, his gaze immediately landed on a beautiful woman whose every demeanor screamed control. She was none other than Luna Alvrian, Eleanor's wife. Did he agree? Luna suddenly asked. Eleanor's teeth ground even harder as he snarled, "No." Luna's gaze narrowed. "So what now?" she asked. She was well aware of why they had come here. Alvrian had hit the nail on the head. The family members of a Tier 1 family were massive, with a staggering number of members and branches. Initiating something as significant as a war against another Tier 1 family, especially against a family as crazy as the Ravensteins, would require someone at the highest level of power in the family to unify everyone. And that could only be one person, a paragon. Eleanor continued walking, with Luna following behind him. "We don't need him. The plans will remain the same. Inform the others and call for a meeting immediately." Luna nodded and immediately instructed the servants. Atticus lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling for a long while. There were more than a million things playing in his head, but he had already made his decision. Hours passed, and Atticus's body healed quickly. He meditated and used the water element to heal his body instead of a potion. After feeling healed enough, Atticus stood up and left his room. Thank you for reading this far, guys, and I apologize for this chapter. And the one before it. I'll edit them as soon as I can. Immediately upon walking out of the room, Atticus's gaze landed on the figures of Yodid and Dario standing directly in front of his door. They both immediately bowed deeply as they saw the door open, greeting in unison, "Young master." Atticus, who had been about to speak, abruptly stopped. "I don't have time for this," he thought. He usually would have tried to stop the both of them from acting this way, but at this point, Atticus had so many things on his mind that he couldn't bother to waste time handling it. Atticus simply nodded in response and kept moving forward. They both stood up and followed closely behind him. Neither of them said anything during the walk. Throughout the walk, Dario was all smiles, looking at Atticus's back as though he was gazing at a goldmine. After the fight, it was basically all Dario could think about: how big Atticus was going to become in the future and, in turn, how significant his subordinates would be. For an individual who stemmed from a political home, it was huge for him. He just had to play his cards right. Those fools would freak when they get a whiff of this. Dario chuckled inwardly. Meanwhile, Yodid maintained his composure, continuously scanning the area. It was obvious that after Atticus's display, Yodid had already anticipated the significance of his work and how important Atticus was. He would not fail. The trio reached their destination after a few moments, entering the mess hall of the airship. After that intense battle and healing time, Atticus was completely famished. This time, there was no one in the hall, and considering that he was still going somewhere else, Atticus decided to eat his meal here. Grabbing a few portions, he started wolfing it down. Dario couldn't help but be slightly surprised, but he made sure it didn't show. Atticus appeared different in his demeanor and all. Dario hadn't noticed it earlier when they bowed, but now it was as clear as day. Atticus would usually force them to get their own food, but he hadn't bothered this time around. This small change made Dario even more confused. Had he been wrong about Atticus? Yodid also noticed it but didn't care. He hadn't really been comfortable eating with his master in the first place. Atticus ate alone and quickly, finishing in just a few minutes. He immediately stood up and left the mess hall. Dario couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Why did their young master suddenly change attitude after the battle? Did something happen? The trio moved through the ship and reached their destination. The door parted open as they entered the airship training room. Apart from the control room, the training rooms were also a highlight of the Aegis airship. Atticus found himself inside an expansive room, about 100 meters long and Widia a massive space considering the airship's size. Atticus had been here the day before and already knew about the runes used to expand the space. It was filled with different equipment, training tools, and, lastly, people. The clashes ongoing in the training room were intense. Fist met fist, and weapons met weapons. Each of the crew members on the ship were at the Master Plus rank, and this much power was expected. The door parting open wasn't loud, but the presence of one of the trio who entered the training room was as though an explosion had occurred in the room. Everyone paused their actions, each turning their gazes toward the white-haired boy who had entered the room along with his subordinates. Amara, along with some other crew members, were present, each clad in a tight-fitting training suit. Their gazes narrowed, and they each put their weapons by their sides. Bowing fervently, they greeted in unison. It was completely different from the day before when they first greeted Atticus. This time around, the excitement and anticipation in the air were electric. It was obvious they weren't bowing just because he was in a higher hierarchy than them, it was because they truly wanted to do it. Regardless, Atticus's steps didn't pause. "Carry on," he simply said as he walked toward one of the rooms on the left side of the hall and entered alone after telling Dario and Yodid to give him some privacy. They had no choice but to listen and instead stood in front of the training room door. The entire training room in the airship incorporated both the system of the training grounds and advanced training room. One large space for general training and then different advanced training rooms for more personalized training. Atticus had just entered one of the advanced training rooms in the ship. He changed the room settings to a quiet grassland landscape, walked away from the terminal, and sat down cross-legged on the floor, immediately clearing his mind. He had bigger fish to fry now, there truly was no time to waste. Atticus loved his life too much. At this point, only one thing mattered greatly to him, anything that could give him a significant boost in power. First, Atticus tried to remember the feeling he had when he was battling Aark, that thrilling feeling. It had just happened suddenly and without warning. At one instance, he was thinking hard and trying to plan his next move, and in the next instance, he felt like he didn't have to think anymore, everything just came to him naturally. Grandfather said it was the thrill of battle. Is it some kind of Ravenstein family thing? Atticus felt that was the most likely explanation. However, no matter how much he tried, Atticus didn't seem to be able to activate it, leaving him to wonder if it was only in battle that he could use it. Next, Atticus checked his exosuit. He had a strong feeling that one of the keys to surviving what was coming was to be able to utilize this exosuit. And there was only one thing he needed before that could happen, an incredible amount of will. There were numerous ways Atticus could go about increasing his will, but to do that, he would have to sacrifice a lot of training time, especially when it came to his other abilities. It would be counterproductive, considering the fact that he also needed his other abilities to improve before the Nexus. Let's see where I am first. Status, Atticus thought, a holographic interface suddenly appearing in front of him. Character profile. Name, Atticus Ravenstein. Age, 16. Gender, Male. Race. Human. Attributes. Strength. 321 greater than 350. Agility. 354 greater than 380. Endurance. 362 greater than 391. Vitality. 401 greater than 440. Intelligence. 54 greater than 58. Perception. 45 greater than 48. Charm. 43. Will. 40 greater than 45. Level. Expert plus. Talent. Mythical. Bloodline. Primordial elemental bloodline. Level 3. Fire. 40.9 greater than 69.7%. Air. 40.1 greater than 62.1%. Water. 38.8 greater than 72.3%. Earth. 39.5 greater than 65.1%. Level 2. Light. 2.3 greater than 30.2%. Darkness. 1.9 greater than 28.5%. Space. 0.2 greater than 31.2%. Lightning. 15.3%. Ice. 10.3%. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. None. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert plus. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert greater than expert. Ethereal clock potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Advanced plus. Atticus carefully looked at his stats for a few moments, going through each change, attempting to figure out the reasons for the explosive growth. The last time Atticus had checked his status was just a few days ago when he was trying out his exosuit for the first time. The suit had given him a significant power boost when he used it, but what he was currently looking at was his own passive stats without the exosuit. It had been just a few days, but he had grown remarkably. His status had increased, and so had his element mastery. The elemental mimicry art even went up one sublevel. It was an explosive change, one that Atticus couldn't help but be baffled by. Usually, his days of progress had always been so minuscule that he usually didn't bother checking his stats. Seeing as everything was in order, Atticus focused on his will. Considering everything that had happened from the Leaders Summit, Atticus could understand why it went up 5 points. There are 2 ways I can increase my will. The first is constantly depleting it and fighting the effects, but that'll take too much time and I won't be able to focus on other things during it. The second is going through challenges and overcoming them. Atticus pondered. The first option, to him, wasn't feasible, which is why Atticus was leaning in on the second. However, to achieve it, he would need challenges in the first place. I'll have to speak to grandfather about this, Atticus decided. The next thing Atticus decided to look into was his katana. There was no doubt about it, Atticus needed to learn that third art before the Nexus. This was a huge necessity. However, Atticus had made a stupid mistake of thinking that his life weapon arts were completely dependent on his rank. He had assumed that it was only when he reached the master rank that he would be able to learn the third art, but he had been wrong, well, not completely. The fact that Aark had done the same while still being in the expert plus rank of strength spoke volumes. Which meant that it wasn't dependent on rank, but on power. Atticus could recall Aark transforming first before he could utilize it, and he also remembered just how exhausted he had been after unleashing it. It required a great amount of power to unleash. Not the one gotten from aerokinesis or burst, but passive power. Atticus hadn't reached that threshold yet, so he couldn't learn it. But at the end of the day, Atticus felt like it was the advancement into the master rank that could give him that boost. Regardless, it was good to know that it wasn't entirely dependent on rank. I have to reach the master rank in a year. The number of things Atticus had to do was staggering, but this wasn't even everything. The next thing Atticus focused on was his elements. Magnus had told him that it would be the next focus of their training. If Battle Thrill could give him effortless battle strength, his will could make him utilize his exosuit, and his katana could give him incredible attacking power, Atticus's elements could unlock something else that was truly remarkable: a domain. Gazing at his stats and seeing the huge jump in each of their proficiencies, Atticus was forced to believe that their advancements were also heavily dependent on comprehension. It wasn't only about immersion and practicing, Atticus would also have to comprehend the nature of each one of the elements. He had been getting it all wrong since. He couldn't help but focus on his first 4 elements that he had awakened. They were already very close to reaching the next level. If the first 3 levels are for novice to master ranks, shouldn't level 4 be for grandmasters then? Atticus speculated. When Sirius had first explained the levels of their bloodline to him, he had stopped at level 3. Given the fact that there were 5 levels in total, Atticus was forced to believe that the 5th level was for paragons, which leaves the 4th for grandmasters. I should confirm this first, but if it is true, it would mean that I'm close to reaching a power that only grandmasters could use. If I can use a domain, then my chances would increase significantly. Truly, what Atticus had to do within just 1 year was so much he doubted if it would be possible. Regardless, he would still try his best. Atticus pondered for a long while, trying to formulate his own personal training plan aside from Magnus's. He had no plans of taking breaks. When he wasn't training with Magnus, he would be training on his own. After a while, Atticus stood up and went to check out any data that he could fight with. He was excited to see Magnus's data, and then he immediately chose Magnus at Master Plus rank. Magnus had truly been talented, the robot radiating an intense amount of pressure in the surrounding. The battle was speedy, both their figures clashing relentlessly. Atticus attempted to feel the thrill of battle once more, but it had been futile. It just didn't feel the same as when he was battling another living being. The battle lasted for hours, and during this time, Atticus ended up disappointed at the whole thing as, despite how much he tried, he wasn't able to utilize the thrill. He could feel that his battle sense had increased significantly compared to before. He felt lighter and freer, and although it wasn't as easy and intense as during the battle with Aearch, Atticus felt his movements becoming more natural. After battling with the Master Plus rank Magnus, Atticus changed the settings, deciding to switch things up. He was glad to see Avalon's data too and immediately chose it. During the battle, Atticus made sure to watch out for something. The next focus of his training was on his elements, as Magnus had said, and from the very beginning, Atticus's best method of learning had always been observing. He knew it wouldn't be of much help, but he still decided to do it. Atticus observed as the robot utilized the elements. Magnus had mentioned earlier that Atticus had been able to advance in his element mastery without help, especially in his movements. Each of the elements had a staggering variety of movements, all he had to do was to become it. This realization appeared small but had profound implications. The proficiency of his elements had increased significantly, and his elemental mimicry art had moved up 1 sublevel. However, Atticus had noticed something about Magnus's words. He had advanced in his elements when it came to movements, but the way he used his elements was still subpar. His fire element was only ever for short, fast movements or explosive power. Atticus had never thought about its utilities. This was the same for his other elements too. His focus had mostly been on attack or defense. The only exceptions were the water element and perhaps the space element too. He had used the water element extensively during the Leaders' Summit. He used it to feel, to create, to heal, and to do battle, either attacking or defending. At that time, it had mostly been because he had no other choice, but regardless, it had made him feel enlightened. If the water element could be used for that much, why couldn't the other elements too? Atticus could feel instinctively that focusing on his elements would bring an incredible increase in his overall power. He couldn't help but feel a little excited about what was coming. What did Magnus plan? Atticus's gaze narrowed, focusing on the robot's movements. It was utilizing fire mimicry along with its whole body enveloped in searing fire. Atticus also mimicked its actions, planning on only using fire to battle it. Whatever he learned would be replicated mid-battle. Both their figures blazed forward, erupting in a series of explosive clashes. Just like Avalon, the robot was also utilizing a pair of gauntlets as its weapon. Atticus matched its attacks with his hands enveloped in mana, searing fire, and aerokinesis. The results of the clashes were explosive and devastating. Scorching fire swept through the grassland, turning everything into ash. Shockwaves radiated outward, sweeping dust and debris across the area. The two figures flickered rapidly, appearing in multiple places all at once, leaving a trail of searing fire in their wake. During the battle, Atticus observed the robot closely despite the intense combat unfolding. He noticed some odd things. Firstly, the temperature in the air kept on increasing. Many would call this useless, as they were literally fighting with fire. But to Atticus, he knew that it wasn't just the fire. To him, it felt as though the robot was actively increasing the temperature in the air, doing it intentionally and consciously. Atticus found it fascinating. Temperature, Atticus thought. What if he could control the temperature of the surrounding area as he wished? This action sounded far-fetched, but to Atticus, he felt like it was very possible. But there was only one problem: how do I go about it? Atticus wondered. Regardless, he decided not to ponder on it for too long. Magnus was basically going to train him on it in the first place. Secondly, Atticus noticed that the robot was utilizing the fire for constructs. He didn't battle with it for too long, but the robot had created a cloak of fire around its form like an armor, and anytime Atticus landed any attacks on it, he could feel its power reduce significantly. After a few more clashes, Atticus finally ended the battle and chose another data and element to focus on. Atticus fought and trained for a few more hours, after which he switched the settings once again, changing the layout of the training room into an area where his fire element thrived. Atticus felt the surroundings becoming intensely hot, patches of lava appearing all over. He immediately immersed himself into the environment, his mind only focusing on fire. Atticus did this for an hour before switching to another element and then another until everything was covered. By the time he finished, it was already late. Although Atticus couldn't see it because he was inside the airship, it was already late into the night. Atticus stopped his training, feeling a little famished. He stood up from his seated position and started walking out of the training room. Throughout the duration of Atticus's training, both Yodid and Dario had stood outside the door, each with different expressions. Yodid stood still and vigilant while Dario had a confused look on his face, trying to determine what caused Atticus's sudden change. His life was basically tied to Atticus now, so it was paramount for him to understand his master's personality as soon as possible. Both Yodid and Dario's gazes flashed as the door behind them slid open, revealing Atticus walking out of the room. They both noticed the incredible amount of sweat drenching his whole body and couldn't help but wonder what he had been doing to sweat so much. Atticus had truly spent a long time training inside the room. The crew members had left the training room, with some coming back for late-night training. Once again, their action stopped as soon as they saw Atticus step out of the room, each bowing in respect. Just as Atticus was about to nod and walk past them, he suddenly stopped and approached a particular dark-skinned woman, Amara. The only crew members remaining were just her and one other man, both of them still bowing slightly. Amara frowned slightly as Atticus suddenly stood in front of her, but she made sure to keep it hidden. She wasn't even intending to offend him either consciously or unconsciously. Atticus gazed down at their bowed figures and suddenly spoke, "Can I see the way you utilize your element?" Amara's expression changed. This was truly the last thing she was expecting Atticus to say. Her interest was immediately piqued. "What do you mean, young master?" She absent-mindedly twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, a habit she had when she was deep in thought. "You have the earth element, right? I want to see how you use it in battle. Is that possible?" Amara paused. She almost made the stupid mistake of thinking about how the hell Atticus had gotten her element right, but then remembered the crazy and staggering power that he had unleashed yesterday. The second man standing beside her had also been slightly surprised but hid it well enough. Amara was the second strongest among the crew members, and they were each at the Master Plus rank. For Atticus to be able to accurately determine her correct element this easily was shocking. It would have been even more shocking for the man if he discovered that this was exactly why Atticus had approached her in the first place. Since the time he got a good look at the crew members in the mess hall, Atticus had already accurately determined who he believed was stronger among them. Usually, only a Master Plus rank should have the ability to see her rank, or in this situation, the subtle elemental cues she was radiating, as a fellow Master Plus or someone of similar strength. But it didn't shock her that Atticus had been able to do it. After everything, it was expected. Amara didn't even waste time pondering the request. She couldn't say no to Atticus in the first place. She nodded her head and started walking towards one of the advanced training rooms. Atticus and the others followed closely behind. As she entered, she selected a random data of a Master Plus rank and walked to the other side of the room. Atticus watched closely as the robot walked towards Amara, who was surprisingly still twirling her hair and standing in place. The sound of the AI beeping sounded, and both Amara and the robot closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, unleashing blow upon blow. Amara had made sure to also choose the data of another Earth elementalist. She wasn't exactly sure why Atticus wanted her to do this, but she could guess that he wanted to see her utilize her elements fully. Atticus's eyes rapidly flickered side to side as he analyzed the battle unfolding in front of him. Amara's thoughts had been right. He had requested that she use her element exactly because he wanted to observe the way she utilized it. His best method of learning would always remain by observing. Atticus could immediately notice the refined way Amara moved. It was swift and completely elite. It was very easy to tell that she had been trained. Amara and the robot's speed wasn't fast a correction. For Master Plus ranks, they were incredibly fast. But compared to many, especially members of the Ravenstein family with elements that directly boosted their speed like fire, air, and lightning, their speed was subpar. It was true that the elements were ever changing, but it couldn't be helped. The Earth, in its entirety, wasn't made to move fast. A meteor plummeting to the Earth had gravity acting on it, it wasn't its movement through and through. However, their movement might not be mind-numbingly fast, but their heaviness was true. A staggering number of deep foot indentations appeared on the earthen floor that they had chosen, each clash akin to two massive trucks colliding. Their movement was steadfast and firm, but this wasn't what Atticus wanted to see. He didn't have to wait long. The earth suddenly erupted from underneath Amara, enveloping her in the blink of an eye. Not a second was wasted, it hardened and thinned. The darkish brown earth immediately started taking on a silver sheen, a tight silver metal that hugged her body like a second skin forming. Two silver scythes abruptly jutted out of Amara's fists, her figure exploding and spinning in arcs of deadly scythes, like a whirlwind of lethal blades. The robot's hand shot upwards, an earthen wall erupting between them. However, what was supposed to be a wall-stopping attack turned out to be the opposite. The movement of the swirling scythes remained constant, phasing through the wall as though it wasn't there and reaching the robot before it could react. The brutal sound of multiple metals parts hitting the earth sounded in the next instant as its form was cut down into pieces. Amara released a subtle exhale and turned towards Atticus, who had long since narrowed his eyes. A subtle smile graced her lips. Amara approached Atticus and spoke. "Did you obtain what you were seeking?" Atticus didn't respond immediately. He was still trying to grapple with what had just happened. She used metal. I can change the nature of the earth. Can I do it for all the elements too? His thoughts were swirling. If Atticus could manipulate and change the nature of all his elements, he could think of a number of incredible things that he could do. Buddha. Atticus's thought was interrupted by Amara suddenly calling out to him once more. "Ah, sorry about that. I got lost in my thoughts for a moment." Amara shook her head with a smile, and just as she was about to reply, Atticus interrupted. "How did you do that?" Atticus failed to hide the excitement in his voice. He appeared like a boy excited about finding a new toy. Small smiles couldn't help but appear on the faces of Amara and Dario. Even though he was so strong at such a young age, he was still a 16-year-old boy at the end of the day. Amara got out of her thoughts and responded respectfully. Regardless, Atticus was a figure that should not be considered a child anymore. "I changed the composition of the earth, young master." "How?" Atticus's eyebrow raised in confusion. That was a vague explanation. Amara hesitated to explain. It wasn't because she wasn't allowed to, but she wasn't sure how to explain it to Atticus's satisfaction. Getting a moment to gather her thoughts, she finally spoke. "Being able to change the composition of any element is an advanced method of manipulation of the elements that could only be achieved in the latter end of level 3 of your bloodline. In order to reach this level, I had to attend the Earth's sanctum for a few years. Now it comes all naturally, a just think and do." Atticus listened to Amara speak silently. If he had to be honest, her explanation had been superficial at best. She didn't even say what he had to do to start. However, his interest had been piqued by her words. "Training for a few years. The Earth's sanctum, what's that?" Dario's gaze flashed as Atticus inquired. It was as though he had been slumbering before and just woke up when Atticus asked Amara a question he should be asking him. "Pardon the interruption, young master, but I believe I would be able to explain that better." Dario bowed and spoke, shooting Amara a stare in silent warning. The latter couldn't help but be a little baffled, her hand instinctively reaching out to twirl a strand of her hair. She smiled and took a step back, an action that Dario immediately made use of. As you know, young master, we Ravenstein are a family of elementalists. And to us, our elements are everything. They are as important as our hearts. Because of this importance, the Ravenstein family established 8 distinct schools, each representing one of the elements our family possesses. These schools are called Sanctum, and they were established in order to guide the members of the Ravenstein family on the right path. Fire, earth, air, water, ice, lightning, light, and darkness sanctums. Dario nodded at Atticus's words. However, Atticus couldn't help but be slightly baffled. For something of such scale to exist, it was only natural that it would be in their sector. So why hadn't he seen or even heard of it before? Amara and Dario could notice this confusion, but the former beat the latter to it. The sanctums aren't a secret, young master. It's just that only members in at the very least their late 20s attend these sanctums, so basically, only master plus rank individuals. I mean no offense, but there was simply no need for youths who hadn't even started their military service to know about them. Atticus stopped thinking about the matter. He didn't know what he didn't know, and there was nothing he could do about that. Instead, since he had the opportunity, he was going to find out everything he could for now. Atticus completely ignored the sparks flying between Dario and Amara, with the former doing all the staring, and decided to ask another question that was bugging him. Where are they? Just as Amara was about to respond, Dario interrupted. Wait. Don't spoil it for the young master. Dario stood between Atticus and Amara, bowing to the former. If I'm right, then we're currently en route to one of the sanctums. I believe it would be best if you see it yourself, young master. Amara and the other crew members' gazes flashed in unison, their shock apparent. In fact, Amara couldn't help but want to chuckle at Dario's words. A 16-year-old attending the sanctums. But her expression couldn't help but become firm in the next second. Dario wasn't joking. She knew they were heading to Sector 3, but just not where exactly. Her eyes widened as she simultaneously recalled the way Atticus had been using his elements during his battle with Aearch. He was truly already at the level of the Master Plus ranks. He was actually qualified to attend any of the sanctums. Damn, Amara inadvertently muttered. Atticus paid no heed, looking at Dario for a moment before nodding. Alright, I guess I'll see it for myself. Thank you for everything, Amara. I guess I'll see you later. Atticus turned after speaking and walked out of the training room, leaving a bewildered Amara. The poor woman didn't even know which to be more shocked about. The fact that Atticus, a 16-year-old, was attending a sanctum, or that an apex actually remembered her name. Atticus walked through the hallway along with his Ravenblade and Dario. Yodid had been silent throughout the earlier conversation, choosing to stay out of the matter and focus on his job. Although Atticus had trained intensely today, his body still felt energetic. He simply planned on getting a meal and then continuing another round of training in his room. He suddenly remembered something and abruptly stopped, prompting the duo behind him to do the same. Atticus spoke without turning back. Dario, Yodid. The duo turned and looked at each other in confusion before turning back towards Atticus and bowing. From now on, anytime I'm eating, the both of you are to get yourselves yours, sit down, and eat. Anytime I'm training, you're also allowed to train separately during this period or simply leave to your rooms. You don't have to follow me everywhere in the airship. It's an order. Atticus didn't wait for a response and continued moving. Was he angry at the result of the battle with that other apex? And now he's recovered. Is that why he changed? Dario speculated while the Ravenblade sped up and reached Atticus, silently walking behind him. A few moments passed before Dario came out of his thoughts and also caught up. The walk was fast, the trio grabbing a meal at the mess hall, after which Atticus headed to his room. With him alone, Atticus brought out an engraver and slate and immediately entered a state of focus. Atticus felt as though he had neglected his rune engraving. He still had a large pile of runes in the space storage, but those had been made obsolete during the Leaders' Summit. During the battle with Aearch, he could have used the runes he had in stock, but Atticus hadn't believed that it was an option. The battle had been fast-paced and intense throughout, and apart from that, he doubted that any one of them would give him the boost he needed. Regardless, any boost would have been a huge help. Atticus could feel that advancing to a grade 3 runesmith was another way of gaining an incredible amount of power that would come in handy during the Nexus. But unfortunately, it all boiled down to his will. He needed a higher will to advance to the next grade. Grade 2 of runesmithing was about personalizing each of your runes and adding anything that made them stronger or more unique, basically, your own flair. For example, a normal shield could become stronger by engraving the words, impenetrable shield. Of course, that doesn't make it truly impenetrable, but it becomes stronger regardless. Its potential was limitless, and Atticus felt like he had been neglecting it for too long. Back when Atticus had 33 points in his will stats, he would usually get demotivated the instant he engraved a grade 2 rune. But now he had 45 points, which was incredibly huge considering his young age. This large increase wouldn't allow him to engrave grade 2 runes multiple times, but at the very least, he could engrave multiple grade 1 runes after engraving a grade 2. I should strive to reach grade 3 in a year, but if I can't, I will focus on engraving as many grade 2 runes as I can before the competition. Atticus's mind was constantly thinking and searching for anything that could give him even the tiniest bit of strength. During the 1 year at the academy, he had learned a bit of alchemy and blacksmithing, but considering his current situation, Atticus had put a complete stop to training in both of them. He wouldn't say that he was an expert in them, plus the fact that the time frame he had left wouldn't be enough to even make any significant progress. Atticus released a deep sigh, his gaze snapping open. With deftness and fluidity, the hand holding the engraver moved as he swiftly engraved a random grade 2 rune. After which he engraved multiple grade 1 runes and depleted his will. The feeling of demotivation hit him like a battering ram, his eyes closed as he focused. Atticus had decided to leave training his will for the night, just like he had always done. He fought the feeling for a few hours before eventually sleeping. The next day came by fast, and despite the intense night, Atticus had still woken up early. He freshened up a bit before heading to the training room. Yodid had been in front of the door while Dario arrived as soon as Atticus's door opened. Atticus trained for a few hours before being interrupted by Dario, who informed him that he was being called by Magnus. Atticus walked through the hallway with Yodid and Dario following close behind him. Dario had just interrupted Atticus's training, informing him about Magnus's call. Atticus's pace was brisk. His excitement could not be hidden. In fact, although it sounded far-fetched, it was as though he momentarily forgot about the perilous upcoming situation a year from now. He was excited to learn more about his elements. Being able to change the composition of his elements was something he was truly looking forward to, especially considering the fact that he had 9 elements. It would most definitely be time-consuming, focusing on multiple elements at once. But at the same time, it would be worth it. The walk was quick and without interruptions, the trio reaching the control room within a few seconds. Atticus's eyes scanned around the room as he entered. Its layout remained unchanged, and so did the people. The whole crew was present. Buddha. He's not here yet. No matter how Atticus looked, he just couldn't find Magnus. Atticus shot Dario a look, which made him flinch and quickly respond, "I apologize, young master. Master Magnus just asked us to meet him at the control room." Atticus didn't say anything, turning his gaze back to the front of the elevated podium where most of the crew members had already gathered and approached. Atticus couldn't help but feel the shock in the air. He could vividly remember Amara and the other crew members going through the same thing the day before when they found out the airship's destination. The other crew members must have just found out about the same thing. These sanctums must be important, Atticus couldn't help but think. He found it incredibly odd that they were each so shocked about something as trivial as attending a school, especially after witnessing his true power. The crew members were headed by their captain, who stood in front of them along with Amara and others. Amongst the entire crew, including Amara, Atticus had tagged this man as the strongest. While it was true that they were all in the Master Plus rank, Atticus could still feel an intense pressure from looking at this man. No one needed to tell him, the man had seen and gone through a plethora of things, and this showed in his appearance. The captain had striking white hair, cut short and neatly styled. His face was weathered and tanned, with piercing green eyes that seemed to see everything at once. He had a strong, square jaw and a prominent scar that ran from his left temple down to his cheek. As the captain noticed that Atticus had entered the room, he swiftly approached and bowed respectfully, with the other crew members following his actions. However, Atticus could still feel the authoritative and commanding presence emanating from him. Atticus sighed, addressing the bowing figures in front of him. You know you don't have to do this every time we meet, right? However, a firm response was all he got. That is impossible, young master. This is a natural reaction considering who you are, the captain spoke firmly, his voice thick. The figures of the other crew members bowed even more, their expressions serious and filled with sincerity. It was obvious to everyone that he wasn't talking about the fact that he was Magnus's grandson. There was only one word in everyone's mind, Apex. Atticus relented. It was not like he could force them to stand down like Dario and Yodid. He skillfully changed the topic. How much longer until we reach our destination? The captain stood up from the bow, his steely gaze meeting Atticus's piercing blue eyes. Neither of them flinched, an action that made a small smile appear on the captain's lips. Such confidence. The captain was well aware of the pressure his presence encapsulated. If it had been one of the Master Plus rank crew members, despite the fact that they had experience and were trained, they would have unfailingly flinched at the very least. Only someone with complete confidence in his strength could have done what Atticus had just done. A wave of excitement couldn't help but wash through the captain's body. Our family really hit the jackpot. The captain cleared his throat and shot one of the operators controlling the airship a stare. The man realized what was being asked of him and responded in kind, in 4, 3, 2, Onia and go. The display in front of the control room, initially showing a bluish blur, suddenly changed as the airship abruptly stopped, leaving Atticus and the other crew members to bask in the awe of the magnificent scene ahead of them. They were hovering above a sea of clouds, the sunlight pouring down and making the clouds radiate with a golden light. The view was ethereal, as if they had ascended to a realm of pure light and beauty. The golden-hued clouds stretched endlessly, their surfaces shimmering with the reflected sunlight. Above these radiant clouds, 8 grand structures floated in the sky, each one a marvel of architecture and design, spaced far apart from each other. These floating fortresses each represented a different element and were built based on their respective elements. The 8 elemental sanctums. The fire sanctum glowed with an inner crimson light, its walls appearing to be made of molten lava that cooled into solidified flames. Towers spiraled upwards like blazing torches, with flames dancing along their edges. It seemed alive with the element of fire. The water sanctum was a shimmering cascade, its walls formed from flowing water that defied gravity, held together by an unseen force. The fortress resembled an enormous waterfall, with streams and rivers winding through its towers and battlements, the sound of rushing water filling the air. The air sanctum was suspended on invisible currents, a series of floating islands connected by delicate bridges made of mist. The structures were light and airy, with spires reaching toward the heavens and banners fluttering in the wind. It seemed as if a gentle breeze constantly caressed its surfaces. This was far from all. The earth's sanctum was built from massive stones and adorned with lush vegetation. This fortress appeared to be an extension of the earth itself. Its foundations were rooted deep in the clouds, with mighty trees growing from its walls and vines creeping along its pathways. It exuded stability and strength. The light sanctum was a radiant structure that shone with a blinding brilliance, constructed from pure, crystalline materials that refracted light into dazzling rainbows. It looked like a palace of light, with transparent walls and spires that glowed with an inner luminescence, casting a serene and holy aura. The lightning sanctum crackled with energy. This fortress was a storm captured in solid form. Its towers were made of dark, metallic materials that conducted electricity, with bolts of lightning constantly arcing between them. The air around it was charged with static. The darkness sanctum was cloaked in shadows, appearing enigmatic and foreboding. Its black stone walls absorbed light, creating an aura of mystery and intimidation. Dark tendrils seemed to move along its surfaces, and eerie lights flickered from within. The ice sanctum was a magnificent citadel of ice, its walls sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. Towering glaciers formed its battlements, and intricate ice sculptures decorated its halls. The air around it was crisp and cold, and every surface glistened with frost. Atticus was thoroughly awed. He tried to comprehend just how these structures were constructed. They were grand and magnificent. Was it worth the wait, young master? Atticus heard Dario's smug voice from his side, but he was enjoying the sight far too much to care. After a few moments, he spoke. Where are we now? They were high above the clouds, making it impossible to see what was below. Since they had mentioned it, Atticus knew they were in Sector 3 but not where exactly. It was the captain who responded before Dario could, earning a glare from the man. "This is Ravenspire, young master." "I see," Atticus muttered, turning his gaze downwards and looking at the clouds below them. Just like before, the screen had expanded, showing the outside from every angle. "I wonder how Mum is doing." It had been a year since Atticus had seen Anastasia, and if he had to be completely honest, he missed her a lot despite her being so protective. Atticus carried his gaze away, his thoughts firming. He would see Anastasia when the time came, but for now, there was only training and getting stronger. The airship moved slowly above the clouds and towards the enclave of sanctums. Each of the elemental sanctums was separated, but at the same time, they were collectively grouped together, the entire space enclosed in a dome of shimmering green light. There were no lookouts nor were there guards around. Many would see that as them being overly confident about themselves, and truly, Atticus had initially thought that too. But this was far from the truth. Dario was glad enough to explain. In truth, anyone who wanted to invade any of the elemental sanctums would have to be the most foolish individual to ever walk the planet. Every single person in the elemental sanctums was at the very least a master plus rank, with a few grand masters collectively. And they weren't just normal master plus ranks, they were the elite of the elite. Only those with a profound grasp of their elements, those with enough talent to reach the peak of master plus rank and attempt to form their domain, thereby becoming a grand master rank, were the individuals attending the elemental sanctums. Unless it was raided by an army of grand masters, anyone else would only be on a death wish. The Aegis airship phased through the green dome as though it were an illusion and continued its movements. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly as he noticed the direction the airship was heading in. "Fire first, huh?" Just as Atticus was about to ask a question, he abruptly heard someone speak, startling him. "Atticus." The sound had been incredibly close to his right ear, and there was no mistaking the voice, Magnus. Atticus turned and saw a very tiny orb of lightning, so small that he had to strain his eyes a bit to see it. The voice continued. "This will be where most of your training on your elements will take place. I'm sure you've been briefed on what these sanctums represent and their purpose already, so I shall skip that part. Your objective is simple. Learn and advance more in each of your elements, apart from lightning, by going to and graduating from each sanctum. I believe there's no need to remind you about our very limited time frame, and so in lieu of this, I shall give you a total time of 3 months. During this time, forget about everything else and focus only on your elements." Atticus gazed around him and saw that he was the only one who could hear Magnus speak. The others were still admiring the view. If any of them realized that Magnus was currently speaking while they were chatting without any care in the world, they would freak. But Atticus's demeanor didn't even show a hint of change, his gaze forward as he nodded subtly. Feeling Atticus nod, Magnus continued. "The normal duration spent learning at the elemental sanctum is always years, but I believe you can do it in the speculated time. The first element will be fire. Instructions have already been given, just disembark from the airship and begin your journey. One last thing, allow your Ravenblade to enter your shadow and take him with you. You might feel as though you don't need any protection, but he will come in useful in other trivial or not matters." Atticus released a deep breath before nodding his head seriously. He had 3 months to learn 7 elements to an acceptable level and then probably a bit more time with Magnus to learn the lightning element. Atticus had no idea if it would be possible, but what he did know was that it was necessary. He would achieve this goal and move forward. Atticus's thoughts firmed as he suddenly gave Yodid an order. "Enter my shadow, we're heading out." Yodid reacted in a surprising way. His expression, which had only ever shown indifference and coldness, changed, a look of surprise with a hint of happiness appearing on his face. This had been what he had been waiting for. Yodid wasted absolutely no time, his figure dissolving into a black mass that instantly merged with Atticus's shadow. The others were startled by the sudden action but didn't do anything. Atticus turned to Dario. "I'm only allowed to take Yodid, so I'll see you in a few months." Atticus could immediately notice a shift in Dario's mood, as though he suddenly became somber. Dario had always made it a point to never show his true emotions in public. It was paramount to know how to control your emotions, especially in high-pressure situations. But he just couldn't help it this time around. Atticus was sure to have more subordinates in the future, and unlike the Ravenblade, fighting wasn't his forte. He had to make himself useful in some way. These early stages were the perfect time to make Atticus a little bit reliant on him, but it seemed that would be hard. Atticus ignored Dario's obvious sadness and turned to the crew members next. Looks like I will be going down on my own. Thank you for everything, and I'll see you later. The captain and the other crew members were a little taken aback. But they regained their composure and then bowed. The honor is ours, young master. I wish you a safe return. Atticus nodded at the captain's words before he turned and started making his way to the exit. How long do you think he'll spend before graduating? One of the crew members suddenly spoke up, causing the others' ears to perk up. Let's even forget the fact that he's just 16. But it has to take years, right? Another crew member added, a hint of hesitation in his last words. Even he wasn't sure anymore. Atticus had reached this level at such a young age, that alone was enough indication that he wasn't going to follow the conventional path. Captain, what do you think? Amara turned and asked. Her finger had already found its way to her hair, the current matter intriguing her. The captain furrowed his eyebrows, his eyes fixed on the fire sanctum ahead. If my speculations are right, then the young master is participating in the Varietiga Nexus in a year. I think it's safe to assume that he is expected to be done before this time frame. The crew members all sucked in a cold breath, including Amara. This was because they had just realized something crazy. Atticus had multiple elements. The years that they had been talking about had been for just one element. He was going to learn multiple elements in the span of months. I bet 70,000 points he'll be done in 5 months. The gazes of the crew members flashed in unison, their eyes fixed on Amara, who had a small smile on her face. That was a lot of points. 6 months. Another crew member instantly exclaimed. 7 months. 7 months and 5 days. The control room became bustling in an instant, with each throwing out different bets. The captain shook his head, seeing their over-enthusiasm. He turned his gaze to the side to see Dario simply standing there, nervously biting the nails of his index fingers in deep thought. He stared at Dario for a while before taking his gaze away and focusing it on his front, where the airship was landing on a large platform. As the airship gently lowered itself onto the landing dock, Atticus prepared to disembark. The hum of the engines quieted, and the crew landed the ship with practiced ease. The hatch opened, and a rush of hot, intense air greeted him, making him raise an eyebrow. Atticus stepped out onto the gangplank, his boots clanking against the metal surface. The platform where the airship had landed was akin to a helipad. A long, 5-meter-wide path stretched out from the open gate of the fortress, ending in a large circular platform. As soon as Atticus disembarked from the airship, he was instantly met with a grand sight. The enormous fire sanctum loomed ahead, awe-inspiring in its entirety. Atticus focused his gaze ahead, at the end of the pathway where the gates of the sanctum lay. He took a large inhale, feeling the hot air coursing through his lungs. Feeling his resolve steeled, he opened his eyes and started approaching the gates. Don't worry, master. I have your back. Atticus heard Yotad's very subtle encouragement, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. He nodded his head without turning back, leaving Yotad feeling elated at his response. Atticus soon crossed the path and reached the open gate of the sanctum. The main gate was an enormous archway, framed by pillars that seemed to be made of pure magma. The gates themselves were made of blackened iron, adorned with intricate designs of mythical fire beasts and ancient symbols of power. Currently, they were wide open. Atticus's steps paused, his gaze narrowing as he saw a procession of people who were on both knees in front of the gate, facing his direction. It can't be for me. Is it for grandfather? Reaching this conclusion, Atticus continued his steps and approached, scrutinizing each of them thoroughly. They each had snow-white hair with different styles and were each wearing almost the same identical outfit. A simple armless robe littered with the colors and formless shapes of searing fire. If there was one thing that was apparent, it was the insane amount of fire elemental cues that each one of the people on the floor was emitting. Well, almost all of them. Atticus walked towards and stood in front of an old man who was also on both knees, bowing respectfully. He was so surprised that he completely forgot all his inhibitions and scrutinized the man thoroughly. Why was Atticus surprised? Well, it was simple. Out of everyone in the area, no matter how much Atticus tried, he couldn't see or feel even a single inch of any elemental cues emanating from him. The old man appeared powerless and at the same time, he felt profound. Only a fool would completely dismiss him as simply an insignificant old man. Atticus didn't even have to think about it, he knew immediately who he had to approach among the people kneeling. He stood silently and waited. But he didn't have to wait long. The Aegis airship suddenly took off from the platform and ascended upwards. A few seconds passed, and the old man stood up shakily from his kneeling position, his piercing eyes immediately landing on Atticus. Atticus, I presume. His voice was sagely as though it was filled with wisdom. Atticus couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The old man had a very long white beard that reached his waist. He had a surprising amount of wrinkles around his face and body, and he appeared insanely old. His back was hunched forward, and he had a long and thin pitch black walking stick he was currently using for support with both hands. Upon seeing this man, only one thought would come to anyone's mind: he was not far from his deathbed. However, appearances could be deceiving. Atticus took his gaze away from the man's body, and their eyes met. It felt searing. To Atticus, it was as though he had suddenly been engulfed with searing hot lava. It didn't affect the surroundings but him directly. Atticus felt his temperature rising at an alarming rate, his clothes becoming drenched in an instant. Drops of perspiration streamed down from his face as his thoughts raced. What the hell? Atticus was at a loss for words. He didn't have to be a genius to figure out that this man was the cause of what was happening. But what was most baffling about this was the fact that the man wasn't controlling the temperature around him, he was controlling his temperature. Atticus couldn't help but feel pissed. The audacity of this man was palpable. It was as though he was telling him that he could control his fire anytime he wanted, as though he were insignificant. No, it's not that. It's a test, Atticus suddenly realized. It was the only thing that made sense at this point. The man knew his name, which meant that he knew Magnus had sent him. Atticus doubted the old man was doing all this to showcase his dominance. Plus, Atticus felt absolutely no ill intent from him. I have to find a way out of this, Atticus's thoughts spun. From this short display, the old man obviously had superior control over the fire element than him, so superior he couldn't even dream of wrestling control over it. Which meant that he had to find another way. Atticus's intelligence operated at mind-numbing speeds, thinking of ways he could get out of this situation. He thought about using his other element for a nanosecond. Being able to use ice would neutralize the effects of his hot temperature, but Atticus was quick to dismiss it. He didn't know the rules, but utilizing another element in a school meant for fire elementalists should be nothing short of blasphemy, a capital offense. So he had to figure out another way. It felt as though a light bulb lit up in his head as a thought suddenly sprung up. It should work. Atticus abruptly closed his eyes and entered a complete state of focus. The old man who saw this couldn't help but feel slightly intrigued. He didn't panic or even ask me why I was doing this. Good, he can use his brain. But what is he trying to do? The old man wondered. Atticus had been right about this. It had been a test, but to the old man, Atticus had already passed it. It was a test of character, to see how Atticus would react when faced with an unexpected situation. Atticus was never meant to regain control over his temperature in the first place. However, what happened next came as a huge shock to the old man. A crimson glow suddenly erupted from Atticus, engulfing his whole body in an instant. Atticus's gaze snapped open, his initial piercing blue eyes now having a hint of red in their irises. The crimson glow enveloping his figure clung to his body like a second skin. With a long breath, Atticus released a deep exhale, his temperature simultaneously dropping back to normal. His intense gaze landed on the shocked old man in a silent declaration: no one would control what belonged to him. Amazing. He used his will to take control over everything in his body. Since I was using only the fire element, I lost control over it. He knew he couldn't wrestle control over the fire with me, so he decided on an alternate method. Such incredible judgment in such a short time frame. And at such a young age. The old man was going through a whirlwind of emotions within him, but only a small smile appeared on his face as he gazed at the small monster in front of him. Atticus didn't release his control over his will, he was still using aerokinesis just in case the man decided to do something stupid once again. But it was all for naught. The old man had been far too impressed to think of doing anything. He nodded his head, snapping out of his thoughts. I have been informed of what is necessary, and I am aware that time is of the utmost importance, so we will go straight to the process. My name is Dakai, but you may address me as teacher. I will be your instructor during the duration of your term in this sanctum. You are most probably used to being worshipped because of your high status, so I would like to get it out of the way from the beginning. Do not expect that from me, nor will you force anyone here to do that. This is a place for learning, not for fueling your ego. Dakai's left hand left the handle of his walking stick, raising it in front of him, and instantaneously, the figure of a woman combusted and appeared in front of them. The woman who appeared in front of them was calm and composed. Despite the fact that she had literally just been transported in front of them with fire, there was no ripple of surprise on her face, as though everything that happened was normal. Instead, the one who showed a hint of shock had been Atticus. The man had teleported her here using fire. Since when could fire teleport people? If it had been the woman who achieved this feat and teleported herself, Atticus wouldn't be as shocked. But the old man had literally manipulated fire and teleported her here. Dakai stifled a chuckle, seeing Atticus's obvious shock. He continued speaking. She will explain the do's and don'ts of this school and also show you around. Our classes will start immediately once you reach the second summit. I wish you good luck. Dakai hit the butt of his walking stick on the ground, instantaneously combusting before disappearing from the scene, leaving an intense heat in his wake. Atticus stared at where he had been moments ago in slight amazement. It would seem as though everything he knew about the elements was very superficial. There was a whole world of things he had no idea of. Follow me. Atticus came out of his thoughts as he heard the woman, turning his gaze towards her to see her retreating figure. He shook his head, forgetting all the questions he had for now and walked forward to catch up. Atticus had been standing outside the gate all this while, just a few steps away. He hadn't thought anything of it before, but as though to announce the change, as soon as Atticus crossed and passed through the open gate, a wave of hot air hit him like a tidal wave, its force and temperature so high and searing that Atticus was almost blown backwards outside the gate. However, Atticus was no pushover. A crimson glow enveloped his legs as he planted his foot firmly on the ground, and akin to an unmovable mountain, he stood his ground. The intense wave subsided, but its scorching temperature remained. However, Atticus was still standing inside the gates. Atticus caught the slight shock that appeared on his guide's face before she immediately regained her composure, facing forward and continuing her steps. However, she wasn't the only one who was shocked. Atticus's interaction with Dakai had been very brief, and by the time they finished, the other individuals had just stood up from their bow to witness the newcomer's actions. He's so young, what is he doing here? Look, he passed the test on the first try. Who is he really? Did he come with our paragon? Could he be one of his grandchildren? The sanctum keeper said his name is Atticus, right? Then he has to be the only child of the family head. A more perceptive person amongst those gathered around speculated. They were each at the master plus rank. It was very easy for them to hear what Dakai had been saying to Atticus. But wait, shouldn't he be at the academy then? He entered last year, right? Yeah, and did I hear that correctly? The sanctum keeper would personally teach him. Whispers and chatter permeated the space as eyes focused on Atticus, wondering what a 16-year-old boy was doing in a sanctum. Young master, it's him. One individual at the back lines turned towards a handsome man with a thin sharp gaze and a powerful aura and said. The man didn't offer any response and simply stared at Atticus. However, the man standing beside him could feel the surrounding temperature increasing. He was clad in the same simple robe littered with flames like most of the people present. But unlike most, he had three distinct shapes of fire that lit up on the back of his robe. His white hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and he had a long sword hanging on his left waist. The other individuals around him, apart from one, stood at a significant distance away from him as though they were each trying to avoid him. The man stared at Atticus with no emotions in his eyes before shifting his gaze to the woman leading him. His expression didn't change, but those who knew him well would notice that his demeanor softened a bit. A few seconds passed before he turned and walked away. She knew about it but didn't say anything. Atticus silently noted that small fact. Without saying anything, he moved forward, observing the crowd of people who were looking at him with intrigue. Atticus noticed that there were two distinct groups of people amongst the crowd. The first were the individuals with simple robes littered with yellow flames. They each appeared to be in their early and late 30s, and the others were clad in a pure red robe and appeared significantly older, around their 60s. Despite being the focus of attention, Atticus had never been one to cower. He walked steadily, his figure exuding effortless confidence. A smile appeared on Magnus's face as he watched the unfolding scene from high above the sky. The Aegis airship was orbiting above the sanctums, and Magnus was currently floating on top of it. A chuckle escaped his lips as he replayed the shocked look on Dakai's face when Atticus overcame his control of the temperature and the subsequent smile of approval. The next couple of days would surely be entertaining. Atticus caught up to his guide and silently walked beside her without saying anything. Everything around him was red. The ground was so scorching hot it appeared as though there was lava underneath a single layer of earth. The temperature seemed to be increasing as he moved further into the sanctum. The walk was weirdly silent, and this was mainly because there was a slight distance between the gate and any structure, so his guide apparently hadn't seen any need to say anything to him. Despite the distance, Atticus could still vividly see it up ahead, a procession of stairs stretching upwards into the sky. The path was marked by 5 distinct peaks, each one a milestone in the ascent. Those are the 5 summits. Atticus's gaze sharpened as he suddenly heard his guide finally speak. She paused slightly before continuing. Consider these summits as stages you must reach and overcome before you can claim to have truly graduated from the fire sanctum. Are they like testing areas or something? Atticus's question echoed around the scorching area, but it didn't get an immediate answer. His guide seemed to be taking her sweet time to respond. It was as though her focus was elsewhere, which Atticus found quite odd. In fact, he felt slightly offended. Perhaps he was already too used to the Ravenstein family members fawning over him that he felt weird meeting one that was indifferent. Atticus couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. Looks like I got a bit proud, he realized. Atticus turned and gave his guide a good look. She was clad in the same simple robe with yellow flames littered all over it. Her skin was flawless porcelain white despite having spent time in what many would call a place many times hotter than a forge. To add the cherry on top, she was very beautiful, and Atticus had no doubt that her family was well off in the Ravenstein family hierarchy. But not as beautiful as my Zoe. What is with this aura of control around her? Atticus was baffled. He had always made it a point to be observant of either the people around him or the environment. As Atticus kept on moving deeper into the sanctum, he could feel the heat increasing around him. However, his guide's situation was different, he could feel it. There was not a single ripple of temperature change around her. It was as though the temperature 5 meters away from her remained stagnant. To be more precise, many could even call the temperature around her cold. Her every step left very visible indentations. It wasn't because they were heavy, no, it was because everywhere she stepped, the temperature of the scorching ground would plummet. It was unnerving. She was doing so much with the fire element by simply walking. His gaze narrowed slightly as he noticed the 3 distinct shapes of glowing flames in a circular motion on her back. That definitely signifies something. Atticus could still vividly remember earlier when he observed the crowd in the area. He had luckily been able to see the back of a few people, noting that each had either 1 or 2 lit up flames on their backs. He hadn't really seen many, but Atticus could sense that having 3 would be rare. You could call it that. After a few seconds, she finally responded. To reach each summit, you must climb the stairs. And once there, you would only be allowed to continue your climb should you pass the test. Instructors would be at each summit to guide you, and they would also be your judges. This time around, she spoke without pause, and Atticus made sure not to miss a single word coming out of her mouth. The summits are the most important part of the fire sanctum, and should you reach a point where you feel like you need rest or time to recover, you would be allowed to descend. And when I'm ready to continue, do I get teleported there, Aura? The woman suddenly shot Atticus a stare, warning him not to interrupt her again. Atticus, initially baffled, simply raised his hand in defeat. What a weird woman, he thought. The woman turned her gaze forward and continued. When you're well rested and ready to continue, just like before, you will start your climb all over again to reach your initial stop. Atticus's expression changed. Should he decide to rest, he would have to start all over again. That sounded so unfair on many levels. Atticus turned, ensuring she wasn't about to speak, and seeing that he was free, he asked his question. Can't we rest on one of the summits? The woman turned towards Atticus with an unreadable expression, but Atticus couldn't help but feel as though she was calling him stupid. You'll understand once you start your climb. Atticus awkwardly cleared his throat. This had to be one of the weirdest conversations he had ever had in his life. He was finding it hard to understand the woman walking beside him. What made him even more confused was the fact that she didn't even show a hint of ill intent towards him, nor did she show even a shred of curiosity or shock. The Aegis crew members had been shocked beyond words when they heard he was going to the sanctums, and yet, this woman hadn't even asked a single question. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. It certainly feels weird to not be the center of attention. The walk went by quickly, and they soon reached the point where different buildings had been built. As I said earlier, the summits are the most important part of the fire sanctum. The sanctum only focuses on advancing the mastery of our element, and so aside from this, there are only essential buildings. There are only 3 buildings you should look out for. First, the residential building. She gestured towards a myriad of simple one-story buildings located west of the sanctum. There are many that are unclaimed, so take your pick. You're allowed to use it for as long as you want, and they all have the basic amenities you would need. The second is that mansion over there. She pointed to the east where a large mansion lay. It is where the sanctum head and the instructors live. No student is allowed to go there, and this is strictly abided by. Lastly, the mess hall. This is where you get your meals. Every meal is free, and it is always open. Atticus noted down the 3 structures with ease. The woman hadn't been lying, that was basically all the structures the sanctum had. The woman suddenly stopped walking and turned towards Atticus. As for the other rules, I suggest claiming a building immediately to get your uniform, as it is mandatory to always wear it. Fights are allowed, but no killing or crippling damages, and any battle happening in the fire sanctum must be fought with fire only. No other abilities, not even utilizing mana. By the time the woman had explained the rules of the sanctum to Atticus, the rest of the other students and instructors alike had already reached the buildings. Must be nice being the grandson of a paragon. The rest of us had to bust our asses to reach this point, and he just gets it handed over to him like that, someone muttered. The shock at Atticus's presence had turned into hate and jealousy, with many believing Atticus was enjoying the luxury they had each suffered to achieve because of his connections. Even though they had each been shocked earlier, at the end of the day, they were proud Master Plus ranks in their own right. Anyone that ended up in the sanctum had the potential to become a Grand Master. Many immediately got back to their devices, choosing to leave the boy that clearly didn't belong here alone. I think I should stop using it. There's no point anymore. Atticus focused inwardly and stopped utilizing his innate skill, conceal, and like a bomb had exploded, his aura abruptly erupted. What was once an advanced plus rank changed and became an expert plus rank. Everyone in the area paused. What was going on? Days back, when Ezard had seen Atticus, he had been able to immediately tell that the latter was in the expert plus rank, just like Magnus had been able to tell a few years back. This was because the perception of a paragon was so profound that it was easy for them to see the mana that was contained inside his muscles and veins. However, only paragons could have such a luxury. The Master Plus ranks attending the sanctum and the instructors alike had all assumed Atticus to be in the advanced plus rank, they were each so sure of this, but now that belief had been shattered. The calm look on the woman's face shattered, her expression finally showing a hint of shock. She wasn't the only one. Many came out of their buildings and focused on Atticus, who had already started calming down his aura. Atticus was incredibly tall, even taller than the 30-plus-year-old woman beside him, but they couldn't be mistaken. He was 16. Why the hell was he in the expert plus rank? Atticus calmed down his aura, his demeanor austere as though he didn't care about the intense gazes fixed on him. He turned towards his shocked guide and asked, "What about the 3 lit fires behind your uniform? I can see others with 2 and 1. What do they mean?" Atticus's question brought her out of her shock, and her expression became calm once more. But Atticus could feel some sort of change in her demeanor towards him. "They represent the number of summits I've conquered. 1 lit flame for the first summit and 3 for the third summit," she explained. Atticus nodded his head in understanding. "I believe that would be all. I will take my leave," she said. "Wait, I have one last question," Atticus interjected. The woman turned towards Atticus, wondering why he stopped her. "What is your name?" The woman paused. Her name. It was the last thing she was expecting to ever get asked. And to be honest, she would have immediately ignored him and walked away. It was simply how she was. But her interest had been piqued. "Joanna Ravenstein," Joanna responded before turning and walking away, leaving no chance for Atticus to introduce himself. Atticus shook his head. "Of course you're a Ravenstein, did you really have to add it?" he muttered. Deciding to stop thinking about it, he focused on his next task. I should get my uniform, he thought. He turned towards the residential buildings and approached. He still got a number of looks from the others, but Atticus ignored them. He reached a building with an unoccupied mark on the door. As Atticus approached, a round device jutted out and scanned him, allowing him entry. Atticus was met with a simple room with an intensely hot temperature. It had a bathroom, wardrobe, table, chair, and a medium-sized bed. Joanna had been right, it did have all the basic amenities. Atticus approached the wardrobe, which had a full mirror, and opened it, seeing a row of uniforms. He picked one up and immediately changed. As soon as he wore it, Atticus felt a slight connection to the attire. He looked through the mirror and saw that there was not a single lit flame on his back. Wasting no time, Atticus left the building and moved towards the center of the sanctum where the bottom of the stairs to the summits was located. Just the temperature there alone had long since passed 1000 degrees Celsius. It was searing, but not so hot that Atticus couldn't handle it, at least not yet. Atticus caught sight of multiple individuals blazing up the stairs as he approached. These guys should really find something else to do, he sighed. The other people who had wanted to go up the stairs had paused upon seeing him before stepping aside. They each stood by the side and watched him without saying anything. He might have been too young to be in a sanctum, but he was still the family head's son. Many were dissatisfied with his presence here, and if not for that small fact, they would have already approached and started something. Atticus paid them no heed and approached the first step. The steps were flaming, each of them burning like embers set on fire. However, not a single smoke was released. The path was also wide enough for 10 people to move side by side, but Atticus turned out to be the only one about to climb. Don't let me get ahead of myself, I should take it one step at a time first and analyze, he thought. Atticus placed a foot on the first step, and just as he was about to place his other foot, he immediately paused and carried his foot away from the flaming step. The sounds of stifled laughter filled the space as some of the onlookers tried hard to stop themselves from laughing at Atticus's abrupt retreat. I knew that was going to happen. Why is he wasting everyone's time? He should just leave. Who wants to bet it'll take years before he can take that first step? The talks went on, but Atticus didn't care about any of them. His thoughts were racing. Immediately, he took that step. He had felt an intense surge of heat moving from the step and into his body, his temperature increasing without his permission. A scene suddenly popped up in his head, the scene of Joanna walking. Let's give it a try, he thought. Atticus took in a deep breath before placing both feet on the first step and then the next step and then another step, each step taken prompting the jaws of the onlookers to drop lower. The shock that enveloped each of the men and women watching the scene was intense. What Atticus was currently doing might seem simple to most, but it was only they who knew just how much time and insane amount of effort it took for them to be able to step on those steps with such ease like Atticus was currently doing. They truly hadn't been joking earlier when they said that it would take a year for Atticus to take a step. In all honesty, it took most of them months to figure it out, months. Considering how young and inexperienced Atticus was supposed to be, it was only obvious that it was going to take him at least twice that long to achieve it. And yet, reality had shattered right before their eyes. Why and how was he climbing so effortlessly? Looks like he's a genius in the fire element just like the family head. One of the onlookers said. I know he's the family head's son, but isn't this too much? He did what took us months to do in a few seconds, another added. Wait, but I heard he had multiple elements. Was that a lie? The last words made many of them ponder. The fact that the family head son of the Ravenstein family could use multiple elements was a subtly known fact among the Ravenstein family. Only a select few in the Ravenstein family knew this fact, and said select few would inform their descendants who also informed others, thus leading to the current situation. But as each of them were reminded of Atticus's multiple elements, they couldn't help but dismiss it as false news. How could he possibly have multiple elements when his fire element mastery was supposedly that high? The chatter was numerous, some already so absorbed in the talk that they forgot they were supposed to climb. However, the individual who was the cause of all of this scene was completely absorbed in his task. What Atticus had decided to do was simple and at the same time incredibly hard. He had gotten this idea when he watched how Joanna was walking earlier. It hadn't been straightforward, but it had been the main source of inspiration. As soon as Atticus put his foot on the step, a surge of heat had moved up from the step and upwards through his foot into his body. Atticus had thought incredibly hard about just how this was possible. Then he remembered Joanna's walk. Each step she took sucked out a certain amount of heat away from where her foot touched, leaving a trail of foot indentations. It was incredible, but Atticus had been focused on another thing. Each foot indentation had the same amount of heat sucked away from it, the same temperature changed. This small fact got Atticus thinking. What if Joanna were to step on a ground that already had the same temperature she had been turning the other indentations to? What would happen then? It was simple, absolutely nothing. It was already the same temperature, there was no need for any temperature change. Given this, what did Atticus do? Simple. In this case, Joanna was the flaming steps and Atticus was the ground. The steps were trying to forcibly change his temperature. So what if Atticus could trick it into believing that he was the same temperature as it? It would require precise and incredible timing and the ability to act without hesitation. As Atticus came to this conclusion and immediately wanted to try out his assumption, he also encountered a problem: he couldn't change the temperature of his body. Atticus didn't know how. However, what he did know how to do was change the temperature of fire. He could make it as hot as he wanted, to an extent of course. A thin veil of fire enveloped Atticus's feet, and as he stepped on each step, Atticus would immediately determine the temperature of the step and swiftly increase the temperature of the fire around his feet to match it. This required an incredible level of focus, one that made Atticus tune out everything else except for what he was doing. However, he was able to do it. Atticus's pace might seem fast to the people watching, but to him, he was moving one step at a time, gradually and carefully. The temperature of each step he took kept on increasing as he ascended, but thankfully, Atticus was able to easily match it. It was as though the people who had been watching him below had snapped out of their reverie and began climbing, as Atticus could see some of them blaze past him at fast speed but not without throwing him an intense look first. Of course, Atticus paid them no heed and continued his ascent. The temperature of the area at the bottom of the stairs had been above 1,000 degrees Celsius. However, the first step had been 1,500 degrees Celsius. At his current step, it had crossed 2,000. It was scorching. Atticus had long since started mitigating the heat of the fire around him, and yet it was still hot. But this heat was far from his limit. Soon enough, the peak of the first summit reared its head as Atticus placed both his feet on the flat ground. His gaze swept the area, taking note of everything. The summit, as he had seen from below, was simply a flat ground, every single inch of it burning like embers set on fire, exactly like the stairs he had just climbed. The ground was at a higher temperature than the last step he had taken, exactly 2,200 degrees Celsius. So that's what Joanna had been talking about. You'll understand when you begin your climb, Atticus thought. This had been Joanna's response when Atticus asked why they just couldn't rest on the summit. Just standing on the summit alone required one to be completely focused and make sure the temperature of their feet matched that of the ground. Atticus turned his gaze away from the ground, looking at the staggering number of individuals on the first summit. Most of them had no fire lit on their backs and were in the process of creating something. Welcome to the first summit. You did well making it here in such a short time. Atticus's head snapped to the side to see an aged man who had appeared a few meters away from him. How did I miss that? Atticus's gaze narrowed. The aged man smiled as he noticed the cold glint in Atticus's gaze. He was clad in an attire slightly different from Atticus's and the others, a pure red robe with 4 lit flames on his back, indicating he was an instructor. The aged man raised his hand. Whoa, easy. I mean no harm. Atticus's gaze widened slightly as he realized he had gotten too surprised and released a little killing intent. He calmed his nerves and bowed slightly as a show of respect. The smile on the aged man's face widened. Definitely not what I was expecting, he thought. Seeing as the tension had calmed down a bit, he continued, I will go straight to the point. This is the first summit, and for you to advance to the next stage, you must pass a test. There are no time restrictions, which means you can take as long as you want. Because of the high number of students, we've resorted to assessing in groups. Since you're new, you'll be joining my group. Follow me. Atticus walked away from the edge and followed the aged man across the summit. Atticus witnessed the scene of multiple groups gathered together at different locations, each one with an instructor with 4 lit flames behind their backs standing in front of them. His appearance made most of them stop what they were doing, their expressions turning to shock as they saw the handsome figure of Atticus on the first summit. Most of them had immediately ascended the flaming stairs after greeting Magnus and didn't have the luxury of witnessing Atticus's ascent. The last thing they had each expected was the boy who had just arrived a few minutes ago reaching the first summit. Atticus didn't care about the looks, and after a few seconds, he finally reached his designated group, swiftly taking a glance at his group mates. They all showed the same shocked expressions on their faces. They knew just how long it took them to reach this level. Tisk, he probably got here by luck, one of the group members whispered to his friend beside him, who didn't bother responding. He knew better than to believe that nonsense. There was no luck when it came to ascending those stairs. A 16-year-old boy had actually done it in a few minutes, the realization hit most like a wave. An intense clap brought each of them out of their thoughts. Alright, this is our newest member, and I'm sure you all know him already. For the sake of fairness, I will explain the rules and demonstrate once again, the aged man announced. Atticus chose a spot at the back of the group and listened to the aged man speak. The rules aren't complicated. All you have to do is recreate what I will demonstrate in a few seconds. It has to perfectly match it, down to the tiniest details, including the color and temperature. The aged man stretched out his hand in front of him. I would advise you to observe carefully as I am only allowed to demonstrate once a day. With a flick of his wrist, thin strips of fire began to materialize in the air. They swirled and twisted, moving with an almost sentient grace. The strips of fire coalesced, their movements becoming more deliberate and precise. Slowly, the flames started to shape into a figure. The heat radiated with an intensity that was palpable, yet the man stood unfazed. As the fire strips continued their mesmerizing dance, they began to take on the form of a person. Details emerged with stunning clarity: a tall figure with broad shoulders, a stern yet noble countenance, and eyes that seemed to burn with an inner fire. The flames adjusted their hues, creating shadows and highlights that made the figure almost lifelike. Within moments, the image formed. It was the perfect image of Magnus, down to the tiniest detail. Atticus's gaze widened. That image, it was perfect. How is this possible? He wondered. His mind swirled. He had been so baffled that his thoughts stuttered. What the instructor had just done might seem normal to many, but only those who had used the fire element before knew just how much of a feat this was. It was incredible. The other group members noticed Atticus's shock, but none of them reacted. They had expressed the same shock when they had first seen the instructor's display. To them, his reaction was justified. In fact, the small fact that he had shown such shock had been the surprising part. To think he actually recognized how profound a feat the creation of that image was. The perfect, identical image of Magnus stood in front of the group, its majesty enveloping the area despite being just an image. Atticus's gaze flashed as he saw the other group members turning away their gazes from the instructor and stretching their hands in front of them, trying to replicate what he had just done. He turned his gaze around, noting that the other groups were also trying to achieve the same feat. Wait, is that all? No explanation. Atticus's gaze eventually landed on the instructor of their group, and it was as though he read Atticus's mind, a small smile appearing on his face. That is all. Replicate this and you will be allowed to advance. Burn it in your memory. It will clear up in 10 minutes, the instructor said. Atticus didn't waste time pondering the fairness and complexity of it all. While he had already memorized the image with his first glance, Atticus gave it a more intense scrutiny, making sure to note down everything about the image. Its temperature too, he reminded himself. After a few seconds, Atticus was finally done. He paused, took a deep breath, and exhaled in the next instant. Clearing his head of all other thoughts, Atticus closed his eyes, his mind working. Atticus played back everything without missing a single detail. As soon as the instructor had said he could only do it once, Atticus had ramped up his perception to the highest level possible. He had even gone as far as using his sense of touch. Because of that, Atticus had been able to note down every single detail of the instructor's display. Truly, Atticus had been expecting an explanation of how the instructor had done it. It was only natural given the fact that this was a school. However, even without it, Atticus believed he had understood a whole lot. From the display, Atticus had learned something profound. The way he had been controlling the fire element since he awakened had been all wrong. Atticus had always simply followed his feelings when it came to manipulating the elements. He had never really given it a deeper thought before. To Atticus, increasing his mastery and ranks of his bloodline would enable him to increase his firepower and how much of his element he could control and utilize in battle. This had been the goal. However, what the instructor had just shown him had completely shattered that goal. He had been chasing the wrong goal from the beginning. It wasn't just about how much fire he could wield, it was about understanding every nuance of it. It was about knowing the intricate dance of its creation, the catalysts that could ignite its fiercest flames, and the vulnerabilities that could snuff it out in an instant. It was about becoming one with the fire, and mastering not just its power, but its very essence. How did Atticus create fire out of thin air? Atticus had simply been relying on feelings all this while. To him, he would simply focus on a point in the air or on his body and then, fire materialized. However, the instructor had shown him the real and true way to create fire. It was in the air. Certain molecules, to be exact. Atticus's perception had been so potent that seeing these microscopic particles was possible. Plus, he had been using his sense of feel, he had felt them. Atticus wasn't exactly sure which was which, but what he did know was that it involved two different molecules. From his knowledge, he had been able to narrow it down somewhat. Oxygen molecules were essential in the creation of fire, and in this case, hydrogen was also involved. Atticus would have never imagined that these molecules, which could be found on Earth, were the cause of these supernatural feats. But of course, there was a catalyst that made this possible, something that didn't exist back on Earth, mana. In actuality, their bloodlineage, the ability to control fire, granted them control over these molecules of oxygen and hydrogen. They were each laying dormant and peaceful in the air, and anytime they wanted to create fire, it was these molecules that would first react. The process by which the instructor had created fire was simple. He willed for fire to be created, thereby connecting with the oxygen and hydrogen molecules in the air. This connection would make each of these molecules react, thereby enabling them to absorb mana from the atmosphere, causing a reaction that would immediately combust. The hydrogen would act as the fuel, igniting and producing intense heat and light, while oxygen would support the combustion process. Without a doubt, all this science talk took away the fun about being able to create fire from thin air. However, it was truly a great find for Atticus. Mana interacted with the molecules to create fire amazing. But this was just the beginning. Atticus suddenly raised his palm and focused all his attention on the air around it. With a thought, a small flame flickered into existence, and despite it being a normal-looking fire, the smile on Atticus's face suggested something else. It had been a normal flame, truly, but Atticus had discovered the difference between how he had been utilizing fire and how the instructor had done. Both ways were the same but at the same time a lot different. Atticus's way had been far too disorganized. He had never paid any attention to it before, but now that he did, he had been able to see what was wrong. Before, when Atticus would form a connection with the molecules in the air, he had done it without any uniformity. This would, in turn, lead to each molecule absorbing mana at their own pace and timing, leading to a fire that was inconsistent in different parts. He could still control its temperature, he could still move it around and unleash devastating attacks with it, but at the end of the day, it simply wasn't perfect. It didn't end at just creating fire. Atticus had been glad to find out that making sure the molecules reacted at the exact same time and pace would create a fire so perfect and uniform that he could do anything he wanted with it. It made it profoundly easier for him to control and manipulate. Atticus's flames could not even dream of doing what the instructor's flame had just done. He would need a change. Atticus turned his gaze around, noting the other group members engrossed in their tasks. They were each trying to take control of the molecules in the air and attempting to make a perfect fire. However, it seemed it wasn't as simple as it appeared. They were each failing miserably, the sounds of sudden combustions and the clicking of tongues filling the space. It seemed as though it required every single bit of their focus to connect with and control each molecule simultaneously, or perhaps it needed a bit of practice. Let's give it a shot, Atticus thought. However, Atticus was feeling completely different. It didn't feel as though he had just found out about the existence of these molecules, it was as if he had always been instinctively aware of them. Atticus had noted it from the beginning. His primordial elemental bloodline was innately different compared to the bloodlines of other Ravenstein family members. His connection to the elements was deeper, and not only that, they were more potent and powerful, making it easier for Atticus to utilize the elements. Since he had just figured out the base material for the element of fire, the next events weren't shocking. Atticus suddenly closed his eyes, entering a state of absolute focus. The aged man in charge of Atticus's group watched each member with a sharp gaze. Looks like there won't be anyone ascending anytime soon, the aged man sighed. It had always been like this. Passing the test of the first summit alone took months for many people, and during this time, he had no other option but to watch them silently. The rules of the sanctum were absolute, they were only allowed to demonstrate, not guide, not that he even saw anything to guide. But it's still great, the aged man nodded his head in approval of the number of people attending the sanctum. Those alone on the first summit numbered more than 100. It was good news for the Ravenstein family. For each attendee, there was at the very least a 39% chance that said individual would eventually become a Grand Master. The aged man's gaze suddenly flashed. That's right, where's the genius kid? He suddenly remembered Atticus, who had reached the first summit in a matter of minutes. Magnus had only told Dakai of the current situation and not the other instructors. While he knew Atticus's identity, he and most were still at a loss as to why he was here. The Ravenstein family valued power over everything. If not for the main family's overwhelming might, they would have been eaten up already. No one valued using their status to easily get privileges that most worked hard for. It was the same case here, or so people believed. If he wants to be accepted, he will have to prove himself, the aged man thought. His gaze found its way towards the back where he saw Atticus simply standing still with his eyes closed. What's he doing? His question was answered in the next instant. Atticus suddenly raised both his arms, the molecules around him seemingly vibrating and trembling in unison. They each moved as though they were one, siphoning mana from the atmosphere with speed. The air around Atticus combusted, and the gaze of the aged man widened as both his arms dropped by his sides. The air molecules around Atticus trembled, each of them combusting into a fiery blaze. The members of the group, who had been completely focused on their tasks, paused their actions, each of them turning their gazes towards Atticus. No way. Their gazes simultaneously widened as they witnessed the ongoing scene. The instructor moved forward slowly, walking past the shocked students and standing a few meters in front of Atticus. Both hands were folded on his chest, looking at Atticus with a serious expression. However, Atticus remained completely still and focused. He could feel each of those intense gazes boring into him, but he paid them no heed. Atticus focused on fire and fire only. His control over the molecules didn't end with just creating fire. Atticus was glad to find out that the molecules weren't destroyed when they combusted. In fact, they were each like tiny pieces that made up the formless fire. The fire suddenly coalesced in front of Atticus, starting from the bottom. The figures of 2 feet began to form. It was insanely hard. Atticus had to split his attention between 3 different points. The first was the fire wrapping around his feet. He made sure its temperature stayed the same as the flaming flat summit. The second was keeping each of the molecules burning at the same rate and temperature. Constantly controlling millions of molecules together was not easy, to say the least. And lastly, using the remainder of his focus to control the molecules into forming the desired shape needed. It was as though he was stacking tiny molecules on top of each other and trying to form something coherent. Atticus didn't rush, nor did he try to do more than he could handle. He made sure he took his sweet time, there was no need to rush. Truly, it was a lot for one teenager. But luckily, Atticus had never been normal. The area around Atticus was quiet. The group members had long since stopped whatever they were doing, each of them looking at Atticus with serious expressions. It wasn't only them, some of the other groups had noticed something odd about their actions, each of them turning and approaching the scene. The shock that enveloped the students and instructors alike when they saw Atticus's perfect fire was palpable. Little by little, molecule by molecule, the time passed. After 30 minutes, the form of a single leg was formed, from the foot to the knee. At this point, there was not a single person on the first summit who wasn't watching Atticus. Compared to the instructor's display, he was moving at a snail's pace. However, none of them watching complained, not even a single sneer. It didn't matter how slow he was moving, what mattered was he was moving correctly. Another 30 minutes passed, and the other leg was formed. Atticus had no plans of stopping. Atticus continued this action for a while, the perfect image of Magnus taking shape. He could vividly remember everything to the last details, even its temperature. Then Atticus opened his eyes slowly, his gaze landing on the numerous men and women staring his way. No, not at him, their gazes were fixed on the perfect image of Magnus in front of him. It had taken more than 4 hours, but in the end, he had done it. He had replicated the instructor's work. The aged man walked towards Atticus, his hands trembling as he reached forward to touch the fire construct. How? His voice sounded strained, his current feelings even more so. The other students went through different sets of emotions, each one more intense than the last. However, it was the instructors who were the most shocked. At this point, it was easy to guess, considering the 4 lit flames behind their backs and their old age. Each of the instructors were simply students who hadn't been able to surpass the 5th summit and become a grandmaster. Those who were good enough had been retained. In their decades of learning and teaching in the fire sanctum, they had never once come across such a thing in their lives. He was 16 years old. He was in the expert plus rank. He had literally arrived a few hours ago. And yet, he had passed the 1st summit. 2 emotions passed through each one of their hearts. The first was unrequited fear towards what was undeniably the monster standing in front of them, and the second, absolute and utter awe. His fire was beautiful. The shocked expression on the aged instructor's face suddenly morphed into a smile, his gaze turning to focus on Atticus, who had a few drops of sweat marring his forehead. Young master, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. The aged instructor abruptly bowed down 90 degrees, his form remaining still as though he had no intention of moving until Atticus gave the word. This talent was otherworldly. The question wasn't if Atticus deserved to be in the fire sanctum, it was whether the sanctum was up to standard in the first place. The other instructors followed his actions until they all ended up bowing to him. The students were at a loss on what to do. The instructors had just bowed all of a sudden. They each ended up having to join them, their figures bowing. Meanwhile, Atticus gazed at each of them with an exhausted look on his face. He had strained himself, and he was truly already tired. The reactions of the onlookers had certainly shocked him, but Atticus was already all too used to situations like this. It didn't faze him. Just as he was about to ask if he had passed the test and leave, Atticus paused. Was he stupid? Why the hell would he want to waste such a good opportunity? Atticus didn't believe in being protected or in a strength that wasn't directly his, but that didn't change the fact that the Ravenstein family would be a useful force to have. This was the perfect place to start a following. Transgressions. Do you mean the pitiful way you all have been treating me since I arrived? The aged instructor froze. He could feel the anger in Atticus's voice. Is it too late? I'm sorry. The forms of the other instructors and students alike bowed slightly deeper. They had assumed that Atticus was purely using connections to attend this sanctum, but now that they found out that it wasn't the case, many couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. You know, when I heard about the fire sanctum and the brave warriors that attempt to learn the ways of fire, I was looking forward to attending. However, this all shattered when I stepped into this place. Atticus's voice was low and controlled, yet loud enough to be heard by all. Contrary to what you all think, I'm not angry about the way I was treated. I'm not angry about the hateful looks I was given, nor am I angry about how I was looked down upon. Atticus's voice suddenly changed, its tone becoming cold. Instead, I'm angry about something else. How dare you? How dare you all to think that my grandfather, our paragon, would stoop so low as to use his authority to break the rules and place me here if I hadn't deserved it? The hearts of instructors and students alike trembled as a certain realization set in. He was right. Magnus had been the one to send Atticus here. While it was true that their hate had been directed at Atticus, ultimately the one they had been accusing of such was Magnus, their frigid paragon. Please forgive our ignorance. This time around, it was everyone in the area who screamed, some of their limbs trembling. The power of a paragon was absolute. Atticus maintained his aura of calmness, his expression serious. I told you, I was never angry. I am not here to seek vengeance or to harbor grudges. I am here to learn, to train, and to honor the Ravenstein family always. Hearing those words, the hearts of the people present couldn't help but grip. Not only were they being lectured by a 16-year-old, but to think he was so honorable. Those words didn't sound like the ramblings of a young boy, they sounded like those of a true warrior. The aged instructor in charge of Atticus's group stood up from his bow, his expression having turned firm. He walked closer to Atticus before abruptly stopping a few meters away. It was always the duty of the old generation to pave the way for the new generation. As he met Atticus' gaze, he could only see one thing: the future. His right arm hit his chest hard before he sank to one knee. It took a second, but all of the other instructors joined along with some students. No words were spoken, but at this point, words weren't needed. Actions spoke louder than words. Perfect. It wasn't as hard as I expected. Atticus wasn't one who fancied talking too much. He had just given it a try and was glad it worked. However, he made sure not to reflect the happiness in reality. Atticus made sure to note the faces of the students who hadn't knelt down. It might be nothing, but it might come in useful in the future. Atticus allowed the tension to calm down a bit before speaking. Get up, all of you. I understand your sentiment, and just know that everything we do is for the best of our family. I should leave. I'm almost at my limit, he thought. Watching each of them rise, Atticus turned to the aged instructor. If I descend, would I have to take the test again? Yes, young master, he responded respectfully. I see. Atticus was about to ponder about it for a bit before ultimately deciding to descend the stairs. The test on the second summit is definitely harder. I don't think I can get through it as I am. After saying some short goodbyes, Atticus turned and immediately descended the summit. The way down proved to be easier than the way up as the temperature kept on decreasing as he descended. Atticus reached the bottom after a few minutes and immediately made his way back to his room to get some sleep. A loud chuckle sounded across the space, and each of the instructors and students alike who were on the second summit turned their gazes towards the cause, Atticus. It was very odd seeing the man smile, not to talk about laughing. Atticus didn't seem to care about all this as he held his staff tightly. He achieved it in hours. Hours. Amazing, amazing. To think fire is just one of his 8 elements. Atticus's thoughts were racing. Even he had been skeptical when he heard Magnus's order, thinking it was a mistake. But ultimately, their paragon's words were law. However, he never would have imagined that the boy had surpassed every single expectation he had. Not only that, Atticus saw what he did, using Magnus to appear honorable to the public. It was ingenious. Now word would spread across the sanctum, and the perception people have of him would change. How am I just finding out about this boy? The grin on his face widened. The others would freak when he attends their sanctums. Atticus slept for a few hours, and when he woke, he felt refreshed. It was one of the issues of overutilizing your bloodline. It would directly affect the stamina of the user, forcing them to rest to recover. Atticus freshened up and then left his room, heading directly to the summit. It was late in the evening, and Atticus was glad that they were allowed to ascend the summit anytime they wanted. Atticus received the usual stares as he walked, but he could feel a difference this time around. It wasn't only hate, awe and skepticism were mixed in. Atticus acted as usual and ignored them. He didn't waste time and approached the instructor before creating the image of Magnus in a few hours. After responding to some well wishes, Atticus approached the stairs and started ascending up the flaming steps. This time around, when climbing the burning stairs, Atticus did something different. Instead of using fire around his feet, Atticus decided to apply the principle of controlling molecules this time around. This way, he was able to figure out how he could increase his temperature. It was all in the process. The molecules were present in his body too. Instead of allowing the molecules to combust, all he had to do was let them radiate as much heat as possible. It was tricky at first, but Atticus got the hang of it, reached the first summit, and passed the test. After that, Atticus immediately approached the steps of the second summit. The atmosphere on the first summit was a bit more relaxed than before. The instructors and others alike made sure to pay their respects to Atticus immediately when they saw him. Not only was he the son of the family head, but he was also otherworldly talented. Atticus returned their greetings with his own. He made sure to show them that he was honorable and humble, making a very good first impression. Fortunately, the principles of the burning stairs didn't change for the second summit. Atticus continued to use the same approach as earlier as he controlled the temperature of his feet. With each passing second, Atticus could feel his proficiency increasing. Although it was minuscule, he was getting used to manipulating and controlling the molecules. Atticus took his time and ascended step by step. Soon enough, he reached the second summit. It was unlike the first in almost every way. They're strong, Atticus thought. He had always known that each individual in the sanctum was at the Master Plus rank and each one was the cream of the crop, elite. However, there was a significant difference between the people of the first and second summits. These people felt sharper, their aura more searing and dominant. They were also more reserved than the people of the first summit, which made sense when Atticus thought about it, considering each of them had spent more time in the sanctum strictly learning about the element of fire. Not only were each of them able to sense him immediately when he stepped foot on the summit, but rather than the shocked looks the people of the first summit had given him, their gazes were calm. But the intensity with which they scrutinized Atticus was staggering, a multitude of questions running through their heads. Their gazes narrowed as they sensed the molecules that Atticus was controlling. He could already manipulate them. Come, a voice boomed, resonating across the summit. Each of their gazes, including Atticus's, turned towards the middle of the summit where a man stood. With his back hunched, beard long enough to reach his waist, and both hands on his staff, Decai's firm gaze locked onto Atticus. His voice left no chance for refusal. Atticus wasted no time and approached. The second summit wasn't aesthetically different from the first, it was the same flat ground. The only difference was that it was more scorching hot, and the number of students was far less, barely close to 90. Good, Decai said as Atticus reached him. The others couldn't help but frown. Although he had said it earlier, they found it hard to believe that Decai was personally going to instruct him. Sure, Atticus was a very important figure in the family, but Decai's worth could not be measured. His insights into the fire element were so profound that he had been given the title, Father of Fire. At the same time, this man was the same person who couldn't stop laughing a few minutes ago. Why was he now so serious? Decai looked up to meet Atticus's gaze as he neared. The scene was slightly comical, as Decai, who was trying to act all imposing, was shorter than Atticus. It's commendable you made it here in such a short time, but don't be fooled with the notion that what you've just done is special in any way. He raised his walking stick, hitting its butt on the floor. Molecules materialized and started swirling around him. They moved slowly initially before picking up speed. Soon enough, they each ignited into a tempest of fire blazing around Decai. What you've just achieved has simply been done before, the only difference is, you learned it quicker than anyone. While this is commendable, it means nothing in real battle. The fire coalesced behind him as he spoke, forming into the majestic figure of Magnus with insane speed. The fact that you learned it quicker than everyone wouldn't save you, it wouldn't help you either. It wouldn't do anything. Only one thing can help you, if you're able to utilize it during battle. Atticus was silent throughout Decai's speech. The old man's words would have offended many, but Atticus had actually appreciated them instead. Every single word coming out of Decai's mouth was the cold hard truth. So what if he had been able to understand and create true fire? It meant nothing if he wasn't able to utilize it during battle. The figure of Magnus suddenly burst into numerous molecules that dispersed in the air, each of their forms dimming until they became nearly invisible once more. The test of the second summit is simple: form that construct in 1 minute. Atticus paused, his eyes widening slightly. It took him 4 hours. 4 hours just to create that construct, and now Decai was asking him to do it in a minute. Decai smiled slightly as he saw Atticus's shock. He hit his walking stick on the ground, getting Atticus out from his thoughts. You're supposed to figure this out yourself, but because of the time constraints, I will give you a hint, so listen closely. Atticus tuned out every other thing and focused on whatever Decai was about to say. Not only him, but the other students also perked up their ears and subtly neared the duo, not wanting to miss what he was about to say. Advice from the Father of Fire himself was something so valuable that many would kill for. Decai continued, don't try to control them, connect and communicate with them. That's all. Don't try to control them, connect and communicate with them. These words sounded very simple and normal, but they held immense significance. Atticus immediately entered a deep state of focus upon hearing Decai's words. His gaze became unfocused as he pondered. Decai, who saw this, smiled slightly before silently exploding into flames and disappearing, only to reappear a distance away from Atticus, giving him time and space to think. It'll be up to him from now on, Decai thought, his hands holding his walking stick trembling with excitement. In all his decades of learning and teaching people about fire, he had never come across someone like Atticus before. Not even that fool could compare. Dakai couldn't help but remember one hot-blooded man who had attended the fire sanctum in the past, Avalon. Both Avalon and Dakai hadn't had the best of relationships, mostly because of Avalon's hot-blooded personality, but even Dakai had to admit that his talent was the best he had ever seen in his life, the best until now. Now, Dakai had found a monster in human skin, one that none of them could even dream of competing against. What were the odds that the boy would be his kid? Haha, Dakai thought, focusing his gaze on Atticus, not even minding the rest of the students who had also begun to ponder his words. Don't control, connect with them. Atticus repeated those words in his head multiple times as if trying to uncover their true meaning. However, it would seem as though Dakai hadn't been trying to be cryptic in the first place. Atticus had directly taken up the literal meaning. He means that I shouldn't try to control the molecules Buddha connect with them. How? Atticus didn't waste time pondering. Instead, he instantly closed his eyes and tried to get a feel for the molecules in the air around him. Atticus felt like if he wanted, he could at any time stimulate each of them with a single command. But Dakai had obviously advised against doing that, so Atticus chose to do as Dakai had said and communicate. Immediately, Atticus felt a weird reaction envelop him as he observed the reactions of the molecules. He had always felt a deeper connection to the element, and the next situation just proved that fact. They apparate a happy. Atticus didn't know how to explain it. Before, when he had been commanding them, he would always send an intense wave towards them. But now, it was as though he was caressing them. It went without saying that they visibly enjoyed it. Move right, Atticus asked, and they instantly followed his instructions and moved. He repeated the same thing with the other directions, trying to get a feel for everything. After a few minutes, and when Atticus felt he had gotten a good enough grasp, he changed the game. Ignite together. The air around Atticus ignited into flames, a tempest of fiery storm. The other students, who had each been trying to follow Dakai's advice, all stopped and shot Atticus stares. Had he done it? They weren't sure if he had achieved this using Dakai's advice or not, but Dakai himself knew the answer to that. Both hands holding his walking stick clenched hard. Insanity. Absolute insanity. He actually formed a connection. In minutes. Dakai couldn't believe his eyes. He had utilized his other senses too, but he ended up receiving the exact same answer. Atticus had actually formed a connection. Unbelievable. Atticus didn't lose focus and kept up his connection with the molecules. He found out that the molecules were like dogs, able to follow simple and direct instructions. A few moments passed, and he decided to ramp up the process. Atticus asked, and the fire coalesced in front of him. Then began one of the most annoying and anger-inducing moments of Atticus's life. Truly, the molecules preferred and followed simple instructions, and this small fact made it difficult for Atticus at first to instruct them into forming a construct of Magnus. There was a whole lot of complexity that he initially found hard to convey to them, which made him waste a lot of time starting the process all over again countless times. After about 30 minutes, Atticus finally got the hang of instructing them to move intricately. It was like training an army of dogs. Now that he knew exactly how to handle them, this time wouldn't be wasted again. Soon enough, the construct formed in front of Atticus, and despite the fact that it had taken close to an hour to form, a stark contrast to the minute he had been giving to Atticus was all smiles. This bloodline sure is powerful. Atticus turned his gaze around, looking at the others who were staring at him with narrowed gazes. But the one with the most intense stare was Dakai. Dakai said nothing and simply stared at Atticus, his heart trembling. Atticus averted his gaze. What a weird old man. He regained his focus and released his control over the construct, its figure getting snuffed out. Afterward, Atticus rekindled his connection to the molecules and began forming the construct right from the start. The second time around, it took Atticus exactly 15 minutes to accomplish, shocking the living daylights out of the onlookers. This was the second summit. They each knew just how long they had spent in the fire sanctum altogether. To them, everything Atticus was doing was unreal. The third time, Atticus halved the earlier time, finishing at a mind-numbing 7 minutes. He wasted no time and tried once again, this time finishing in 3 minutes. At this point, a crowd had gathered around Atticus, each one utterly silent. Atticus took in a deep breath and focused, connecting with the molecules in the air. Atticus was glad to see that this new way of creating fire wasn't as consuming as the old way. He still felt energized despite having created the construct multiple times. In the process of creating these constructs, Atticus kept on learning and adapting, adjusting to the rhythm and tune of the molecules. By the time he finished his fifth construct, Atticus took in a deep breath. Let's get it done now. Atticus's gaze snapped open, and fire ignited in front of him, coalescing and contorting with finesse. Bits by bits, and molecules by molecules, a construct started forming in front of him. However, unlike the other times, exactly 57 seconds passed before the full and majestic construct of Magnus was formed. Every single person watching Atticus felt their hearts freeze. He had actually done it. He had passed the test of the second summit within hours of reaching it. The people of the second summit didn't react like those at the first summit. At the first, they had each been shocked beyond words but, in the end, believed it was possible and felt the need to bow. But at the second summit, it was as though they were each watching a miracle happen before their eyes, something that shouldn't be possible, something that shouldn't happen in reality. There was just utter silence, none of them reacting. Atticus didn't say a word and met Dakai's stare. The old man had barely been able to regain his composure, but his hands clenched his staff so tightly the whites of his knuckles were showing. His voice boomed. Atticus Ravenstein, you have passed the test of the second summit. Atticus felt something warm appear on his back. It was insanely subtle and appeared like a tiny lit flame behind his back. There are two. Atticus hadn't noticed it before, but there was another hot spot on his back. It was just as subtle as what he had just felt, and Atticus was surprisingly sure that it had been there for a long while. Looks like it's an indication that I passed the first and second summits. The people of the second summit, especially the students, fixed their gazes on the second lit flame on Atticus's back, a wave of different feelings enveloping them. Most felt jealousy, while others were still beyond shocked at what was happening. But neither Atticus nor Dakai cared about their thoughts. You can descend and rest if you want to. The third summit will be more challenging than the second. Atticus could feel that Dakai's tone had become softer than before. In fact, before it felt as though the old man was trying hard to be firm but had faltered because of Atticus's actions. I will meet you at the third summit. Dakai waited for no response before bursting into motes of light and disappearing from the scene. Atticus stared at where Dakai had been standing, his gaze narrowed. Before, when he had first seen it, Atticus had absolutely no idea how Dakai had done it. But now that he had gained a bit more knowledge about the basics of the fire element, he finally had a bit of an inkling. As he had been saying from the very beginning, it was all in the molecules. He had connected with them and given them instructions, but that's really vague. I'm not sure, but it looks like there's some kind of levels or stages to this. Atticus, of course, had no idea what exactly Dakai had asked the molecules to do for him, but he knew for sure it hadn't been something as simple as igniting. It had been something sophisticated, he was sure of this. Something that he couldn't achieve currently as he could only give the molecules simple instructions. Atticus cleared his thoughts. Should I continue? He pondered. That man wouldn't give useless advice. After seeing what I can do, he still believes that the third summit would be hard. Atticus thought about it for a bit and ultimately decided to descend. He would be a fool if he didn't take Dakai's advice seriously. Plus, I'll be able to train and become more adept at connecting with the molecules. Atticus turned to leave but wasn't able to get far. Why, young master? Atticus heard a voice from behind him and turned to see a slender man with the distinct Ravenstein white hair running towards him. The man reached his front and stood. Atticus simply stared without uttering a word. The man seemed lost for words as though he wanted to say something but didn't know how to. The scene instantly became weird until the man realized something. Shit, I didn't greet him. The man quickly bowed respectfully and greeted, I apologize for the oversight, young master. It's an honor to meet you. Hypocrites, Atticus's blood became cold, but he made sure not to show it. He hated this kind of people the most in the world. They had all been looking at him coldly a few seconds ago and now that they had seen how talented he was trying to buddy up. Without a single apology, no less. The man gulped. What the hell? He had just raised his head to meet Atticus's stare, and it was like looking into the eyes of a wild predator. Despite Atticus being a 16-year-old, the man felt fear. The other people on the second summit were focused on the two. Most already knew what the man wanted, and they each also wanted to benefit from it. Regardless of his fear, the man mustered up his courage. Why, young master, I would like if you could explain to us how you achieved this. The other individuals all perked up their ears, hoping he would respond. The instructors in the area, instead, were intrigued. They each wondered what he was going to say. Just like Dakai, they were already aware of Atticus's feats back at the first summit. All the instructors were masters of the fire elements in their own right. Just when it seemed that Atticus wouldn't respond. Exactly what the instructor said. Connect with them, don't control them. Be you. Atticus's words were short and brief, and immediately after finishing, he turned and started walking towards the edge of the summit, leaving the stupefied crowd. They all knew that they were supposed to form a connection, the only question was how. Atticus didn't stop his steps and kept on moving, beginning his descent. Upon reaching the first summit, another intense wave of shock ran through everyone present as they each saw the two lit flames on Atticus's back. He had conquered the second summit already. Their shock was palpable. Many of them couldn't help but clench their fists. He truly was a monster. Atticus greeted many as he passed, and soon enough, he descended and found himself within the confines of his room. Atticus woke up feeling refreshed. Unlike the last time, he hadn't needed much rest because he didn't strain himself this time around. Atticus took a short bath before putting on his clothes. The attire had enchantments that made it practically impossible to get dirty. This was the only reason why only one attire was provided for each person, with enchantments to avoid any discomfort. Feeling thoroughly refreshed, Atticus stepped out of his room and immediately made his way to the summits. He still received a few stares, but these stares would instantly turn into absolute shock when their gazes landed on the two lit flames on Atticus's back. There was no one who didn't know what they signified. He had passed the first two summits. Not everyone had been on the first and second summits when Atticus showcased his mind-blowing talent. Some had been in their rooms, resting, and some eating. But their eyes weren't deceiving them, there were most definitely two lit flames on his back. The rules of the sanctum were absolute. Most of them were forced to believe that their paragon was using his authority to get Atticus here but just couldn't bring themselves to believe that those two lit flames were a lie. It would be insanely cheap if it were true, which made them believe that those flames were the real deal. He had just arrived today and had passed two summits. It was insane. Atticus soon reached the bottom after passing through the sanctum. There were a few people there that Atticus could recognize, but he didn't waste time and quickly began his ascent. The journey, if anyone could call it that, was smooth. It went by without any pause. Atticus had increased his pace considerably, practically blazing through the stairs. Just like before, he simply had to train the molecules around his feet. It was like training a dog. He placed his leg on a step, asking them to mimic the temperature, after which he removed and placed it on another step, repeating this action until they started doing it without him asking. This might sound time-consuming, especially if he had to train them every time he wanted to do something, but Atticus was glad to find out that he could literally surround himself with molecules he had already trained. He could simply deepen his connection with them over time and hopefully reach Dakai's mastery. Atticus soon reached the first summit, finishing the test in a minute, the same with the second summit's test. After that, he began his climb to the third summit. The nature of the burning steps hadn't changed, only its temperature. At this point, it was already well over 5,000 degrees Celsius, but Atticus was still able to withstand it because of his increased proficiency with the molecules of fire. He reached the third summit, and a palpable wave of shock hit the people there. Unlike the first and second summits, the people of the third summit hadn't descended since Atticus arrived. They had all been focused on their tasks, forgetting that he even existed. They were more shocked than the people of the first and second summits combined. This was the third summit. A place it took them more than a year to achieve. Thoughts of foul play crossed their minds, but they immediately dismissed them as they saw Atticus's aura and how the molecules flowed harmoniously around him. He was the real deal. Atticus approached Dakai, who stood silently in the middle of the summit. His gaze swept through the area, taking note of a few things. As he had anticipated, the people of the third summit felt way stronger than those of the second. They also each appeared older, and considering Dakai's warning, it seemed they had spent years in the third summit already. This was the reason why there were hardly any Ravenstein instructors in the academy. During the years they would be given the chance to work, many would be busy at the sanctums, training. Atticus reached Decai and bowed slightly in front of him. Decai hit his walking stick on the floor with a loud bam, bringing each of the people in the area out of their reverie. Congratulations, you have reached the third summit, but I would advise you not to become too comfortable. This is where things start to get difficult. Seeing Atticus's unchanged expression, Decai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Can this kid ever be worried? Decai cleared his thoughts. I love your spirit. Let's get straight to it then. The butt of his walking stick hit the ground once more, but this time fire erupted from below, swirling around him in a fiery storm. It coalesced behind him with mind-numbing speed, forming into the figure of Magnus, but this time the construct was holding a spear. Its eyes suddenly lit up a brilliant white as its massive figure abruptly coiled back with the spear held vertically. With a smoothness and speed that made many hearts in the area tremble, it erupted forward, its spear piercing forward with intense power. It seemed as though an intense energy flowed from its legs to its torso and through its hands. As the spear reached outward, a powerful beam of fire shot out from it, blazing through the air and destroying everything in its path. Atticus watched with wide eyes as the beam continued its ascent through the air, away from the summit and the sanctum. What the hell? As though reading his mind, Decai responded. The old man appeared not to have moved a single inch despite that spectacular display of power. That is the test of the third summit. There will be no time limitations, but I expect favorable results from you. Good luck. Decai burst into tiny motes of light, leaving the baffled Atticus and the odd people of the third summit alone. Atticus was silent for a few minutes. He didn't speak nor did he think. After those few minutes passed, something finally popped up in his head. He used the construct to perform an arta. The display left Atticus feeling utterly baffled. The fire element was truly profound. I assumed I've figured out everything, but it seems like that old man has ways of bringing me back to reality. So where do I start from? The students of the third summit stood odd at the sides. Their gazes were still focused on the beam, showing no signs of stopping. That was what they had been trying so hard for years to recreate. The instructors had done a good job demonstrating this move, but no one could do it as well and effortlessly as Decai. The students snapped out of their reverie and turned towards Atticus standing in the middle. Welcome to the third summit, young master. A burly man whose demeanor screamed confidence approached Atticus. Atticus paused for a second, but after scrutinizing the man and seeing no hint of ill intent, he responded. Hello. The burly man smiled as he saw the confused look on Atticus's face. He understood completely why he had that look. Why am I talking to you? The man took Atticus's silence as a yes, an intense grin appearing on his face. Because you, young master, are the real deal. The burly man's expression turned serious. I must apologize for the cold welcome you received when you arrived at the sanctum. I'm sure you know this already, but most of the people here at the sanctum come from families with significant influence in the Ravenstein family. Atticus swept his gaze around, looking at the gathered white-haired individuals. However, despite this influence, every single person here got into the sanctum based on pure hard work. To enter the fire sanctum, you not only have to have an intense talent for the element of fire, but you also have to have made a significant contribution in the human domain, something that would bolster the name of the family. We have each gone through that, and it is something we carry with pride. I mean no disrespect, young master, but seeing a 16-year-old boy, regardless of him being from the main family, basically tarnishing our pride was something that we all didn't take well. However, one glance at the fire molecules around you would suggest that we were wrong. Which is why we are apologizing to you. Each one of the individuals in the third summit gathered around Atticus with firm gazes. With a fist placed on their chest, they each bowed and greeted in unison, young master. Atticus's response was a cringe, insanely so. The first time he had said it, it had the elements of cringe. However, what now made it intense was the fact that he repeated the same exact thing he had said at the first summit, word for word to the people of the third summit. After he was done, Atticus almost felt like puking, however, it was only him. The people of the third summit had been thoroughly touched. So touched that the burly man had immediately approached and offered to do something that shocked even the instructors on the summit. Everything you've learned so far. The burly man nodded seriously. Yes, young master. The test of the third summit is something that requires a lot of time to achieve. Firstly, because you have to rack your head to figure out what they did in the first place, and the second part is recreating it. Atticus nodded and motioned for him to continue. While he believed that he would eventually figure it out, Atticus wasn't so prideful that he would refuse obvious help, especially if it would speed up the time it would take to pass this summit. What he would face a year from now was still at the forefront of his mind. He had no time to waste on things when he had an alternative. The burly man quickly began explaining, but he wasn't the only one. As soon as the burly man was done, surprisingly, the other people of the third summit started approaching him one by one, sharing their findings so far. Most of them had been at the third summit for over a year, and Atticus found everything they said profoundly useful. It was a bit shocking they had done this. It seemed that they let go of their inhibitions as soon as they saw that Atticus was the real deal. It lasted for about an hour, and during this hour, Atticus listened to every one of them, making sure he didn't miss a thing. Afterwards, he excused himself from the group and sat down cross-legged on one side of the summit, immediately entering an absolute state of focus. With mind-numbing speed, Atticus collated every single piece of information he had gotten from the group. Truly, it wasn't much, it was simply the same process, but each of them explained it in different ways. It was all in the molecules. First things first, the construct. Before, Atticus had been simply creating a stationary construct. Something that wasn't meant to move. Basically a statue. But given the demonstration, that would most definitely have to change. In order for his construct to become functional and mobile, Atticus had to add many elements he had never considered before. He had to incorporate joints to allow for movement, as well as mechanisms to enable fluid motion and balance. This involved designing a complex system of interconnected parts that could work together seamlessly, almost like an intricate puzzle coming to life. In essence, Atticus had his work cut out for him. In addition to this, apart from designing a construct that could move, Atticus would also have to design one that could utilize mana. His observation hadn't been wrong, and the other people of the third summit confirmed it. What Dekai's construct had used hadn't been the fire element, but it had been pure mana. There are arts that enable people to utilize the elements, but to think a construct could do that. Apart from mobility, Atticus would have to create a way for mana to flow smoothly through its body. It was a heavy project, and Atticus couldn't help but understand just how the people of the third summit had spent so much time here. This will take time. Let's get to work. Atticus's gaze firmed as he closed his eyes. A week passed just like that. It had taken Atticus hours to pass the first and second summits, something that had blown people's minds. But as he reached the third summit, he encountered his first major challenge, passing its test. It was unlike the first and second summits and required a great amount of work and effort to activate two things that Atticus hadn't lacked this past week. To Atticus, who had mostly been training, this time had gone by in a flash, and he truly had no idea where the time went. Most of the hours of the day and even days were spent on the summit. Atticus would only descend and rest for about 4 hours before ascending once more. He had been thoroughly focused on his tasks. And after 1 week of constant practice, Atticus finally believed that he was ready to give it a real try. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the third summit, Atticus closed his eyes. It had been a humongous task, almost like creating a living being from scratch. Here we go. A subtle wave spread out from Atticus as he formed a connection with the molecules in the air. The air around him ignited, fire coalescing in front of him. Atticus's gaze snapped open, his perception ramped up to full speed as he started giving out instructions. While it was true that the molecules of fire could only follow simple instructions, this had changed over time as Atticus's connection with them deepened. The week hadn't been for naught. He learned to use his senses to guide them more precisely, even with basic instructions. This profound connection allowed him to orchestrate the molecules into a complex construct. To create the construct, Atticus had to take note of different things. He began by visualizing its internal framework. He designed joints and articulated parts to provide mobility, ensuring that each segment could move independently yet cohesively. The construct needed a robust skeleton-like structure to support its form, so he concentrated on forming a core network of dense, flaming molecules. This had taken him time to design, a days, in fact. Atticus didn't lose focus and meticulously directed the molecules to arrange into muscle-like fibers around this core. These fibers, though composed of fire, mimicked the flexibility and strength of real muscles, which would allow the construct to move with agility. He created ligaments and tendons from tightly bound flames, linking the joints and enabling smooth, controlled motion. Furthermore, Atticus designed a neural pathway for mana within the construct. Atticus couldn't channel mana through the construct directly, but he had something better. Since the molecules could absorb mana on their own, he had painstakingly learned how to use that. The absorbed mana would pass from one molecule to another, flowing through the construct like a wave. The construct, though essentially millions of flaming molecules intricately placed together, was the perfect representation of Magnus. Its exterior was a solid shell of fire, protecting the delicate internal components and giving it a formidable presence. The people of the Third Summit had long since paused their actions, each of them fixing their wide-open eyes on the unfolding scene. The construct had just been created, now it was time to see if it could move. Atticus took a deep breath, focusing intently on the intricate web of molecules that comprised the construct. Controlling millions of molecules simultaneously was an immense challenge, requiring him to maintain a delicate balance between precision and power, especially considering that he had to give the molecules simple instructions constantly. He was at least glad they could be trained. If not for Atticus's intense connection to the molecules, he doubted if he could have reached this level in such a short time. His mind raced as he issued commands, each one a simple directive yet demanding exact coordination. Firstly, he attempted to make the construct raise its arm. The effort felt like trying to manipulate countless individual threads in unison. He had to keep track of the position of every molecule, ensuring they moved in harmony without disrupting the structure. It was as if he were conducting a symphony, each molecule a note that had to be perfectly in tune with the others. It was insane. Truly, Atticus understood why only Master Plus ranks were expected to be at the sanctum. It was as draining as it was exhausting. He felt as though if he had any less intelligence and perception it would be impossible to continue. As the construct's arm began to lift, Atticus could feel the strain. The muscles of fire he had crafted responded sluggishly at first, the molecules requiring more time to adjust. He concentrated harder, giving more waves of instructions to correct their positions and errors. The construct's movements grew smoother, but only Atticus knew the effort it took to reach this level. Next, he decided to continue to push the construct, to make it take its first steps. Atticus focused his attention on its legs, giving the molecules instructions. Each movement felt like an exercise in precision, requiring him to adjust the molecules' positions constantly to maintain balance and fluidity. The process was exhausting, a constant battle to keep the fiery construct cohesive and responsive. At the end of the day, he was able to get it to walk, shocking the individuals watching. Each of them had already achieved this feat, but they had spent a year doing it. Granted, they had basically told Atticus everything they had done, but the fact that he was still able to achieve it was incredible. Atticus didn't lose focus. He continued moving the construct until he made sure he had a proper grasp of it. Afterwards, Atticus formed its spear and moved to perform other movements. Just like that, 2 days passed and Atticus stood in front of the old figure of Decai, his gaze firm and ready. The other members of the Third Summit stood at the sides along with the instructors, each of their gazes fixed on Atticus. "You can do it." Decai's baffled question received a firm nod from Atticus. Decai smiled. "All right then, let's see how true it is." Despite Decai's words, there was no single hint of doubt in his voice. It was as though he had no doubt Atticus was telling the truth. They each gave Atticus some space, Decai bursting into flames and appearing in the distance. Afterwards, Atticus closed his eyes and focused, him and the fire molecules in the air becoming one. They each ignited, an intense fire erupting and encompassing the whole space. The molecules coalesced and gathered in front of him, the forms of legs forming from the bottom, molecule upon molecule until the figure of Magnus was formed. An ethereal spear appeared in the construct's arm before solidifying and turning into a thick and long spear. Atticus's gaze snapped open, his focus at its peak. His mind replayed every single movement Decai's construct had done, dissecting it to the last detail. Waves of force spread out from his body as he gave each molecule distinct and direct instructions. The construct responded in kind as it abruptly coiled back with its spear held tightly. Mana transferred from one molecule to the other as it moved from its feet to its arms. Its movement was seamless and smooth, swift and deadly, a perfect copy of Decai's demonstration. The art Dakai's construct had used was a simple novice rank art. It was created so that the novice ranks in the family would still be able to utilize the elements. At this point, with his insane perception, mimicking a simple novice rank art was easy. Dakai smiled. Remarkable. His fire is not only perfect, but it took him just over a minute to create the construct. The other Ravenstein Master Plus ranks in the area gawked at Atticus's sheer display of skill. None of them had achieved what he had just achieved, and they had been here for years. The construct moved without hesitation, an intense beam of fire shooting out of its spear. The wide-eyed gazes of the people of the third summit focused on the ongoing beam, a wave of disbelief hitting them like a tidal wave. He had actually done it. It wasn't as powerful or hot as Dakai's, but regardless, it was something great. You've exceeded my expectations once more. This time around, Dakai just couldn't control his emotions. Immediately after Atticus's construct had shot that beam, he appeared in front of him in a burst of flames, startling Atticus slightly. 1 week, unbelievable, Dakai murmured constantly, scrutinizing Atticus thoroughly. How is this possible? He asked in disbelief. Dakai was happy, he was excited about what the future would hold, and he was anticipating the rise of the Ravenstein family. However, despite this, deep down inside there was this sense of bafflement within. Dakai just couldn't understand how he was this talented. It wasn't slightly, it was an overwhelming amount of talent. Dakai wanted answers, but unfortunately, aside from him being an honorable man, the man that brought Atticus to the sanctum could not be challenged. I'm sure he's currently watching. Dakai shivered slightly. He could feel Magnus's gaze on him. Clearing his thoughts, he spoke with a small smile. You still need more practice to completely master it. I advise you to spend the rest of the day doing that before ascending to the next summit. I'll see you on the 4th summit. Dakai waited for no answer and disappeared from the scene. Atticus sighed, releasing a large exhale. He kept on getting disbelieving glances from the other Ravenstein men and women of the 3rd summit. Feeling another lit flame appear on his back, Atticus nodded. He smiled slightly and bowed his head towards the burly man and others who had helped him earlier by explaining each of their experiences. They had helped him fast-track everything. Young master. They each bowed back. Words could not begin to express how good they felt to actually be of help to such a monster. The members of the Ravenstein family, as with other families, were always praying and hoping for a strong, confident, and charismatic leader to lead them. Looking at the back of the retreating Atticus, each of them couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. He was perfect. Atticus did just as Dakai asked and used the rest of the day to practice the move. He tweaked the structure of the construct a few times, making sure he was perfectly adept at controlling them. The day passed by quickly, and Atticus descended the summit to get some rest. As the morning sun illuminated the sanctum, the figure of Atticus moving up a bunch of burning steps came into view. The temperature was scorching. It was well above 8,000 degrees Celsius already. His proficiency with the element might have increased, but his potency still remained the same. Atticus could feel an intense heat rack the entirety of his body. However, like he had always done, he endured. Soon enough, Atticus reached the 4th summit, his gaze scanning around the area. On the 4th summit, there were only 5 individuals. Atticus's gaze flashed, his eyes meeting that of Joanna standing in one corner of the summit. Along with the rest, she showed visibly shocked expressions on her face. Unlike the people of the 3rd summit, they had already sensed Atticus while he was still ascending the stairs. At first, they had believed that someone had finally passed the test of the 3rd summit and was ascending, but they each had been baffled. None of them were expecting any company anytime soon considering the average time frame the 3rd summit always got completed. The last person they had expected was the boy who arrived a week ago. I heard he was ascending fast, but isn't this too much? A man with thin eyes narrowed his gaze as Atticus approached. Was he that talented? Is this why William lost? He was the same man with a powerful aura who had been staring at Atticus when he first reached the fire sanctum. He was none other than the older brother of William, whom Atticus had slapped the living daylights out of during the award ceremony, Saren Ravenstein. He was basically the older version of the boy, and oddly enough, they both wielded the longsword. Whoa, tune down your killing intent a bit. The boy's just 16. What could he possibly have done to you? Saren clicked his tongue irritably. This will be bothersome. After that incident at the award ceremony, his father and their family had basically earned the wrath of the main family. Anastasia had acted. Lyanna had acted. Even Sirius and Nathan had acted. His father had been demoted, their status in the Ravenstein family declining at a fast rate. Saren hadn't even been present when it happened. He had been roaming the human domain searching for a way to enter the sanctum when he heard about the events. All of this happened because of one boy, and that same boy was standing in front of him. Saren. 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 What? Saren's head snapped to the side, the temperature around him rising. His voice had been loud, earning a glance from the others. Saren clicked his tongue irritably, his gaze narrowing and focused on the man who had been calling his name. What is your problem, Duran? The man was short, especially for a man his age, about 5 feet 7 inches. However, he had the confidence to make up for his low height. His white hair was cut in a low style, and he had a bright smile while staring at Saren. Oh, you look like you've seen your arch nemesis. Mind sharing? His grin widened as he spoke those last words. The temperature around Saren became more intense, his gaze staring at Duran dangerously. If looks could kill, he would be dead already. However, Duran didn't back down. Oh, are you threatening me? The molecules around Duran also began emitting intense heat. Both their gazes flashed, and immediately two distinct large constructs formed in front of them within seconds, both their forms lunging forward with supersonic speed. Just as they were about to collide, the sound of a stick hitting the floor echoed, both constructs instantaneously dispersing. Save your useless bickering until I finish speaking. Hearing Dakai, who had suddenly appeared, speak, the expressions of both Duran and Saren simultaneously changed. They both turned and instantly bowed toward Dakai in respect. Joanna and the others mimicked their actions, including the instructors. At that moment, Atticus also reached them and bowed toward Dakai. His gaze couldn't help but narrow. Looks like those on the fourth summit is at a different level than the others. Dakai hit the butt of his walking stick on the floor, prompting them to raise their heads. I'll make one thing clear. There is no foul play, nor was there any cheating. I personally observed every test and can confirm that Atticus Ravenstein reached the fourth summit naturally in just a week. Atticus felt the gazes of the five for a second. He felt weird that Dakai was complimenting him like this. I might be wrong about this, though. He might just be stating the facts. Dakai continued after his pause. With that, if you have any problems with him being here, now is the time to speak. Each one of the five felt an intense pressure enveloping them. They all gulped. Anyone speaking up now would mean they were claiming that Dakai had been lying. The pressure on their shoulders was enough for them to understand what would happen should anyone speak. A few seconds passed, and Dakai hit his walking stick on the ground. Good. Let's get to it then. As Dakai spoke, the air around them changed. It was as though Dakai's every mood affected his surroundings. The mood instantly became serious as the five stood straighter than before. Atticus had also instinctively followed their actions. This is the fourth summit. After this, you are only one step away from graduating, Dakai announced. Atticus scrutinized the five and saw that none of them moved an inch and were listening attentively. This was odd, considering they must have heard it before. Dakai continued without pausing, you must all wonder, especially if your brain is the size of a peanut, that the fire element is only about unleashing destruction, so why are we creating constructs? But that is nothing short of blasphemy. Atticus could sense a lot of anger in Dakai's tone. Clearly, it was a sensitive topic. The butt of Dakai's walking stick slammed the ground as he continued, the fire element is so much more than simply burning things to a crisp. It's life. It has been with us from the beginning, even though none of us could utilize it then. Fire Isa. Atticus's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he listened to Dakai go on and on about the fire element. No one needed to tell Atticus, he knew that the man loved the fire. How could he not be when he was speaking with so much passion? The others didn't seem surprised by Dakai's behavior, as though they were already used to it. Atticus listened to Dakai's ramblings for a while, and even he was getting tired. However, Dakai eventually stopped. Let me stop here, I'll continue later. The mood seemed to become more relaxed as though Dakai had just let out some steam. The butt of his walking stick hit the ground. Now let's get to the main order of business. Why do we ask you to do all this? Atticus, Dakai suddenly called out, startling him. What does he want? Atticus met Dakai's stare with a confused look. The situation felt weird, as though he had suddenly been called and asked a question in class. I would like to hear what you think. The fire element is so much more than just creating and utilizing constructs, so why is that all you need to do to reach the highest summit in the sanctum? Decai asked. Atticus paused, comprehending the question as soon as it was spoken. He could see the underlying meaning in Decai's words. To reach the highest summit and not to graduate, huh? So it's different on the fifth summit then, he thought. Regardless, a thought was all he needed to dissect the possible reasons for what Decai had just mentioned. From the creation to controlling and performing arts with the constructs, it encompasses everything you would need to learn about the molecules that fire originates from. We would become more proficient in controlling these molecules, making it easier to learn other ways of utilizing them. Good. Decai grinned and hit his walking stick on the ground. Oh, not bad. Duran threw a glance at Atticus, intrigued. He had gotten it all on his first try, which truly wasn't something he expected from a 16-year-old. While Saren silently clenched his hands, he was impulsive and hot-blooded by nature. If it had been anyone else and not for the current situation, he would have already attacked. Plus, that man was currently hovering in the aegis above them. Joanna and the two others showed no visible reaction. You're correct, Atticus. And as you have probably guessed, the fifth summit will be different. Time will tell if you ever reach there, Decai said, adding inwardly, I have no doubt you will. The fire element has endless possibilities, and not even I have exhausted the ways it could be utilized. It all depends on your connection with the molecules and your imagination, Decai explained. Now for the test of the fourth summit, it is simple. During the first, you learned how to create a construct, in the second, you learned how to create one in record time, and in the third summit, you created one that could move. You will require all of this knowledge and skill to attempt and pass the fourth. Now that you are 6 in number, you will all be paired up into 3 pairs. Each pair is to do battle with each other, but you will only do so with the construct you created. It doesn't have to be in the shape of Master Magnus. Do what makes you comfortable. There are no winners or losers, this is simply done to make you train your control. To pass the test of the fourth summit, you must do battle with your instructor and at least land a single hit, Decai continued. Yes, Atticus. Decai gestured for Atticus, who had suddenly raised his hand to speak. We must do battle with our instructors. Mine Isa, Atticus began. Decai grinned, already understanding where he was going. That's right, your instructor is me. As usual, I look forward to what you'll display. Good luck. Decai burst into flames before disappearing from the scene. Atticus stood silently, his mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. Looks like this fourth summit will take time, he thought, unable to see himself landing a hit on Decai. Regardless, he wasn't going to waste time thinking about something unnecessary. How do we decide our partners? Atticus pondered. The cold gaze on Saren morphed into a small smile as his gaze landed on Joanna standing by the side. He straightened up his robe, and his eyes turned firm. With confident steps, he started approaching Joanna but couldn't get far as fire ignited above their heads, taking shape into the numbers 1 to 3, with 2 individuals having an identical number. Saren narrowed his eyes, seeing the number 1 above his head. Oh look, we're the same number, he heard Duran say from the side, and his heart gripped. He really hoped it wasn't what he thought. He turned slowly, his teeth gritting hard as he saw the number 1 above Duran's head. Shit, it looks like it was done by Master Decai himself. I can't ignore it, Saren realized. Atticus turned and found his partner, the beautiful and calm Joanna, and immediately approached her. Atticus approached Joanna and stood in front of her without saying anything. He remembered her demeanor well. He expected complete silence, but surprisingly, the opposite happened. Joanna inched closer to Atticus and asked what had been on everyone's mind. How did you reach here so quickly? The others perked up their ears, attempting to listen in. I passed the tests, he replied. It wasn't only Joanna and the rest, even the instructors were flabbergasted. Of course you passed the test. Joanna regained her composure after a few seconds. I see. You must think I'm a fool, she said without a change in expression. Atticus shook his head. No, what I said was the truth. Like the instructor said, there was no foul play. I did what I did because I could do it, that's all. A loud scoff sounded from behind him. So you expect us to believe you reached the fourth summit in just a week? You should try harder, Saren said, staring at him with an icy gaze. Atticus paused slightly, a baffled expression appearing on his face as he saw the unsure gazes of everyone staring at him. I think you're all mistaken, he said, his voice dropping to a chilling calm. I'm here to master my fire element and become stronger. Your acceptance means nothing to me. If you believe I don't deserve to be here, that's your problem, not mine. Saren's eyes narrowed dangerously, his anger flaring. You're just so full of yourself, aren't you? He snarled. We all worked hard to get to where we are now, and you think you can just waltz in here without putting in the work. Duran abruptly chimed in, damn, man, chill. Why didn't you say all this when Master Dakai was here? The man literally asked if there were any objections. The others couldn't help but agree with Duran. Everyone knew Saren's personality. While he was known to flare up easily, it was never to this extent, especially when Atticus hadn't directly done anything to him. Saren shot Duran a death stare. You stay out of this, he snapped. He turned his gaze back towards Atticus only to see that the latter had already turned away from him as though he were insignificant. Saren threatened to burst in anger, his temperature rising. That's all you know how to do, isn't it? He paused, watching as Atticus halted, clearly affected. Run away and hide, just like your mother did. Must be a family trait. Duran raised an eyebrow, slightly shocked. It was obvious Saren was trying to taunt Atticus and make him angry. Unlike the others, he knew about the relationship between the duo. It wasn't directly an insult, but he's talking about the wife of the family head. He's going through such lengths so the boy might be a genius in the elements, but he wouldn't be able to defeat an actual master plus rank. Would he fall for it? Truly, Saren's first words had affected Atticus, but not in the one way the former thought. Those words made him aware of something he suspected but didn't know for sure. Saren knew him and had some kind of personal beef with him. Thin eyes and a long swerda, it wasn't hard for Atticus to narrow it down and eventually reach a conclusion. He was somehow related to the boy he had slapped the living daylights out of during the award ceremony at the Raven estate. Atticus immediately got a sense of da copyright Yavu about the current situation. The man was going to be a problem. But unlike the others at the academy and that he had been dealing with until now, this man was actually a master plus rank. Atticus thought about what he should do, but this only lasted until Saren said something he should never have said. Atticus had had his fair share of bullies back on Earth. Although they had all learned to steer clear of him, it wasn't until an incident happened that they had. An incident where one of them called his mother a whore. He never joked about his family, ever. Atticus stopped in his tracks, his aura changing. Slowly, he turned to face Saren, his eyes blazing with a fury that matched the fire sanctum's heat. Saren's gaze narrowed, a feeling of danger enveloping him. The surrounding temperature, despite being insanely high already, increased to staggering levels. Atticus spoke no word. In one instance, Saren saw Atticus standing 20 meters away from him. In the next, the ground where Atticus stood buckled, the flames around it getting snuffed out for a second. Saren's gaze widened in shock. Atticus wasn't there. He immediately acted, his perception ramping up to full throttle. Then, he felt it as the world slowed. A slight wetness on his neck. What? Saren's heart trembled, his eyes instinctively shooting downward to witness two things that made his scalp go numb. A gleaming katana was about to cut his neck, already inches in. And then, a gaze. Two piercing blue eyes with a hint of crimson in their irises stared at him with a coldness that could freeze a planet. Saren involuntarily shivered. Atticus was currently staring at him as though he were nothing more than a useless thing. How can a 16-year-old have such eyes? Saren felt his life flash before his eyes. However, before the katana could continue its path, Atticus suddenly burst into flames, instantly reappearing at a distance away from Saren. The eyes of the other Fourth Summit members watching shot up in shock. They had been late to catch the start of his movement, but they had most definitely seen the last parts of it. An aged and authoritative voice boomed. Any battles occurring in the fire sanctum must be done with fire and fire alone. The sanctum rules are absolute, there will be no exceptions. Atticus's cold gaze darkened as he heard Dakai speak. The man wasn't physically present, but everyone could hear him clearly. He didn't say anything and simply sheathed his katana. Good choice. You are allowed to battle only with your fire element. Considering the current situation, I will have you postpone it until after 3 days. This is non-negotiable. Dakai stared down at Atticus and the others from the Fifth Summit with a narrowed gaze. One of the sanctum instructors stood bowed behind him, having just explained something to him. I didn't think it was that bad. Dakai had orchestrated the situation intentionally. Everyone knew about Saren's interest in Joanna and his hot-blooded personality, making Saren the perfect candidate for Dakai's plan. Before Atticus left the fire sanctum, and he was sure it would be very soon, he wanted the boy to experience a real battle using just fire. This was where Saren came into play. However, Dakai had miscalculated the extent of Saren's history with Atticus. The instructor behind him had just informed him about Atticus's connection to the decline of Saren's family. If I hadn't acted immediately, he would have cut off his head. Is this really a 16-year-old boy? Dakai was left feeling utterly baffled. As soon as Dakai finished speaking, Atticus sheathed his katana and walked toward his partner, Joanna. There was not a single person who wasn't staring at him, but Atticus acted as though nothing had happened and stood with a calm expression in front of Joanna. Everyone had different thoughts running through their heads. What was that? That was the strength and power of a Master Plus rank. Since when could 16-year-olds display Master Plus rank strength? Was it an artifact? Duran speculated. Regardless, there was not a single one of them as baffled as Saren. The man was shocked. He had almost died. The fear he had felt a few seconds ago was instantly replaced with an intense amount of anger. One that he had no idea what to do with. Saren clenched his fist so hard blood started pouring down from it, the drops instantly boiling and steaming due to the temperature. He caught me off guard somehow. Yes, that's it. Saren reassured himself, but his anger was still very much present. He turned and saw the boy who almost killed him not giving him a single ounce of attention, his anger flaring up even more. 3 days. I'll crush him thoroughly, Saren declared in his mind, his whole form seething. Without wasting time he turned and descended the summit. He couldn't spend another second here any longer. Duran sighed heavily. There goes my partner, he mumbled dejectedly. But at least I got to see something interesting today. So that's our next family head, huh? Duran had no doubt about it, Atticus would be the heir. There was simply no one capable enough to challenge him. Both Atticus and Joanna silently stared at each other. Atticus might appear normal, but a weird coldness radiated off him. There was no doubt about Ida, he was angry. While Joanna, although still inexpressive, those who knew her well would notice the intrigue on her face. Is this why Mom couldn't stop talking about him? Let's get this started. Atticus broke the silence, causing Joanna to nod silently. The air around the duo ignited, intense fire swirling around them. Joanna had been faster in creating her construct, and its temperature was nothing short of scorching. Her construct took on the form of a woman clad in Viking-like armor, holding a long and thick halberd. Atticus had still chosen to use his normal construct of Magnus with a spear. No order was given before both constructs shot towards each other, colliding in a series of clashes that shook the air. Joanna's construct, as expected, had the upper hand in the confrontation, with Atticus's being pushed back. Compared to her, who had spent a longer time on the 4th summit and was more proficient in using her construct, and Atticus, who had just passed the 3rd summit test, it should be impossible for him to match Joanna, at least at first. He's still trying to adapt. Noting Atticus's awkward movements, she immediately seized the chance. Joanna's construct moved expertly, as though it were a regular human despite its large size, unleashing devastating strikes that pierced through Atticus's construct brutally. Atticus's mind instantly became strained as he tried to cover up the holes the halberd left while also trying to evade Joanna's attacks. His movements were still clumsy, but Atticus was able to evade some attacks. However, it eventually ended in his loss. The others had stopped to watch Atticus and Joanna's battle, all of them curious about Atticus's prowess. Although he lost, none of them thought less of him. The fact that he was able to achieve such a stage in such a short time was way more mind-racking than anything else. Atticus released his control over the molecules, the construct crumbling. He instantly entered into a focused state where he played back every moment of the battle, highlighting each of his weaknesses. I'm still not adept enough at moving the construct, which makes my movement clumsy and sluggish. This was what Atticus identified as his main problem. A problem he instantly found an answer to. I should change the construct and weapon. I'm naturally not too adept at using the spear in the first place, and the construct is too big. I should tone down the size a bit. Atticus immediately put each of his realizations into practice and manipulated the fire molecules to form his desired construct. This time around, he used a katana and also reduced the size of the construct. Joanna remained unfazed. Her construct swept its halberd to the side, as though telling Atticus she was ready when he was. Atticus responded in kind, a multitude of instructions leaving in waves. His construct shot forward, both hands holding its katana's hilt at its side. Joanna's construct also shot forward, and both constructs unleashed a series of slashes and thrusts as they neared. Each collision resulted in a wave of fire spreading out across the area. Good, it's easier to control now. It's smaller and more efficient to use. The katana is also a perfect touch. While its clumsiness was still present, Atticus found this construct easier to use, and as time passed, he started adapting, his proficiency increasing. Atticus trained without stopping or pausing. He was eternally grateful that Dakai had chosen this determined woman as his partner. Indeed, one could not tell the nature of a person with just a single glance. Joanna had turned out to be something Atticus could have never expected, a training maniac. Joanna was relentless. She never called for rest and was always ready to battle whenever Atticus was ready. At first, the others were completely enamored by the intensity at which the both of them were going at it, but eventually, it turned into shock and then fear. Just what were they made of? The duo trained for days with shocking intensity and next to no breaks. Atticus had come a long way in controlling the fire molecules. Unlike the imperfect fire that he had been creating, utilizing his fire element like this required significantly less effort and strain. Atticus could continue controlling the construct for days if he wanted, but unfortunately, there was always a drawback of the mental strain. He had to keep track of every molecule and immediately act when they deviated from their instructions. This made him keep his perception constantly active. Regardless, Atticus still lasted for quite a long while. 21 hours, to be exact. Afterward, he and Joanna decided to get some rest, although it appeared that Joanna could still continue, which made sense considering her greater experience. However, neither of them descended. They both found a corner and began meditating. Atticus luckily didn't require using so much of his mind to control the little molecules around his body. They had basically been trained already. The meditation lasted for only 2 hours before they stood up and continued with their battle. This same routine continued until exactly 3 days had passed. The figure of Saren ascended and reached the 4th summit. Look who finally decided to show up, Duran frowned. The other members, along with the instructors, were already present, each of them turning as they saw him. Saren hadn't once shown up at the summit since he had descended. Saren swept his gaze around and found what he was looking for: Atticus, sitting cross-legged on one side of the summit, engaged in intense meditation. His gaze turned icy, and without uttering a word or even greeting anyone, Saren walked towards the middle of the summit and stood silently, his gaze closed. Atticus made no movements or attempts at getting up, remaining motionless. The onlookers simply stared at the both of them, each of them anticipating the fight that was about to take place. A 30-year-old veteran master plus rank versus a 16-year-old expert plus rank boy. It was truly a funny matchup. They didn't have to wait long as a bright light abruptly ignited directly above the summit, the figure of Dakai appearing and landing soundlessly on the burning ground. His walking stick hit the ground with a loud bam, his voice booming. Let the battle commence. Atticus's gaze snapped open as he stood up straight. He approached the middle of the summit and stood across from Saren, with Dakai in the middle. The people of the 4th sanctum immediately gathered at a distance from them, their gazes fixed on the duo. Listen well, as I will only say it once. The rules of this battle are simple. Use fire and only fire to fight. No other elements, no mana except the one from the molecules. You're not allowed to use mana to augment your body and fight, nor with any art. No weapons are allowed except those formed from fire. You are allowed to use your will but only when it comes to manipulating fire. No aerokinesis is allowed. No physical confrontation or contact is allowed. Fire will be your only medium of attacking and defending. While I understand your grievances, I will allow no killing in this sanctum. That is all. Dakai had been completely concise and direct. He left nothing to the imagination and had chosen to list everything instead. You've been training with the kid. Who do you think will win? Duran inquired from Joanna, who was standing beside him. He was surprised when she responded so quickly. Atticus. Duran raised an eyebrow. Really? But we've watched every battle you guys had, and he has never won a single one. He didn't even land any hits. Duran's disagreement with Joanna's response was apparent. From what he had seen in the past 3 days, he just couldn't imagine Atticus winning this fight. Joanna's gaze remained impassive and focused on Atticus, her hands clenched hard. He wasn't trying to win, she thought inwardly. Duran took Joanna's silence as her refusing to answer him and eventually gave up. I'm surprised she responded in the first place. However, his gaze couldn't help but narrow slightly. Joanna wasn't the type to joke about this sort of thing. In fact, she wasn't the type to joke at all. Just what was he missing? The aura around the summit changed as the tension reached its peak. Dakai turned towards Atticus and then Saren, and seeing that both of them were ready, he declared. Begin. Dakai's words were followed by him combusting and disappearing from their middle. As soon as Dakai disappeared, not a second was wasted. The area in front of Atticus and Saren combusted, fire erupting upwards, swirling around and coalescing in their fronts, the shapes of large constructs forming. The heat was intense, causing the air to shimmer. Exactly 25 seconds passed before both constructs finished, their imposing forms standing before their respective masters. Atticus and Saren had both completed their creation simultaneously, a feat that sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. It took the boy just 3 days to reach this level. Saren's construct was a towering figure of flame, standing an impressive 25 feet tall. It was covered in heavy, flaming armor from head to toe, giving it an almost indestructible appearance. The armor glowed with a white-hot intensity, and a long, fiery sword materialized in its hand. In stark contrast, Atticus's construct was aesthetically underwhelming. It was simply the figure of a completely naked man, standing 20 feet tall. There was not a single piece of attire covering its fiery form, its simple and unadorned appearance almost serene compared to the imposing armor of Saren's creation. However, despite its simplicity, there was a striking elegance to it. A single fire-made katana rested on its left waist. The construct radiated the same aura as its creator, taking on a calm and composed stance that belied the tremendous power it held within. For a moment, the two constructs faced each other, their fiery forms casting long, flickering shadows across the summit. And then, without so much as a word, they both moved. Saren was currently experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, and the past 3 days had left him utterly baffled. He had been so certain, so convinced, that Atticus's rapid ascent to the fourth summit had to be a hoax. Saren was absolutely sure of this. As soon as he descended from the fourth summit, the first thing he did was investigate. Saren approached the people of the third, second, and first summits and inquired about Atticus and his short time spent in each summits. Although the sanctum was filled with a significant number of people, there wasn't a single person who didn't know who the 5 individuals in the fourth summit were. The Ravensteins had never placed much emphasis on hierarchy, especially one without strength. But should one have both high standing and strength, as soon as they saw Saren and his 3 lit flames, they simply obeyed. They each narrated the events to Saren, who found it hard to believe his ears. Truly, the people of the lower summits had exaggerated Atticus's feats, but even Saren could recognize some truths in their accounts. Atticus had indeed reached the fourth summit in such a short time span. A monster. That was the only word that came to Saren's mind. It was the only explanation. It wasn't just about Atticus's overwhelming talent with the fire element. Deep down, Saren knew that it wasn't because he had been caught off guard, it was because Atticus was that strong. He hadn't been able to react in time. The fact that his brother, despite being known as a genius in the family, had ended up in that state at the hands of someone younger than him was now very acceptable. But regardless, Saren was far from backing down. It didn't matter if Atticus was a prodigy, he had still wronged Saren's brother and family. Atticus might be a talent the human domain had never seen before, but this was the fire sanctum, only fire could be utilized. Saren refused to believe that all the years spent here were for nothing. He refused to believe that 3 days were enough for Atticus to reach his level. And this was exactly why Saren ascended the summit filled with absolute confidence that he was going to thoroughly crush Atticus today. A notion that hadn't changed even as his fire construct charged at Atticus's. A notion he would prove to himself and everyone watching. It was as though they were both weightless. Despite their enormous size, both constructs blazed through the summit, crossing the massive distance between them. A wide grin appeared on Saren's face as his gaze flashed. Just as both constructs were about to collide, Saren's construct abruptly stopped and stomped forward, instantly raising its longsword skyward. A blue glow flowed like waves through Saren's construct as mana moved through each molecule, reaching its longsword in an instant. Its aura exploded, the flames of the sword blazing and taking on a blue hue. Saren's gaze flashed once more, and the sword descended with the weight of a meteor. Got you. The whole process was lightning fast, and most of the onlookers couldn't help but believe this battle was already over. Truly, Saren was one of the elites. But it was only most who thought this was over. Duran maintained an impassive face. Initially, he had believed Saren would win this fight, but he wasn't so sure anymore after what Joanna had said. Joanna watched the battle with narrowed eyes, fixed directly on Atticus, who remained motionless without a hint of emotion on his face. While Dakai was all smiles as he remembered everything he had seen Atticus doing in the past 3 days, this boy keeps giving me goosebumps. The intense, flaming blue sword radiating an immense amount of power descended and appeared inches away from splitting Atticus's construct in two. No one expected what happened next. Atticus's construct abruptly split into two, its momentum undisturbed. Saren, along with the onlookers, opened their eyes in absolute shock. The blue flaming sword cut nothing but air and landed on the ground with a devastating force that sent shockwaves radiating out. What the hell? Saren's heart trembled. He immediately scrambled to regain control over his construct, but it was too late. In a blur, the two halves of Atticus's construct scrambled and rejoined together in an instant. The construct abruptly swerved and faced the back of Saren's construct, hands clasped together in front. The katana on its waist exploded into flames and instantly appeared in its grasp. The katana's tip glowed blue, mana coalescing around it. And with lightning speed, it thrust forward. The blade pierced through the back of the flaming armored giant like a hot knife through cheese. Before anyone could react, the blue glow intensified, illuminating the entirety of Saren's construct. Then, with a force that rocked the space, it exploded. The flaming armored giant shattered. Flames erupted, fragments of the construct scattering like fireworks. The shockwave sent a gust of heat and light through the summit, prompting everyone to shield themselves. A second passed, and each of them focused their gazes on the battle once more, their hearts trembling as they saw the current scene. Atticus's construct stood tall, its blade still glowing an intense blue, with Saren's construct having turned into nothingness. But this wasn't what they were focused on. Everyone was focused on one thing, the cause of it all himself, Atticus. He hadn't moved an inch. His body was still radiating the same coldness it had radiated 3 days ago after the incident with Saren. Throughout this battle, his icy gaze had been focused on one thing and one thing only, Saren. Atticus was angry. He was seething. This was one of the reasons why he wanted power, the ability to, under no circumstances whatsoever, take or tolerate bullshit. Saren had thrown a jab at his mother, and Atticus wanted him dead. There were a whole lot of moral codes that he was breaking, but currently, Atticus didn't care. Atticus had buried every single feeling that wouldn't help with ending the existence of Saren deep down inside him. He knew it was wrong. It was only an insult, one that wouldn't really justify ending the life of a person, but Atticus didn't care. He had never really been the moral high type of person. Saren had insulted his mother, and he wanted him dead. That was all there was to it. But unfortunately, he was too weak to decide something like that. He couldn't ever dream of facing a Grandmaster rank, not with his current power. The powerful make the rules. Atticus knew and believed in that phrase, which was why he hadn't said anything when Dakai had stopped him from killing Saren. It wasn't his place to, he was weak. Regardless, he would never let it slide. It wasn't in his nature. Atticus suddenly raised his arm, and his construct responded in kind. Its faceless head turned toward Saren with unsettling speed. Saren appeared to have come out of his shock, both his arms pointed forward as he tried his best to create another construct from scratch. But would Atticus allow that? Atticus's construct exploded forward and covered the distance between them. Its arms rose, and the katana exploded, transforming into a massive, thick hammer raised skyward. It descended like a meteor, hurtling with unstoppable force. Wait no. The hammer smashed into Saren's surprised figure like a thunderclap. The impact was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves through the ground. But it was far from over. The hammer ascended and descended once more, another intense shockwave spreading. And then again, and again, and again. Atticus was relentless. His gaze maintained its cold look as his arm ascended and descended continuously, controlling his construct. The screams of Saren were drowned by each cataclysmic impact of the massive hammer. Fire might be formless and its weight negligible, but the construct made with true fire was different. It might not be as heavy as the true thing, but its weight could not be taken lightly, especially considering the force it was being slammed with. But the impact was far from being Saren's only problem. The bodies of Master Plus ranks were superhuman. They could heal from even the most dangerous of injuries, and although Saren was getting smashed brutally, he was healing at a fast rate. But this was what made it hell. The temperature was searing. Atticus had discovered after learning about molecules in the first summit that not even Decay could change the temperature of a body directly. It had all been with the use of molecules. They had the ability to control fire and had a certain amount of resistance to it, but at the end of the day, their body was not fire. The temperature of the flaming ground of the fourth summit was above 7,000 degrees Celsius. To step on it, they had to control the molecules around their feet. This had been what Atticus had been doing for the past 3 days, and if he wanted it, he could make it hotter. Currently, the molecules of Atticus's construct, especially the hammer, were a staggering 9,000 degrees Celsius, and due to the force with which Atticus was slamming it, even if Saren could control the molecules around him, he could not do so now. This simply meant that his body was being crushed by a massive 9,000 degrees Celsius hammer. The heat was searing. The sound and smell of sizzling meat permeated the space, but Atticus showed no signs of stopping. The sheer power of the blows had left a crater on the sturdy ground of the summit, each impact sending a wave of heat through the air. Duran's eyes were wide open. Am I seeing things, or is this reality? He refused to believe what he was seeing was real. Everything had been crazy. Since when could they instantly split and rejoin constructs? Was it even possible in the first place? Where is all this skill coming from? I watched all his battles with that bitch, was he holding back? Duran shot Joanna a subtle stare, who was currently clenching her fist while staring at Atticus with a narrowed gaze. If he's this talented, Father would not like this. A dangerous glint passed through Duran's gaze for a second before reverting back to normal. The relentless slamming continued until Decay suddenly appeared above the summit. That's enough, his voice boomed. The hammer that was about to hit Saren abruptly stopped midair, and Atticus's construct backed off and stood in front of Atticus. Oh, Decay mused. He had been expecting that he would have to step up, but it seemed as though Atticus was in complete control over his emotions. How is he the son of that man? Decay cleared his head and focused his eyes on the large crater and Saren, who was deeply lodged inside it. The crater was filled with blackened blood, and in the middle of it was Saren. The clothes of the sanctum were made to withstand even the hottest of the sanctum's heat, but unfortunately, Saren's body wasn't made that way. His whole skin had been burned, leaving his muscles and internal parts on display. There were clothes glued firmly to his healing body, and his whole body continuously sizzled as it cooked. His eyes weren't open, he had long since lost consciousness. The pain he felt could not be imagined. Decay motioned for one of the instructors, and he immediately appeared inside the crater and descended with Saren. And then, Decay turned towards Atticus. The fourth summit became eerily quiet. The shock they were all feeling was intense. Decay broke the silence. The winner of this battle is Atticus Ravenstein. Any objections? No one said anything. Should there be any objections in the first place? Decay was trying hard not to smile, but the excitement he was feeling was too great. A small smile appeared on his face as he continued talking. Good. Atticus Ravenstein, are you ready to take the test of the fourth summit? Your last test, Decay added inwardly. Atticus immediately nodded. The cold aura around his body had dimmed significantly, but he felt like it would be better if Saren was dead. Staying here was making him remember Saren. There was no need to waste any more time here again. This boy. Decay smiled widely, his heart beating fast. His once weightless figure in the air seemed to become heavy as he descended and landed on the burning summit floor with force. The flames of the burning ground around him instantly got snuffed out. The temperature spiked, a sudden heat wave spreading out. The butt of Decay's staff hit the ground with force, the air around him igniting. Decay's voice boomed. Let us begin. Decay's pressure was insanely heavy. It was as though he had been containing his vast amount of power deep within him. Atticus felt the temperature of the summit spike. The area where Decay stood was simply hardened ground. There was no hint of flames in a significant radius around him. The sound of his walking stick hitting the ground echoed like a war drum. An intense heat wave spread out, followed by the air around Dakai igniting. It was unlike anything he had done before. Completely unlike the demonstrations he had given. His flames looked so solid and thick that Atticus couldn't help but think it was lava. It didn't take a second. The flames coalesced and arranged themselves with a speed that many in the area found hard to believe. In the next second, a large construct was formed in front of Dakai, a perfect image of himself, down to the last detail. He's a goner, Duran exclaimed from the side. He and the others were still trying their best to recover from Dakai unleashing his presence. If Duran had been standing in place of Atticus, he would have run without a second thought. Joanna instead watched the unfolding scene calmly. The boy kept on showing amazing things upon amazing things, it would be unwise to believe he couldn't do so now. So this is the father of fire. Atticus clenched his fist hard. Currently, with Dakai not even doing anything, Atticus could feel the surrounding fire molecules had gotten insanely heavier. This won't be easy. Atticus prepared himself for the worst. There was no way he was defeating this monster of a man in an orthodox battle. But I only have to get one hit in. I can do it. The world slowed as Atticus's perception ramped up to full throttle. His entire being went into controlling his construct. From each molecule to limbs, to joints, Atticus reinforced everything that would hinder his construct's movements. Dakai had already given the go-ahead to begin the battle. Atticus wasted no time. His focus at its peak, Atticus sent waves of instructions to each molecule. His construct responded in kind, abruptly coiling back before shooting forward with the force of a rocket. The ground trembled as the construct blazed towards Dakai's construct, the massive distance getting covered in a flash. Atticus's construct was precise and accurate, moving as though it were a normal human. Such control was something that Atticus shouldn't be able to display considering the short time he had spent here. But currently, everyone along with Dakai had learned to take everything this boy did at face value. Dakai's gaze remained impassive and firm. There was not a single ripple of change on his face. His response was slow and deliberate, but its consequences were devastating. Dakai slightly raised his walking stick, his construct mirroring his movement. It descended in the next instant, the sound of it hitting the ground echoing like a thunderclap. Like an intense tsunami approaching the shoreline from every direction, a wave of scorching fire radiated outward, approaching Atticus's construct with blazing speed. Atticus's gaze widened. If that wave of fire hit, his construct would be a goner. He acted instantly. The katana on its waist exploded into its grasp, the construct coming to an abrupt stop. The tip of the fire-made katana glowed an intense blue and it thrust it into the ground. Just as the wave of scorching fire was about to hit, a palpable blue wave radiated out from the construct, encompassing it like a barrier. The wave of fire passed through, and the barrier held. Atticus didn't waste a second. The construct stood up and exploded forward, its katana held with two arms behind it as its legs moved with speed. The distance between them was closed in a flash, Atticus's construct reaching Dakai's unmoving one. Abruptly, Atticus's construct fainted left before slashing downward at Dakai's right leg. However, Dakai's construct mirrored every demeanor of its master, calm and utterly still. A small barrier the exact size of the katana's blade sprung up and deflected the strike effortlessly. But Atticus didn't falter. His construct stomped forward, halting its momentum before unleashing a torrent of swift, devastating slashes. Each attack was met by a small barrier, appearing just in time to block the onslaught with uncanny precision. Atticus's gaze narrowed. His construct leapt backward, creating a few meters of space. Raising its massive katana skyward, it erupted into a wave of blue fire. The onlookers' eyes widened in shock. It was the same technique Saren had used. Had Atticus mastered it in mere minutes? The flaming blue katana descended, unleashing an arc of intense blue fire that hurtled toward Dakai's construct. The air sizzled with its passage, and the ground scorched beneath its path. Dakai's construct remained unperturbed, a slight smile playing on Dakai's lips as the devastating attack closed in. Ah, I truly can't wait to see his future. I hope I'm alive to witness it. The attack hit, an intense wave of scorching fire erupting and shooting outwards. What the hell? Duran, Joanna, and the others struggled to withstand the heat wave, their attires fluttering. An intense amount of smoke covered the area of impact, and Atticus along with the onlookers fixed their gazes, trying to see the result of the attack. Did I get him? Atticus's question was answered, but not by him. An intense laughter rocked the entire area. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. You have mastered the fire element to such a stage in a short time frame. Your control is impeccable. Your battle sense is top notch and you can calmly analyze and react despite the situation. Amazing, amazing. Dakai spoke rapidly, and each second that passed made the smoke clear out, allowing Atticus and the rest to get a clear view of Dakai. Their hearts trembled. The man, along with his construct, was completely unharmed, not a single damage was on them or even the ground around them. It was a scene that made Atticus's gaze narrow. This wouldn't be easy, not even in the slightest. Dakai's voice suddenly boomed, the rest of the smoke around him dispersing. I've allowed you to attack so far, now it's my turn. Dakai's walking stick hit the ground with a loud bam, and then his construct disappeared. Atticus's gaze widened, but it was too late. Dakai's construct appeared directly above Atticus's, its firm stance undisturbed as it descended like a meteor crashing to Earth. Atticus's construct pointed its arms to the side, instantly releasing a powerful blast that pushed it out of the way. Dakai's construct hit the ground with a cataclysmic impact, sending a wave of fire spreading outwards. Atticus struggled to regain control over his construct, its figure performing a mid-air spin and skidding down the hard ground. Atticus turned his gaze to Dakai's construct to see that it had already disappeared. So fast. Shit. He returned his focus back to his construct, its katana instantly raised up to block a downward strike from Dakai's construct's large walking stick. The impact was so intense that Atticus's construct was forced down to one knee. Atticus struggled to withstand the force, his whole body straining, but he wasn't given the chance. A blazing kick landed on the right side of Atticus's construct's torso, sending it shooting to the side with supersonic speed. Dakai's construct instantly appeared in its path, delivering another powerful kick to its chin, sending it flying upwards. High in the air, Dakai's construct materialized again, unleashing a devastating downward kick that sent Atticus's construct hurtling toward the ground with incredible speed. Before it could even hit the ground, Dakai's construct vanished and reappeared, delivering another kick that launched Atticus's construct back into the air. This cycle repeated with rapidity, each kick sending Atticus's construct rocketing in a different direction. The impacts were relentless, the force behind each strike growing more intense. So this is the father of fire, Duran muttered, the rest of the onlookers gazing at the current scene with awe. Atticus felt his control of his construct waning. He had next to no control over it anymore, each of the molecules having gone out of control. What do I do? What do I do? Atticus's mind was swirling, rapidly shifting between different scenarios that could be helpful in this battle. Dakai's construct was fast, unrealistically fast. It moved with such speed and precision that Atticus couldn't even dream of achieving currently. His construct kept on getting hit without him even being able to react. This can't continue. Atticus abruptly raised both arms in front of him, and just as Dakai's construct appeared in front of it, a large flaming orb abruptly shot out from within Atticus's construct, its form suddenly combusting with intense power. The force of the explosion separated the two of them, sending Atticus's construct flying away. The smoke around the area cleared, and Dakai's construct was completely unharmed. It descended slowly and landed on the ground. Dakai's voice suddenly resounded, "You're going to have to try harder than this, Atticus. This is not enough to pass the test of the fourth summit." A small smile appeared on Dakai's face. "Now, what will you show me?" His anticipation was bubbling. Atticus breathed heavily. He had lost control of a significant number of molecules with the bombardment he took from Dakai. His construct had reduced in size, and he was finding it hard to control more molecules. The strain of controlling his construct in just a few seconds of battle with Dakai proved to be more difficult than fighting Joanna for over 20 hours. Atticus let out a deep exhale. Regardless, he wasn't going to give up. He was going to win this battle no matter what. Atticus's gaze flashed, and his construct responded in kind. Dakai truly deserved the title he had been given. Only a few seconds of battle with the old man had left Atticus utterly drained. "I have no strength left for a prolonged battle. I have to end it with my next move," Atticus inwardly decided, a last-ditch effort forming in his head. It could end up not working at all, or it could be his ticket to getting out of the fire sanctum. Regardless, Atticus was willing to take that risk. Atticus sent waves of instructions, his construct standing up straight with effort. Dakai smiled as he saw this, a subtle excitement bubbling within him. "What will you show me?" "Joanna, Duran and the others seemed to come to the conclusion that this next move would be the end of the battle, each of them noting Atticus's tired figure. Atticus calmed his beating heart and his gaze became firm. Like a rocket, his construct shot towards Dakai's construct with speed. Come! Dakai shouted as he unleashed his presence fully. Atticus felt the temperature spike once more, the fire molecules in the air becoming increasingly heavy and difficult to control. However, his construct didn't slow down for even a single second. Atticus's gaze suddenly flashed, and his construct abruptly stopped with a large stomp of its foot. The katana in its grasp exploded and transformed into the form of a large gun with a long and wide open nozzle, akin to a rocket launcher. With his focus at its peak, a shot was fired from the gun, moving with such momentum that the construct was forced backward for a few meters, shockwaves spreading out. The shot reached its destination, a cataclysmic impact ensuing. An intense amount of smoke engulfed and covered the area. Dakai grinned from within the smoke. It looks like you haven't learned your lesson. This is not enough. The sound of his walking stick hitting the ground echoed, followed by the smoke getting dispersed by an intense breeze. Dakai's gaze narrowed. Where is he? Immediately, the smoke cleared, and his eyes searched for Atticus, wanting to give another piece of advice, but the boy wasn't standing where he had been a second ago. Dakai's understanding of the fire element was too profound. There was not a single person whose position he didn't know in the entire sanctum. And yet, he had lost track of Atticus for a moment. Yes, it was a moment. Because immediately, Dakai saw the burst of fire akin to fireworks where Atticus had been standing. His heart couldn't help but tremble as he realized what the monster had just done. He had promised himself not to be too shocked about Atticus's actions again, but this was far too much. Atticus had utilized the fire element to teleport. It was insane. Where did he teleport to? Dakai regained his composure and instantly discovered his answer. He's inside his construct. To Dakai, the small amount of smoke that had engulfed the area was too meager. It wasn't enough to block his vision for more than a second. However, for the rest of the onlookers, the smoke had just cleared out enough for each of them to see the figure of Atticus's construct getting into a stance. Compared to a second ago, the construct seemed to have lost a massive amount of bulk. It was currently barely 11 feet tall. However, what each one of them was focused on was the figure that was inside the construct, Atticus. This was Atticus's last-ditch effort. For it to work, he had to put everything into it. Atticus had always felt that if he were in direct contact with the molecules, his control over them would become significantly more fluid and free. What he was about to do now required as much control over them as he could get. This was why he reduced the size of the construct significantly. His construct mimicked his movements and got into a stance. A fire-made katana exploded into its arms, held by the side. Atticus's aura abruptly exploded, an intense blue glow encompassing him and his construct. Without so much as a word, he rocketed forward. His force and momentum were so intense that the whole summit shook, an intense wave that threatened to snuff out the flaming ground spreading outwards. Joanna, Duncan, and the rest instantly manipulated the fire molecules to hold themselves in place. The grin on Dakai's face widened. He got me good, he thought, suddenly remembering the art Atticus had used on Saren when he wanted to cut the latter's head. The katana's first art. Transcendent slash. Godspeed Grace. Atticus and his construct moved with unreal speed and appeared behind Dakai in a flash. An intense amount of exhaustion immediately enveloped his whole body. The large form of his construct crumbled, and he landed on the ground heavily. His breathing was haggard, deep inhales and exhales. Atticus struggled to keep himself upright, both hands on his knees. Using the first art of the katana had been nothing other than utterly exhausting. Since he couldn't directly utilize mana, Atticus had to use the molecules instead to generate mana. It had been a daunting task, one that required his every focus to achieve, but he had been able to do it. Regardless, he forced himself up, his gaze turning towards Dakai, who was looking at him with a huge smile on his face. Atticus's eyes drifted towards Dakai's back, a sigh of relief leaving his lips as he saw Dakai's construct walking stick along with a significant amount of his attire slashed off. Dakai's voice sounded, "Congratulations, Atticus Ravenstein, you passed the test of the fourth summit." An intense laughter escaped Dakai's lips after he spoke, one that lasted a long while. He seemed completely amused that Atticus had actually passed the test. If he had been facing a normal instructor, he would have been able to pass without even using that last move, Dakai thought. Dakai was thoroughly satisfied. He had intentionally increased the difficulty of the test because he wanted to see what Atticus would do. He did see it, and it was nothing other than mind-blowing. After Dakai's announcement, Atticus let go of all his reservations and sat down on the floor. He had long since dispersed his construct, no longer able to sustain it. Dakai approached Atticus. "Follow me," he said. Though he spoke the words, he didn't wait. Atticus felt multiple fire molecules surround him, and then his and Dakai's figures combusted, disappearing from the summit. Joanna and Duran stared at the spot where Atticus and Dakai had just been, both struggling to comprehend the events. Atticus had actually won. He had actually passed the test of the fourth summit. In 3 days. They were beyond flabbergasted. They truly had no words. True and true, the boy was a monster in human skin. A worried look appeared on Duran's face. He's more talented than we anticipated. If those plant bastards want to strike, they better do it soon. The 5 individuals learning on the 5th summit, including Saren, all came from families with high standing in the Ravenstein family. Only they could produce youths with high enough talent to reach this stage. Joanna thought differently from the worried Duran. She wasn't glad or anything like that. Instead, she felt motivated to become stronger, more than ever, a firm expression on her face. Atticus opened his eyes and found himself floating in the sky. Directly below him was the peak he had always seen since the first day he arrived at the sanctum, the 5th summit. There was one significant difference between the 5th summit and the other 4, the flames on the ground engulfed the entire space. Should Atticus step onto the 5th summit, it would be like entering a sea of fire. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Dakai said. Atticus turned to see Dakai floating beside him. The old man radiated a serene aura as he looked at the flames. "Many would call it deadly," Atticus replied. Dakai laughed boisterously. "I guess you're right. It is deadly." A few seconds passed before a small sigh escaped his lips. "Listen, Atticus, I know the fire element is just one of your 8 different elements. You have no reason to be fixated on it. I will spare you the lecture of its importance, but know this, fire is life. Your imagination is your only limitation when it comes to utilizing fire. I won't ask you to make any promises, but I hope you won't abandon the fire element in favor of the others." Atticus turned to face Dakai. Honestly, he was trying hard not to laugh. Was this man actually trying to convince him to use fire more? Atticus chuckled lightly. "I'll take your advice to heart," he simply responded. Dakai smiled. "That's all I ask for." His expression reverted back to its original firmness, and he continued speaking. The fire sanctum was built on the basis of the 5 summits. In order to graduate, you have to go through and pass the tests of all 5 summits. Unfortunately, because of the time restraints, you will have to leave without going through the 5th summit. Atticus's expression changed. "Doesn't that mean I'm done already?" Dakai seemed to read Atticus's mind and nodded in response. "Yes, you are. But for the sake of it, I will still explain to you what the 5th summit is all about and why we can't risk you spending time on it. As you said earlier, the first 4 summits are preparation stages for the 5th. They teach you how to control the fire molecules in the air and form a connection with them. In the 5th summit, you are required to simply meditate in the searing fire and deepen your connection with the molecules where they are most bountiful. The end goal here is simple: the formation of your domain." Dakai smiled at the serious expression on Atticus's face. His demeanor had changed at the mere mention of the word, domain, making him more focused on the conversation. Dakai's blood was pumping hard. He loved this boy's spirit. Deepening your connection to these molecules will enable you to understand the underlying nature of fire, and from this understanding, the formation of your unique domain will unravel. This understanding cannot be taught. We've tried and failed. You have to reach this understanding yourself. Atticus nodded his head seriously. "The main reason I'm giving you this lecture is to let you know that, given your talent, you don't need the sanctum to reach this stage. Simply time. After this, you will be heading to other sanctums to learn the intricacies of their elements, but don't let those old fogies waste your time. The elements are intricately linked to each other. They all follow the same underlying principle: molecules, albeit different ones in the air. Simply identify, form a connection, and you'll find yourself mastering the element in no time. I have no doubt you can do anything." Dakai placed a hand on Atticus's shoulder and smiled. My short time spent with you has been a pleasure, Atticus Ravenstein, and I look forward to your future. Raise our family's name to the highest peak. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly before he met Dakai's stare and nodded with a firm gaze. I wish you good luck. Both their figures combusted, disappearing from the area, and Atticus suddenly found himself standing in front of the grand gates of the water sanctum. You must be Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus fixed his gaze on the figure of an old woman who held a staff adorned with a large, luminous blue crystal at its tip. Intricate carvings of aquatic scenes and delicate water patterns spiraled down the length of the staff, which shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Atticus had no doubt she was old, but she still maintained her youthful appearance with only a few wrinkles on her face. Atticus bowed and paid his respects. The old woman smiled warmly. My name is Leora. Welcome to the water sanctum. In the next few days, the current smile on Leora's face would turn into something she would have never imagined, complete and utter fear. To Atticus, it had been a blip. His time spent in the water sanctum had been speedy. Unlike Dakai, Atticus had found Leora extremely pleasant to relate with. The woman always radiated an aura of warmth and care akin to a loving grandmother. She was peaceful, just like a tranquil lake. She had been far too nice, and Atticus couldn't help but feel guilty about the state he left her in. Just like the fire sanctum, the water sanctum also had its challenges. Leora had been kind enough to explain everything about what Atticus needed to start his journey. It was exactly what Dakai had told him. It was all in the atmosphere, molecules. All he had to do was sense them, and this had been Atticus's first training. Atticus followed Leora through the gates of the water sanctum. I'm sure it's because of that old man. Atticus couldn't help but blame Dakai for everything he went through in the fire sanctum. There was no test whatsoever as he passed through the gate. The only thing he felt was a certain heaviness in the air. It was wet, and moisture was thick. The ground was basically water but weirdly thick enough to hold his weight. Although not intense, he could feel his body becoming more sluggish. In fact, the attire he was wearing started becoming a little heavier as it soaked in the moisture from the air. Just like the fire sanctum, the people of the water sanctum were shocked when they saw a 16-year-old walking behind their sanctum master, a wave of chatter permeating the space. Atticus was all too used to it, having faced the same thing in the fire sanctum. He simply followed behind Leora, who smiled as she saw his calm demeanor despite the attention he was receiving. Did he really finish the fire sanctum in such a short time? Leora thought seriously. Soon enough, Atticus caught sight of a tranquil lake up ahead. There were a few Ravensteins meditating at the edges of the lake. This will be where your first lesson takes place. Move to the middle of the lake and sit down in a meditative position, Leora instructed. Atticus listened and immediately moved forward. His gaze couldn't help but narrow as his legs sank into the lake. I can't control it. He couldn't control the water of the lake no matter how much he tried. As Atticus continued trying to control it, he heard Leora speak from behind. The water of the lake is special. It cannot be controlled until you've learned to sense and form a connection with the water molecules. This will be your first lesson. Sensing the molecules, Leora explained. Atticus finally got the gist of the situation. This environment was where the molecules were abundant. He listened to her instruction and found himself meditating in the middle of the lake. Leora smiled, seeing Atticus's focused figure. Considering what Dakai told me, it should take him a few hours to sense and form a connection with water, she pondered. Sensing the water molecules in the air was different from the fire. If one had to rank fire and water elements according to difficulty, then water would be more difficult. Just as she was about to turn and leave Atticus to meditate, her whole body froze, her gaze narrowing as she saw a single ripple spreading across the lake. But that was only the beginning. Another ripple spread through the lake, and then another and another, until Atticus's figure, which had been sinking into the lake, started floating up and sat down cross-legged on the surface of the lake. Leora's lips quivered. What the? She walked forward slowly and stood at the edge of the lake, her intense gaze fixed on Atticus. He formed a connection with the molecules in seconds. Leora couldn't believe her own thoughts. Seconds. Seconds. Unbelievable. Have you done this before? Atticus opened his eyes and looked at the surprised Leora. He shook his head in response. He's telling the truth, Leora realized, her heart beating fast. The students opened their eyes to see why their sanctum master was shouting. What or who could make such a peaceful woman react like that? Upon seeing Atticus, their gazes also trembled. Initially, they had assumed that Leora had been showing him around or something. But what the hell was a boy as young as that doing controlling the lake's water? Their concentration had been lost, their expressions mirroring Leora's. Leora shook her head after some time. Follow me, she said firmly. The lake's water engulfed Atticus before he could react, and he found himself inside a cave. There was no one in the cave except for Atticus and Leora. All around him were small bodies of water letting out a blue glow. The sound of drops of water hitting the lake echoed across the cavern. Sit down. We'll move to the next lesson immediately, Leora instructed. Atticus turned and saw Leora floating in front of him. She appeared to have lost her peaceful demeanor, a firm expression on her face. He sat down on the small round platform jutting out from the water, just as she had instructed. Since you've not only learned how to sense the molecules but also how to form a connection with them, we'll move to manipulating them and materializing them out of thin air. Watch closely, she said. Leora suddenly raised her hands, and the air instantly became humid. Atticus watched as tiny molecules in the air swirled around her, gaining bulk and becoming visible. In the next second, a swirling wave of water formed around her, moving with intense power. Leora dropped her hands, the water calming down before dispersing. You saw the process, right? Replicate it, she instructed. Atticus nodded and closed his eyes while Leora's eyes never left him. She didn't want to miss anything this time around. Unlike before, she chose not to give Atticus any explanation. Let's see what he'll do, she thought. To Atticus, the water element was simple. He only had to identify the water molecules in the air, form a connection, and coagulate them together to form water. Luckily, he was in an area with a massive abundance of the molecules. Earlier, he had controlled the lake. It was a bit different from materializing water, more difficult. However, with the process of forming fire already mastered, Atticus found this extremely easy. The air around him became more humid, and Leora's gaze narrowed into pinpricks. A second passed, and an intense wave of water swirled around Atticus. Leora stared at the scene without uttering a word. What the hell did the main family give birth to this time around? She wondered. The Sanctum Masters were all basically old fogies. They had each been great talents in their respective elements and had lived long enough to master them. They each only wished for one thing: the growth of the family. They were all focused on training the next generation to hold the mantle of the family. Avalon had been a genius that each of them had been proud of and were completely sure that they were leaving the family in good hands. But his son, he had given birth to something they never would have imagined. She failed to imagine the heights Atticus would take the Ravenstein family to. Leora shook her head. Do this next. Water swirled in front of her, and the perfect statue of a petite young girl formed. Atticus opened his eyes. What's wrong with her? He noticed the changed demeanor of Leora. To him, what he was doing was expected. He had done all the work in the fire sanctum already. The fact that the water followed almost the same principle made everything straightforward. Atticus decided to ignore it and focus on the task at hand. His concentration at its peak, water swirled and formed in front of him. Atticus spent a bit more time on this, about a minutia, most of it spent getting used to controlling the water molecules. It was a lot of time to him, considering the humongous size of the fire construct he was used to creating. However, it was only to him. To Leora, it was as though she forgot to breathe. Everything she had learned since her youth up to now had just been crushed by this boy. She had seen how happy Dakai had been when he had been talking about Atticus, but now she was starting to understand why. Leora took a moment before she regained her composure and gave Atticus a multitude of other challenges to face. In her head, they were supposed to be challenges, but the way Atticus breezed through every single one of them made her question if everything she knew about the water element was true. Atticus learned how to form different shapes of water with the molecules and also went as far as using the water element to heal. There were other advanced ways of using water, just like teleporting with fire. One could also do the same with water, albeit with a different flair. And just like healing, one could apparently also drain life with water. Leora hadn't expected Atticus to be able to do any of it in the first place. It was something that needed time, and indeed Atticus had seen that he needed more time to be able to do it like the fire element. Exactly 15 hours passed, and Leora walked alongside Atticus out of the water sanctum gates. Her peaceful demeanor had long since disappeared, replaced by one of utter fear. As they crossed the gates, she couldn't help but stare at Atticus's nonchalant self as though she was staring at a monster. How could he be so nonchalant after everything he had just done? Leora didn't utter a word. She doubted if she would be able to control her voice enough not to tremble. With a wave of her hand, water swirled around Atticus, and he abruptly disappeared. Leora breathed a sigh of exhaustion. She brought out a mirror and checked her face, noting the few wrinkles that had appeared as though she had aged a few years. I need rest, lots of it, she muttered. High above the sky, the grand fortress of the air sanctum floated majestically. Just in front of the grand gates of the sanctum, a small swirl of water suddenly materialized, and the figure of Atticus abruptly appeared in the area. There was one feeling Atticus felt immediately upon arrival: freedom. He felt completely and utterly free. Opening his eyes, Atticus saw no one, only the grand airy gates. But it was only for a second. A gust of air materialized, making Atticus's clothes flutter and causing him to shut his eyes momentarily. Have you lost your way, boy? Atticus opened his eyes and saw an old man of average height and lean build, with a physique that screamed agility. He had long white hair that flowed freely with the wind and was clad in flowing robes of blue and white. The man's hand reached for his long mustache on his face, twirling its tip. Right, there should be only one 16-year-old here. You must be Atticus. Aren't you supposed to be in the water sanctum? The man tilted his head to the side, a little confused. This was the first time a 16-year-old was visiting the sanctum, and Magnus had already informed each of the sanctum masters of his arrival. They had each obviously been curious and were gladly keeping tabs on his progress. The last he heard, Atticus had just finished the fire sanctum 16 hours ago. What was he doing here? Atticus maintained his calm look, unbothered by the fact that a Grand Master was currently scrutinizing him. I've mastered the water element to acceptable levels already. The man's gaze narrowed. Impossible. A gust of air left his figure, making Atticus's hair flutter backward. Atticus frowned, getting a bit annoyed by the constant gusts of air the man kept emitting. I'll be back. The man abruptly vanished before Atticus could say anything, another intense wind spreading out. Atticus inhaled deeply, his hands clenching slightly at his sides. I swear, one more time and I'll freak. A second passed, and then a gust of wind blew toward Atticus once more. Atticus's gaze flashed, not this time around. He focused and tried to control the air to avoid him but failed miserably, his hair and clothes fluttering as the gust reached him. Atticus's gaze narrowed. What the hella? You? What magic did you use? Atticus wasn't given enough time to ponder everything as the firm face of the man with the long mustache abruptly appeared in front of his face. I didn't see or hear him move. Another gust hit Atticus's face, causing him to close his eyes and clench his teeth. The man didn't seem bothered by Atticus's clear annoyance. He twisted and twirled his mustache while waiting for a response. Calm down, Atticus, you can't win. Atticus tried to calm his nerves. If not for the fact that the man was a Grand Master, he would probably have pounced on him already. Atticus looked at the eccentric man and responded with a forced smile. The fact that we can manipulate the elements is literally magic. You're going to have to be specifica, sir. A smart ass, I see. The man stood up straight, his eyes not leaving Atticus. Well, if you're so good, let's see you in action. He folded his arms on his chest and simply stared. Atticus raised an eyebrow, initially not understanding what the man was getting at. Does he want me to manipulate the air element here? He realized the man's intention after a few seconds and released a deep sigh. I miss Leora already. Despite leaving her in that state, she had been the best sanctum master he had met. He truly needed that peace again. Atticus turned to face the eccentric man and saw him still standing still, not saying anything. How annoying. Atticus cleared his head and focused. Unlike with fire and water, where he had practiced in places with an abundance of their respective molecules, this case would be different. He could feel it. The molecules were present, but not in such staggering amounts. It took a minute, but Atticus sensed them eventually. However, that was only the beginning. From the times he had seen the man in front of him manipulate the air, he had immediately noticed the difference between this and the other elements. It was a good thing Atticus never forgot anything he saw once. He had seen the process from start to finish. For controlling the air element, Atticus had to manipulate the movements and interactions of the molecules in the air almost like the others. There were three key things Atticus had seen the man do: density manipulation, pressure control, and flow manipulation. Atticus decided to start with something simple. To create a gust of wind, the man had decreased the air pressure in one area and increased it in another. This difference in pressure caused air molecules to move rapidly from high pressure to low pressure, creating a gust. Atticus replicated this process, a subtle gust of wind forming all around him. Oh! The man's eyes opened wide, his hand involuntarily pulling his mustache. Incredible! Incredible! Atticus only had time to hear those words before he found himself being pulled by a force out of his control. He opened his eyes and found himself high in the sky. In front of him was the eccentric face of the man with a wide grin. Atticus backed away by reflex, startled. He could immediately feel the abundance of air molecules all around him. Different white-haired individuals strolled below across the sanctum, many hands pointing upwards as they recognized the master of the sanctum and the family head's son. A voice brought Atticus out of his reverie. "Young boy, my name is Aeolus. I am the master of the air sanctum." Atticus took a moment, and just as he was about to respond, Aeolus interrupted and continued, "I know who you are, let's not waste any time." He appeared impatient, as though he wanted to begin training immediately. Replicate this. Atticus felt the air between him and Aeolus solidifying. It was transparent as air, and Atticus could still see through it, but he knew immediately that there was something there. He stretched his right arm, his palm touching a hard surface in the air. Atticus drew his right hand back and immediately threw a punch at the air barrier. The impact was intense, as though he had punched a very sturdy wall. "It's hard," was all Atticus could think. Air was the freest element Atticus knew, and he found it hard to imagine how it could be made so sturdy. "Well, can you do it?" Atticus flew back. The face of Aeolus, looking at him with an intense gaze, had suddenly appeared very close to the right side of his face. What the hell is with this creepy man? Atticus felt his heart beating fast. This man had startled him more times today than he had been in a month. He shook his head and made sure to create more distance between himself and Aeolus. He wanted to be careful. He might be a pedo, Atticus thought seriously. Aeolus had no idea what Atticus had just tagged him with and folded his arms on his chest once again, waiting. Atticus decided to focus but still didn't let his guard down. He replayed every process he had seen Aeolus do earlier, his focus at its peak. What Aeolus had done was simple. He compressed the air molecules into a dense, stable formation, creating a barrier that could block or deflect physical objects and other elements. Atticus focused on compressing air molecules tightly in a specific area, maintaining the high-pressure zone to keep the barrier stable and strong. He could immediately feel it. His barrier was completely underwhelming compared to Aeolus. His was as hard as a rock, but Aeolus was like steel in this situation. Despite this huge difference, Aeolus was completely all smiles. What have they brought to me? The entirety of Atticus was an enigma that intrigued Aeolus thoroughly. He had 8 elements, and his proficiency in them was this high. It was unbelievable on so many levels. He's perfect. I must get him to become my student. Amazing. Do this next. Aeolus pointed his arms to his side, and instantly, the air around the area started dispersing until there was not a single air molecule in a small radius. Aeolus maintained this high-pressure zone, thereby creating a vacuum. Atticus fixed his gaze on the point in the air, scrutinizing the ball of vacuum thoroughly. Interesting. Atticus was intrigued. He had never thought about using the air element this way, and even more, he was able to see the underlying reason why he was being asked to do this. It'll allow me to be more proficient in maintaining the air pressure. If his proficiency in this increased, Atticus would be able to not only create incredible gusts of wind but also increase his compression power, allowing him to make sturdier shields and more. Replicating it had been straightforward, and Atticus formed a vacuum in front of him in seconds. This training required a bit of time to achieve, but considering Atticus's high proficiency, not that much time. Atticus felt his proficiency increasing at a fast rate. When he felt it was okay, he hyped up the pace and created multiple vacuums in front of him. Aeolus watched Atticus without his gaze leaving him for a single second. As time passed, watching Atticus, he could feel his excitement peaking. His eyes shone as though he had seen a gem. He's perfect. He's perfect. This was the first time in generations that a genius of the air element had emerged in the family. While it was the same for most of the other elements, Aeolus didn't really give two thoughts about them. Avalon had been for fire, Magnus for lightning. Magnus's father, the former paragon, had been of light. When would it be the air element's turn? Aeolus seemed to have forgotten that Atticus could control all 8 elements combined, and air was just one of the elements he was proficient in. Aeolus wanted to have him. If Atticus could hear what was going on in Aeolus' head right now, he would turn and run without thinking. He had been right, the man was dangerous. Soon enough, Aeolus stopped Atticus when he saw that he had already mastered this part, only time was needed to increase his proficiency further. Afterward, Aeolus moved Atticus higher into the sky and continued his training. The winds at this higher altitude were stronger and more unpredictable. He practiced directing air currents and creating intricate wind patterns for various purposes. By compressing air molecules in some areas and reducing pressure in others, he generated tornadoes, wind walls, and other complex formations. He learned to control these powerful currents, his head spinning with the different offensive and defensive techniques he could use them for. Atticus was also introduced to the advanced way of utilizing air. Instead of using mana, he could manipulate the air to carry sound over long distances. Although he hadn't mastered it yet, he could separate breathable air from harmful gases and, in his mind, create harmful gases and use them for lethal purposes. Another torture method was added to his inventory. For the air element, it took exactly 10 hours, 5 hours less than what he spent in the water sanctum. Aeolus begged and begged, even going so far as to get on his knees and hold Atticus's legs. He didn't want Atticus to leave. Aeolus had finally found a genius of the air element, it would be foolish to let him go. It was truly unfortunate that Atticus learned everything he knew in the span of 10 hours. Aeolus had been extremely persistent and didn't want to give up. It went without saying that Atticus had been thoroughly disturbed. Seeing such an old man on his knees begging a grandmaster rank, for that matter, was something he would have never expected to see. Atticus had found the man creepy before, but this was just too much. Eventually, he had to escape and leave the air sanctum by himself, the sight of Aeolus screaming his name with tears in his eyes making him shiver. Soon enough, Atticus made his way to the sanctum he believed was the next one, the Earth Sanctum. Atticus had seen the Earth Sanctum from the Aegis ship, and fixing his sights on it now, it was nothing short of majestic. Despite what he would have expected considering the other sanctums, the Earth Sanctum wasn't only filled with rocks and earth, there was surprisingly a lot of vegetation around, along with tall and thick trees. The whole sanctum was basically a grassland, notwithstanding the earth buildings strewn about. The gates of the Earth Sanctum in front of him were grand, made of hard, jagged stones and a ginormous double door. Unlike the other times, there was no one waiting for Atticus this time around. It was as though no one had been expecting him to arrive so soon. However, the masters of the sanctums were all basically omniscient in each of their domains. Immediately upon stepping onto the grounds of the Earth Sanctum, deep within its depths, an old man whose physique was the personification of bulky, with steel-like ripped muscles and a cleanly shaved white beard, turned his gaze to the side, looking through the incredible amount of earth, rock, and soil blocking the path to the grand gates. The earth surrounding the old man parted as though there was an invisible force, and then, Atticus felt the ground beneath his feet tremble, increasing in intensity by the second. Atticus backed up a few steps before controlling the air molecules around his body. He floated upwards, his guard raised to the peak. What personality did I get this time? Atticus couldn't help but be slightly worried. Each of the sanctum masters he had met had different, weird personalities and ways they loved to go about their training. He was really hoping the Earth Sanctum Master would be, at the very least, normal. The intensity of the shaking ground increased, and just a few meters away from where he had been standing, the hard ground suddenly swirled, and a figure jutted out from it. Atticus's gaze narrowed. Immediately upon this figure's appearance, he felt a humongous heaviness resting on his whole body. It was so intense that it caused his floating figure to descend slightly, but he was able to regain his composure. Atticus's gaze finally focused on the man scrutinizing him. True to his element, the man was humongous. With tanned skin and steel-like muscles, he stood at a height of 6 feet 6 inches, his whole aura radiating pressure that made Atticus raise his guard to its highest level. The fact that he was old didn't even come to mind. Cold eyes with an intense, firm gaze fixed themselves on Atticus. "You're strong." His voice sounded gruff, as though it had been a while since he had spoken. "Sanctum Master Terran," a voice sounded from behind. A man clad in brown robes, looking to be the same age as the instructors of the fire sanctum, ran outside with a couple of other people who were younger than him. They each had the snow-white hair of the Ravenstein family. However, Sanctum Master Terran didn't even turn to face them. Who's this boy? The man noticed Atticus standing in front of Terran, and he couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Magnus had only bothered to inform the Sanctum Masters about Atticus, the others didn't know about him. Buddha. The man's gaze narrowed before opening wide. That was Atticus. He had been fortunate enough to attend the award ceremony held in the Raven estate and had seen Atticus. What is he doing here? Some of the others, too, recognized Atticus and showed confused expressions on their faces. Terran was a man who hardly ever showed himself. He might be the Sanctum Master, but it was the instructors of the Sanctum who mostly did all the teaching. The only time he ever showed himself in the Sanctum was when he found something interesting. Terran didn't acknowledge the newcomer's presence. He didn't even bother asking why Atticus was here so fast. He spoke succinctly. I teach best during battle. We will begin immediately. Terran took a step forward before Atticus could react, the ground quaking. Atticus hadn't been standing on the ground, he had been flying in the air with the air molecules, but that didn't matter, not even the slightest bit. An overwhelming weight descended on him, and his figure plummeted into the ground. It was as though the ground liquefied because as he reached the ground, he found himself moving through it without him manipulating the earth. Shit, Atticus muttered as he moved into the earth. A few seconds passed, and Atticus landed on a soft ground. Where am I? Atticus turned his gaze around, taking in sights of a simple but spacious cave. The whole ground was filled with sand, and he could see the presence of different minerals here and there lighting up the cave. The instructor and the others had been pulled down together into the space because of their close proximity to Terran, each of them standing at the sides. Terran gave Atticus a moment to understand the situation, a time far too small for the next actions he took. The earth in this place cannot be manipulated your usual way. You will have to form a connection with the molecules in order to control them. I expect you to do that amidst our battle. Terran's heavy voice was followed by the sand around him swirling. A staggering number of tiny sand balls gathered behind him before solidifying and turning into spikes with pointed tips so sharp that the air around them parted. What the? Atticus's gaze widened at the staggering number of spikes, the seriousness of the situation settling in. His mind moved rapidly, and he got rid of every thought, his focus peaking. The earth element. Atticus immediately decided to use the same exact method he used when learning the other elements. It was instinctive by now, and immediately he had seen Terran manipulating the earth, he had scrutinized the whole process. However, before Atticus could ponder, the tsunami of earthen spikes shot towards him at frightening speed, countless dotted spikes covering the entirety of Atticus's vision. Atticus's heart trembled. He felt completely trapped. He knew deep down that his life wasn't on the line, but the fact that he had absolutely no way of defending himself was mind-racking. He could use his other abilities if it came to it, but Atticus wanted to avoid that. He was here to learn, and he loved a good challenge. He had to learn the earth element fast. Atticus instantly ramped up his perception into full throttle, the forms of the earthen spikes shooting towards him slowing, but the distance between them had already been crossed. Atticus couldn't use any of his abilities here, but his passive strength and speed were far from weak. His mind was oddly clear, and Atticus drew a path for each one of the approaching spikes and instantly moved. His figure moved nimbly and at the same time awkwardly as he evaded the earthen spikes with mind-numbing agility. But Terran wasn't going to make it easy for him. Each of the evaded spikes abruptly changed direction and shot towards Atticus with speed. Shit! Atticus reacted immediately and adjusted accordingly. Each spike whizzed past him, narrowly missing his body. It was shocking that Atticus could still maintain his composure here. Throughout this whole scene, Atticus's thoughts were racing. The molecules of fire, water, and air had all been in the atmosphere, however, Earth was different. In order to control Earth, Atticus had to sense the molecules in the Earth and influence them, either controlling them or altering their structure, density, and cohesion. Unlike the other elements, Earth was more extensive. The molecules didn't just have one property. Feeling the molecules had been as easy as breathing, but as he did, he stumbled upon a conundrum. There were different types of formations of the Earth. The sand was riddled with some stones, and from it, Atticus discovered that the formation of Earth molecules was different for soil, rock, and other Earth minerals. For the Earth element, The molecules had already interacted, the only thing he had to do was control it. It was a bit harder than the other elements where he had to control the individual molecules and form something with them. It was as though it was backward for Earth. Atticus had found it weird at first, but he was able to achieve it after a few seconds. It was all about skipping a step. Instead of forming a connection with each molecule and bringing them together, he simply had to form one with the collective molecules and control them. Atticus's figure skidded down the sandy ground on all fours, immediately standing up straight. The momentum of the earthen spikes seemed never-ending. They each swerved in the air, changing their directions and shooting towards Atticus. However, unlike before, Atticus stood still, his body radiating an aura of calmness that shocked the instructor and others watching the battle unfold. The instructor had recognized Atticus and so did the rest by now. While his expert plus rank aura had shocked him, he also knew that the boy was just 16 years old. Why is he stopping? I hope he's not stupid enough to try to control the earth, one of the onlookers muttered. The instructor heard someone mutter from behind, and he couldn't help but agree. The Sanctum Master had said it all already. The earth of the Earth's sanctum, especially inside this cave, was different from the normal earth. They had each been tweaked and perfected. It would only listen to the command of those who actually formed a connection with the molecules, a level only Master plus rank could achieve after undergoing hellish training. Given all these facts, he just couldn't understand what Atticus was planning to do. He got his answer in the next moment. Each spike moved with unreal speed, shooting towards Atticus from every conceivable angle. But just as they reached a 5-meter radius from Atticus, they would suddenly veer off course, missing his body entirely. The onlookers felt lost. What was going on? Was Master Terran avoiding him purposely? The questions just kept on coming. However, once again, they got their answer and finally understood what was going on. The sand around Atticus swirled before solidifying and taking the shape of multiple long spears behind him. Atticus's gaze snapped open, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. To them, it currently felt as though reality was playing tricks on them. This just couldn't be real. However, Atticus didn't make accepting the situation any easier. More sand swirled before taking form and joining the ranks of the long spears behind him. Atticus's gaze landed on Terran, who still had a neutral expression on his face, and then each spear shot towards the tanned man with intense speed. They pierced the air, forming multiple concentric circles as they moved. However, there was not a single inch of Terran that moved. Each spear, despite their insane speed, turned into grains of sand as they neared him, falling harmlessly to the ground. You learn fast, Terran said. The instructor and others who heard Terran's nonchalant words wanted nothing more than to bash their heads against the wall in disbelief. They would have done exactly that if not for the fact that he was a grandmaster. He called that fast. Fast. It was a crazy understatement. What Atticus had done was nothing short of a miracle. Terran didn't say anything more, but from his changed aura, it was easy to pick up that something had shifted. The sand around him swirled once again, a multitude of spikes appearing behind him as they solidified. However, Atticus soon found out that they were completely different from the earth he had controlled before. The sand was made up of loose earth molecules, and in order to form the initial earth spikes, Terran had lumped them together. Their molecules were tightly bound, forming a dense and solid structure. However, Atticus could see that the current structure was different. It was drier, more compressed, and harder too. He changed the structural system of the molecules. This new formation was akin to crystals. Atticus couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness. He would finally learn how to change the composition of the earth. The molecules in crystals were arranged in a repeating pattern, and Atticus had to carefully reshape the molecules, maintaining their lattice structure to avoid shattering. He immediately got to work, his mind moving. It had already been established that the earth element was different from the elements he had learned so far. They each still had the same underlying principles, but their process of manipulation was different. Atticus had identified that the new earthen spikes Terran had shot towards him were actually crystals. They were made from earth molecules but arranged and structured in a different way. To manipulate any earth, Atticus would first have to identify how they were structured before he could form a connection with the collective group of molecules. From the first time he had controlled Terran's spikes, Atticus had been able to figure out all of this. He didn't have to close his eyes, nor was a single second wasted. The crystal spikes crossed the distance, each of their forms coming to an abrupt stop in front of him. Their numbers were substantial, and more spikes kept being added to their ranks. A moment passed, and a staggering number of crystal spikes were suspended in the air all around Atticus. The instructors and onlookers felt their whole bodies go numb. Not only could he control the earth, but now another form of earth too. That was only their perspective. Terran didn't show any visible reaction, but those who knew him well knew that he was very excited. His aura was still as heavy as it could get, but it was a bit more peaceful. Instead of shooting the spikes back at Terran immediately, Atticus had chosen to try and replicate them first. A single ball of sand floated upwards, and Atticus immediately got to work. The process took a few seconds, mostly because it was Atticus's first time doing it, but fortunately, he was able to do it. Sand wasn't the rawest form of the earth molecules. Atticus could imagine that the reason they were using it as the basis of everything was because of their structure. They were a combination of loosely packed molecules. In essence, this made them incredibly easy to utilize in forming another form of earth. The process was simple. Atticus broke down the earth molecules that made up the sand and created another form of earth from them. A multitude of crystal spikes formed behind him, and each of them, along with the earlier ones, shot towards Terran with supersonic speeds. Atticus had just created another miracle, and the onlookers were so baffled that they each chose to create chairs out of the earth and sit down. Truly, they really needed the support. The instructor couldn't help but feel scared, for himself and the others watching. If Atticus pulled any more surprises, they might each have a heart attack and die. The spikes whizzed through the air but turned to dust as soon as they neared Terran. Terran nodded his head in approval, his aura changing once more. Terran suddenly raised his right leg before putting it down almost immediately. His foot touching the ground was shockingly gentle considering the size of his feet and weight, but the reaction spoke the real truth. It moved like a wave. Atticus, who had been scrutinizing everything about Terran, saw invisible ripples spread across the ground like drops of water hitting a lake. Then, the ground shook, its intensity increasing by each passing second. It was akin to a seismic tremor, comparable to a Class 7 earthquake. The entirety of the cave shook, and Atticus and the crowd found themselves losing their balance. Atticus's mind worked fast and calmly despite the situation. So that's how it is. He had used the earth element to create earthquakes before, but he was now learning the underlying principles that governed it. It wasn't exactly hard, it was quite straightforward. Terran had simply created a chain reaction through the earth. He sent ripples of waves that resonated across the earth, influencing each collective molecule and causing them to vibrate. Figuring this out, his next move instantly became clear. Atticus focused and connected with the molecules, sending a wave of instruction through the earth. His reach, unfortunately, wasn't as extensive as Terran's, but it was far from being insignificant. The earth molecules within a 30-meter radius from Atticus calmed down, their trembling halting. This immediately caused the shaking ground around Atticus to come to a stop. Terran, who saw this, stopped his action and nodded his head in approval. He was having a great time. He immediately moved to the next lesson, the weight of the world increasing. Atticus's legs buckled, his body staggering forward as he struggled to regain his balance. An incredible weight had just descended over his entire body, more intense than he had felt before. Atticus's gaze found Terran, who was looking at him calmly. He could immediately see a slight glint of expectation in his eyes. So it wasn't just passive, he's actively doing this. Atticus had initially thought upon first meeting Terran that it was his presence that felt heavy. But now he was just figuring out that Terran was intentionally doing it. For him to achieve this in the air, Atticus deduced. He felt it was the most likely conclusion. He had never thought the earth molecules could be in the air, and so he had never tried to sense them. But immediately Atticus focused on their sensation, he realized how Terran was doing everything. In simple words, the man had simply broken down the earth molecules of the sand and then spread them in the air, making them react with mana and influencing the surroundings, making the air become heavier. Truly, figuring out what he was doing and replicating it were completely two different things. Atticus knew this well, and so did the onlookers. However, Atticus had always been built differently. Everything was over once he figured it out. Another wave of instructions left his figure, and then, the reacting molecules around him reverted back to normal, the heaviness in the air disappearing. This is crazy, the instructor muttered in utter disbelief. The instructor, along with the others, were currently seated on the floor. They had each been seated on chairs when the earthquake started, and just as they were about to stand up and regain their balance, Atticus had performed an action that made them stagger, stopping the earthquake around him. They had been far too shocked and unfocused that when Terran made the air heavy, their figures immediately fell on the sand. However, just as they were about to quickly get up, the young boy pulled an Atticus once more. As they saw Atticus control the molecules in the air and return it to normal, every bit of strength they had left in their bodies disappeared, and they simply sat down on the ground, their lost gazes fixed on the white-haired boy who was undoubtedly an absolute monster in human skin. Another shock hit them as they each saw something they would have never expected happening. Terran suddenly smiled, his shining white teeth in full display. Your ability to observe and comprehend is exceptional. The way you replicate what you see is truly impressive. Your potential knows no bounds, he said, his voice resonating with genuine admiration. The instructor couldn't even blame or be shocked by their Sanctum Master's admiration. Everything Atticus had done today deserved it. It's all thanks to your help, Atticus responded humbly, but Terran immediately shook his head firmly. I did nothing but attack, it's all you. Terran refused to accept any accolades, especially when he knew that he hadn't done anything. The boy had done every single thing himself. He had only displayed. Atticus didn't know what to say next, so he simply smiled wryly and nodded. Terran decided to stop wasting time and continued with the training. He had already taught Atticus the basics of everything he needed to know about controlling the earth element. Sensing the earth molecules and forming a connection, the different structures of the different types of earth, breaking down the structure and creating another type of earth, creating a chain reaction, and manipulating the earth molecules in the air. Terran had focused more on all of this, making sure Atticus's proficiency in them increased. He also showed Atticus the different types of earth and how to form them, including the metal that Amara had used during her display. He could also form metal ores and different other minerals. All he had to do was memorize their structures in advance and replicate them. It was a good thing his memory was one of the things he had going for him. After all of this, Atticus was plagued with a question, one he immediately asked Terran. If they could insert and control the earth molecules in the air, then shouldn't they be able to form earth out of thin air? Terran's answer had been simple, give it a try. The man believed that you learn best when you put things into practice. Atticus listened and put it to the test. His assumption had been completely wrong. When he tried to connect the earth molecules in the air together, they wouldn't join no matter how much he tried. Atticus decided to experiment further. Then he manipulated a ball of sand and broke down the molecules, splitting it into two parts. The first part was dispersed in the air and the second remolded. Atticus immediately noticed something he had missed before. He couldn't quite explain what it was, but after breaking down the earth molecules, he had noticed that they retained some sort of attractive force around themselves, and if they weren't joined together in time, they would lose that force and would not be able to join with other earth molecules again. It had been a good discovery to Atticus. The fact that Atticus had discovered the answer so fast prompted another nod of approval from Terran. Afterward, Terran helped Atticus increase his proficiency, and after exactly 9 hours, he decided that Atticus had learned enough and stopped their training. Terran personally escorted Atticus outside while acknowledging his outstanding abilities. The instructor and others trailed behind them with lost gazes. What they had just witnessed had been insane. Reaching the grand gates, Terran created a platform made of earth, and Atticus got on it. Offering his thanks and goodbyes, Atticus left the Earth Sanctum and reached the icy gates of the Ice Sanctum. Just like with the Earth Sanctum, no one had been waiting for him. However, a beautiful statue of a woman soon formed in front of him and was suddenly littered with cracks until it exploded into tiny fragments, revealing the figure of a beautiful woman. Her temperament was akin to her element, ice cold. She's just like them. Atticus couldn't help but draw similarities between this woman and the only two people he knew had the ice element, Ember and Lyanna. He hadn't met the latter personally, but he could tell at a glance that she wasn't to be messed with. Ember might not have been cold to him, but she was to other people. You're here fast, she said. Atticus was a bit surprised. The woman didn't look old at all, not a single wrinkle on her face. Her body also looked youthful, as though she was in her late 30s. She was beautiful and looked like an ice goddess. What surprised Atticus the most was her voice. Even if she used means to make herself look young, it was hard or even impossible to influence her voice. It sounded young, feminine, and at the same time icy. I was lucky enough to finish in time, Atticus responded after a few seconds, but he could feel the surrounding area becoming cold. Humbleness is a great trait, but in this case, it's nothing other than insulting. You're claiming that simply being lucky is enough to breeze through the decades of painstaking effort we Sanctum Masters have put into mastering our elements. You did what you did because you're simply that talented. Own it. Atticus felt a bit guilty. That wasn't what he intended. He had done the same for Terran, but the man had simply corrected him. It would seem as though his words offended her. It wasn't my intention. I'm sorry about that. Atticus bowed slightly. The woman looked at him for a few seconds without saying anything, her eyes with long white lashes blinking once. Then she nodded and said, "It's fine. My name is Isolde, and I am the master of the Ice Sanctum and your instructor for your stay here. Let's not waste any time. Follow me." Atticus nodded and followed Isolde through the gates of the Ice Sanctum. The Ice Sanctum was filled with majesty and beauty. Its temperature was insanely cold, below freezing point, and if not for his meager ability to control the ice element, Atticus would have long since frozen. Atticus went through another wave of murmurs and chatter as he followed Isolde through the sanctum. What the? However, there was a major difference this time around. Atticus had no idea why, but every single person he saw in the ice sanctum was female. They all had cold and calculating demeanors and were all beautiful. Isolde noticed Atticus' confusion and decided to address it. It's something we also don't fully understand, but it is extremely rare to find a male ice elementalist. Atticus felt rare was an understatement. He couldn't spot even a single male no matter how long he looked. The walk went uninterrupted until they reached a small lakeside. Atticus couldn't help but recall his time at the water sanctum when he saw the lake. But he could spot a major difference: the water was emitting steam. Despite the low temperature of the sanctum, the water of the lake was still scorching hot. The lake was free of anyone, and only Isolde and Atticus were in the area. Isolde turned towards Atticus and spoke. "This will be where your first lesson will take place. Considering how fast you finished the other sanctums, I think it's safe for me to assume that you're an incredibly fast learner, so let us begin immediately." Isolde turned and faced the steamy lake. The ice element, as you know, is a subset of the water element. However, water elementalists cannot form or manipulate ice. Do you know why? Atticus didn't respond immediately and decided to deeply ponder the question. He went through everything he had learned about the water element in his head and reached a conclusion quickly. It was plenty obvious. The inability to lower the temperature of water. Isolde nodded. Yes, you're half right. It is the inability to lower the temperature of the water molecule. This is what separates water elementalists from ice elementalists. We do not use a separate molecule in the air for forming ice, it's still the water molecules. However, instead of forming a connection with the molecules, making them react with mana and joining them together, we form a connection, making them react with mana and lowering their temperature before joining them together. Am I making any sense? Atticus nodded his head immediately. His mind was already working on digesting everything Isolde had said. Well, if you understand, then get to work. The temperature of the water is very hot, so you can simply sit down at the edge to meditate. Isolde backed up and allowed Atticus to sit at the edge of the lake. Seeing Atticus enter a focused state with his eyes closed, Isolde's gaze slightly narrowed as she stared at him. She had visited each of the sanctums except the Earth Sanctum and met the Sanctum Masters. It was truly hard to believe everything she had heard about him from them, but the only reason she considered it in the first place was because it was the Sanctum Masters telling her. She would have dismissed it if it had been anyone else. The Sanctum Masters could not joke about something this significant. If they say it happened, then it happened. A 16-year-old boy breezing through each of the lessons that they spent decades perfecting left a bad taste in Isolde's mouth. She knew she was only supposed to feel happiness that they had gained a monster in their family after all. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Isolde had always had a primal dislike for people who were naturally gifted. This had formed because, from the very beginning, she hadn't been that talented. Everything she had achieved had all been from her hard work and persistence. Seeing someone who just breathed and got what others struggled for was something she hated. While she was insanely old, this was a deep-rooted feeling. It wasn't going anywhere. However, she was the Sanctum Master, and she would have to teach geniuses whether she liked it or not, plus this was on Magnus's order. There was no when it came to Magnus. Isolde watched Atticus without making a sound. Meanwhile, Atticus had already entered a deep state of focus. Isolde's explanation had been brief, but it had covered everything he should know about the formation of ice. He hadn't understood it at first, but after Isolde's explanation, he realized why there was a hot lake in an ice sanctum. It was all in the process of lowering the water molecule temperature. It would seem as though ice elementalists didn't have the ability to directly lower the temperature of water molecules. Instead, what they did have was the ability to absorb heat using the mana in the air. The process was pretty straightforward. The mana in the air interacts with the water molecules, thereby absorbing heat from it, reducing its temperature, and turning it into ice. The water molecules around this scorching lake were, as expected, very hot. It made figuring out the process of forming ice easier, but actually replicating the process harder. Atticus released a deep exhale, his focus peaking. Then, he formed a connection with the hot water molecules in the air in front of him and began the process. Upon forming said connection, Atticus was able to immediately determine that using the ice element, he couldn't control the water molecules. So, he did what he could. The water molecules reacted with the mana in the air, and the scorching heat contained in each one of the molecules began getting sucked away. The process was rapid, and Atticus instantly felt the temperature of the molecules dropping at a fast rate. In the next second, a small layer of frost started appearing on each of their forms. As soon as Atticus noticed this, he attempted to join each one of them together and form something, but he immediately failed. The molecules weren't joining together no matter how much he tried. Atticus stopped connecting with the molecules and immediately started thinking. If the molecules don't join together, then how do I create ice? Isolde stared at Atticus without saying anything. She left the explanation of the creation of ice as vague as possible to see if Atticus was what they said he was. She was a bit shocked he had been able to lower the temperature in the first place, but quickly regained her composure. He will have to ask me how to do it, she thought.